Great. All right. I think we're good. That was weird. That was weird. Good morning. Good morning. I am in the car right now. I'll be home shortly. Hopefully, if I don't run out of gas. Um, yes, driving home from dropping my son off at camp. He was so excited to go to camp this year. Loves it. So he's at camp. I am going home. How is everybody? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I was up so late last night because I got stuck, and I'm going to show you guys when I get home. I got stuck in this like rabbit hole, okay? And my mind's just blown. They need to not be dry. But anyway, how was everybody's 4th of July? Hope everybody had a fun time yesterday. We stayed home. We went out the night before to our friend's house, and what do you call it? We just decided to stay home last night because it was just too much. My husband had to work today. Jesse had camp. So, and they were saying it was going to rain yesterday, the whole day, which it kind of did. It rained a little bit in the morning, and then I don't know. Oh, fuck you, guy. I'm trying to be safe over here. Sorry. Somebody's beeping at me. I hate when people do that. It's like, dude, I'm at a red light and I'm trying to, like, not a red light, a green light, but I'm in a turning lane. I'm trying to make sure I'm not going to get creamed because I did get in an accident like that once making a left turn. So I'm very careful when I make left turns. Like when you're like crossing over the street. Anyway, so we just stayed home last night because, we were supposed to go. Another friend invited us over yesterday, but number one, we were worried about our dog because he's just not been normal since we got back from Tampa. Like, he's doing a little better, which it was really crazy. So Jesse's best friend is one of his friends from his hockey team. So the kid, he don't live by us, he lives like a couple of towns away from us. So they are like, these two are like, oh my God, they're best friends. Like, they're on the phone every single day. They get home from school, they call each other. I mean, they've been playing hockey together for years now. It's like so weird, because when I was a kid, like, my friends were always from school, like, that I hung out with, but he hangs out more with his hockey friends than his school friends. So it's weird. But anyway, so they've been like talking about having a sleepover for, like the last 2 weeks since school ended. So I'm like, all right, don't worry, we'll have one. So finally, the parents called us yesterday and they're like, why don't you drop Jesse off July 3rd and then you guys could come over and hang out. We're having a barbecue. So we went over there Thursday night. We were like so nervous about leaving the dog because he's been just fucking things. So he wasn't eating. So me and my husband are like really nervous to leave him by himself the other day. So we're like, we'll go over there for a couple of hours and then, we'll come home. So we go out, we get back, whatever time it was. And all of a sudden he pops up and he starts acting totally normal. Totally normal. Eats his food. We give him food. He eats the food. No problem. And we're like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? And he's like all crazy, like he normally is. He's just been like laying around for days. It's just so weird. I think he's like traumatized from the boarding place. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with him, but so he's better. He's a little better now. He's still a little messed up, but he's better. So anyway, so yeah, he's hey Linky, hey Nana. So thank God, thank God he's a little better. So he's in the car with me now. He's such a weirdo in the car. He just lays there. He's not like Snoopy used to like stand up and like put his head out the window. This dog, no, he won't put his head out the window. He's like a mental case, this dog. So he's getting, he's getting back to normal. Like normally when we put him in the boarding place, it's only like 3 days, 4 days tops, He was there for almost 10 days. So I think he was just really stressed out. Like, first of all, he doesn't like being locked up, but they told us that they had the bad thunderstorms and everything. So I think that fucked him up. And he was probably freaking out. And I feel so bad. The guy told my husband when he went to pick him up, he was like, I've never seen a dog get that fucked up over thunderstorms, like, in my career. This guy's like in his 70s. So he's had a long career. He's probably maybe even in his 80s. So yeah. So anyway, that was it. Me and Jesse last night, we walked around because a lot of people do fireworks by us. So we walked down the street and they had, these people had the most fireworks I think I've ever seen in my life. The whole street was covered with boxes, which is so funny. It's like, oh, really? I thought fireworks were illegal in New York. Meanwhile, everybody has them, So anyway, the whole street was just covered with boxes. I mean, there was just so many fireworks. And they were just blowing them off. These guys were not being that safe. I'm like, Jesse, stand by me. I'm like a little nervous. So, I mean, they were like not being safe at all. They're just blowing the fireworks off out of like Home Depot buckets, like these big mortars. And I'm like, I don't know, I was getting a little nervous standing there. I realized last night that I was like, dude, I'm just like a nervous wreck, like ever since I had a kid. You know what I'm saying? Because everything's like, it's not about me. It's about like, oh my God, what if my son got hurt? So like everything we do, whether it's like going on an airplane or driving in a car, like whatever, I'm like worried about him. And I'm like, I got to stop this. It's like so bad. I'm like way too nervous of a mother. Like, I'm just like, I'm thinking of, there's this guy that played hockey. I think it was last 4th of July. He was sitting in a hot tub and he got hit in the chest with a bottle rocket and it killed him. So it's like all I could think of while we're, watching the fireworks is like, what if one of these things tips over, like, and shoots towards us? Because we were like, I mean, we were standing far, but not that far. Like, if one of the boxes or the buckets that they were shooting the fireworks out of tipped over, that thing easily could have shot at one of us, And I'm like, dude, these things will kill somebody. I'm like, God, I'm getting old. Like, I'm worrying about things like this. Like, what's going on? There's something wrong with me. All right. Should I get gas? Really don't feel like it. Does anybody else hate getting gas? Like, dreads it? You know what? I'm just going to throw in a couple bucks because I don't want to run out of gas either, because I've had that happen before where I just forget to put gas in my gas tank. I just hate pumping gas. I hate the whole process. All right, let me stop here. Just get a couple of dollars just so I can get home, because I really just hate pumping gas. It's 100%. Oh, dude, we can't buy fireworks here. And let me tell you, there was a shit ton of fireworks. I'm like, I don't understand. Just let us buy them. Like, I don't know. This doesn't even make sense. All right. You guys are going to pump gas with me right now. Just give me a second. I wish I lived in Jersey. They pump your gas for you. We don't have that luxury here. Ah, thank you, Nana. All right, let me ramp this. Ugh, I hate pumping gas. I do love the smell of it, though. Does anybody else here love the smell of gas? Like, it's not normal. I can't even see the thing. We woke up late today. My son comes running downstairs like, Mom, we gotta go. I'm like, wow. I'm like, go throw something on. He puts together the worst outfits, my son. Oh my God. He never matches. So the news in New Jersey is going to change its self-service gas. No way. What are they doing? I'm going to put like $15 in. It is hot here today, dude. Hot as balls. Oops, I went over. Dude, how much is the gas by you guys? It's $3.33 here. Remember, I just put 18. What an obscure amount. That'll get me home and then to go pick Jesse back up at camp. All right. No, I would not like a receipt. I just hate getting gas because it's like $20, $40, $50, and it's something you can't even like see. All right. That was good. That got me almost a half a tank right there. Bye-bye, gas station. Yeah, it's $3.33 for regular here. Thank God I don't have my Lincoln LS anymore. That thing was so goddamn expensive because I had to use premium in it. And I had it during the time where the gas prices were really high when Obama was in office. And oh my God, dude. I think I worked just so I could put gas in that fucking car. All right. So anyway, $5? Get out of here. Holy shit. Dude, like, how do people survive like that? I just don't even get it. You would think it would be more money here. I fill my tank each time because I hate pumping it. I know. I should have just filled it, but whatever. I'm lazy. I used to do that like my whole life. I would only put like $20 in because I hated standing there. Like, so, especially in the winter, that's the worst. Pumping gas in the winter here is the worst. Your hand is like freezing. Ugh. And none of the gas stations have that thing where you could like put the little thing down so that it pumps on its own. So it's so annoying. The only gas stations that have them are the one at the Indian reservation because they don't have to follow the same rules that everybody else follows. So I gotta show you guys this crazy shit that I was watching last night. I will tell you, it has to do with the Idaho 4 case because they released some new they released some of the new footage. Okay, supposedly, I think it's legit after kind of mapping the area out. I think it's personally legitimate, but after watching it, I'm having questions because of the time. So I'm going to show you guys that when I get home, which I'll be home in like 5 minutes. So in the winter, I hurry up. I pump till I can't tolerate the cold. Yeah. I mean, you'd probably be like, well, why don't you wear gloves, Leanna? Well, I don't really like wearing gloves. So that's why. Oh my God. I couldn't sleep last night. I was like laying there and I'm just like, when like you're trying to fall asleep, I just couldn't fall asleep. I hate that. And there was like people blowing off fireworks late last night. Like really. I was like, all right, dude, let's wrap this up. Like most people, there's like a surge around like 8 o'clock when it gets dark out. And like all you hear is fireworks. And then, it'll go down a little bit. And then by like 10, 11 o'clock, you'll hear like a random one. But these people were going on all night. I don't know who it was, but it was like, all right, dude, come on. People are trying to sleep here. People have work today. All night it was going. I think it's legit, but I don't think it's relevant evidence for the case. I do. I'll show you why when I get home. I do for one reason, but I'll have to show you guys what I'm talking about exactly. I did a lot of research last night. I was like all into this shit, making maps, fucking marking things on the map. So I'll show you guys why it's really relevant for the case. Very relevant. Because, I don't know, dude, I'm starting to question things, which I didn't think I would, because I'm like, oh, they have this guy's DNA on this knife sheath. But if you look at the video, it don't make much sense. But I'll show you guys that when I get home. What is this lady doing? There's this old lady. She's like 4 feet tall, pushing a shopping cart down the road with cans. What is she doing? Some weird people in my town. I watched something about the Idaho 4 and I couldn't go to bed. Dude, because it's fucking scary, okay? It's 4 a.m. Yeah, that they didn't stop till 4 a.m. Oh my God. What, for the fireworks? Girl, I'd be outside killing people. They weren't blowing them off like right by my house. I have to say though, ever since I moved into this neighborhood, like we get good fireworks shows every year. When I lived home, I mean, people would blow up fireworks, but I don't know, maybe because of like where my house was situated, you just couldn't see them that good. There might have been like too many trees around. I don't know. But this neighborhood, I mean, ever since I moved in, I never really used to leave my house on the 4th of July because so many people have fireworks. So like me and my old neighbor that moved last year, we used to like just sit out in the front and watch the fireworks because we had like, dude, there's shit in every direction. Every way you turn, there's fireworks. So we like never really had to leave our house to see fireworks. I got like a nice view um, right over her house. So she would like come across the street and we would just watch over her house and there would be like tons of fires. The best 4th of July I've ever saw in my life was, well, two of them. One of them was like, I don't know, I think I was like 20. And my best friend, she was dating this guy and he was from the rich town in our area. He lived in the upper class area. So we were like, hey, she was hanging out with him and he had a boat. And I hate boats, just putting that out there. I'm not a big fan of the ocean, especially after the shit I've been watching. Sinking of this ship, that ship. Oh my God. But anyway, we went on his boat and that was the coolest night because we went on the bay, which is on the southern, shore of Long Island. And dude, the water was like, for some reason that night, it was like glass. Like there was not one wave. It was like perfectly still. And we drove out a little bit and like you could just see the whole island, like the shoreline and just all the fireworks. It's so cool. It was so cool. And they were all like reflecting off the water. That was fucking cool. Just seeing everybody's fireworks from like far away. And then, what do you call it? And then the next time, kind of the same thing. I was at the beach. So I used to bring my truck on the beach and we used to camp on the beach. So, we climbed up, me and my ex-boyfriend, we climbed up on the dunes and it was kind of like the same thing. You could see, because we're like across from Long Island now. You have to cross over the bay to get to the beach where we camped. So we're like sitting on the other side of Long Island and you could see like the whole island and just all the fireworks. It was like the coolest view ever, just seeing everybody's fireworks from like all different towns. It was cool. It was really cool. And they do a fireworks show every year at one of the beaches here, but we went one year and like, dude, if you're not there all day, you're not getting a spot on the beach. I'm pretty sure they blow them off from like a barge in the water, like kind of like they do for in the city for I think the Macy's. Who does the fireworks? The Gucci fireworks show, whatever it is. So I mean, it's cool. Don't get me wrong, but if you're not like there from like 6 o'clock that morning getting a parking spot, you're not getting close. But you can still see them from pretty far away. I mean, they're shooting the fireworks off from the water, so it's pretty cool. But yeah, I don't know. I've seen Thunder over what is it? Louisville show before? I never heard of that. I'm sure there's like cool, fireworks shows everywhere, but that's what we got here on Long Island. All right, pulling up home. I don't think my landscaper came this week. My grass is it's looking a little high. Ooh, it looks like my neighbor had a party last night, left his drinks out on the car. All right, Ovi, you got to be careful jumping out of the car, buddy, because your foot is still hurt. Dude, it looks like he ripped like one of the pads off under his feet. It's so weird. All right. Come on, you little monkey. Come on, you little rabbit. Little rabbit. Mount Everest. Not a fan of going underwater or even in a pool. I don't mind pools, girl. I ain't fucking the ocean. Fuck that. I've been watching all these like sinking Titanic videos, the Concordia. What else? I don't know. I found this guy's channel and he does all these videos about like shipwrecks. And I was like, yeah, I'm never going on a cruise. Do you guys know that there's like so many murders and shit on cruises that like there's a whole entire show dedicated to this? Come on, bud. There's a whole show that I found that's called Murdered. What is it? Ship Cruise Murders or some shit. And I'm like, are you kidding me? There's a whole entire show dedicated to this. It's pretty scary. Like, I'm never going on a cruise ship. I've never had. I know a lot of people love cruises, and like, more power to you. Just I will probably never go on one of those. Like the thought of being on a boat for that long, I don't know. A big boat like that, it just scares the shit out of me. I mean, they look cool, but did you guys see that new one that's like fucking cruise ships, like 30 feet, 30 fucking stories tall? I don't know. I don't know how many stories it is. It looks like an Empire State Building on a boat. And I'm like, that thing looks like it could tip over. Like if the wind comes and hits that shit the wrong way, we're done. You're done. I don't know, dude. I'm just terrified of the ocean. So, like that whole Ocean Gate thing, you would have to pay me $250,000, and I probably still wouldn't go on that shit. Like to go that deep in the ocean where it's dark, no thank you. Oh shit! My husband left Jesse money. We didn't see it. Whoops. He's like, Dad, can I have money to get a slushie? And he left it. I forgot. Oh well, we'll have to get it tomorrow. I never go. Yeah, what about the poop cruise? Remember there was a cruise where like all the toilets backed up or something? No thanks. No thanks. I just like that just does not look appealing. Now I'm not a big fan of planes either, but if I had to choose going on a boat or a plane, I'll take a plane all day. All day. Although usually when planes crash, guess where they crash? In the ocean, which would terrify me. I can't even watch the video when they're like showing that part, when you're on the plane and they're showing like the safety thing. I'm like, I told my husband, I'm like, just let me die. Just let me die. Like if we ever have to land in the ocean, I'm just dead. Eat me and kill me. Cause I don't want to fucking be floating in the fucking ocean, bro. That is like terrifying to me. And you would think, growing up on an island, I shouldn't be fucking scared of the ocean, but I am. I really don't know when my fear happened, but it just, because when I was little, I used to go in the ocean. I think it was like once I realized how big the ocean was when I started getting really fucking scared of it, because it's scary. It's beautiful to look at, but I don't fuck with the ocean. Like, that's my philosophy in life. Don't fuck with the ocean. Okay? Thanks. All right, let me get on my laptop here, and I'm going to show you guys all the stuff that I'm talking about. All right. So let me get on StreamYards. And I'm going to have to just get a couple of things together. But, oh, that's so weird. It's on my old live stream. Hold on a second. I just got to refresh. I like swimming on the beach, not in the deep waters. Yeah, like people go on their boats here and they'll like get off in the bay, in the middle of the bay, and like tube and like water ski. And I'm like, yeah, have fun with that. I'll be up here where it's safer. Like me and my ex-boyfriend, we got stranded on the boat one time and I was like having a fucking heart attack. We got stuck. Like we couldn't move. We were in the bay, so there was plenty of other boats around. But I was like having a fucking heart attack. I'm like, I need to get off this boat. Like, I hated it. Oh. Right. Let me add myself. Hold on. All right. Okay. All right, so let me get my shit together here. TT, my worst fear is drowning. You couldn't pay me to get on a boat. No, thank you. Yeah, I was like, look, man, my parents grew up in the fucking city, in the projects and shit. So they weren't into boats, you know? So like I never had a boat growing up, and I never went on a little boat. I've been on like ferries and shit, you know, but like not like a little boat, like a little personal boat. So my ex-boyfriend, he was like really into boats because his parents grew up on Long Island. They had boats and shit. So they used to go fishing and crabbing and all this bullshit, like a lot of people do. I grew up here. And I was just like, no, thank you. So he wanted to buy a boat. He saved his money up, sold weed, and got a boat. Bought this nice, it was a pretty big boat. It was like a 26-foot bayliner. And I was like, oh my God, dude. That thing caused so many fights because I was just not a fucking boat person. And he wanted to be out on that thing every day, which we did. We took it out almost every day. And I was like, first of all, it's a lot of work to have a boat, but it's just, I just don't like boats, you know? So I'm like not a boat person, not an ocean person. So we would go out and we would sail over to, or drive over to, you know, Fire Island and stuff. But he had a friend who had an even smaller boat. This thing was like literally sat 4 people. And he made me go in it one time. Oh my God, dude. It was the scariest night of my life. It was at night. We were going on this boat across the bay. And it was like really choppy and wavy. Oh my God. I was like terrified. All right. So let me open up just a few things here so that I can show you guys what I'm talking about. Because I think once you guys see what I'm talking about, you'll maybe agree, maybe not. I marked off a lot of things here. Oh, I have to open up. Hold on a second. All right. Oh, dude, tell me my fucking labels aren't on here. Oh, no, they are. Okay. All right. So I'm going to go to this. I got to open up the arrest affidavit. So hold on. Koberger arrest affidavit, because we got to read off here. So it's going to be interesting. And then I'm going to open up the security footage. So got a few things going on here. Let me just get this off here. Okay. Really, bro? Why don't you eat your breakfast? Let's throw this away because it looks old and disgusting. Hold on a second. Ugh. Throwing Blue Buffalo food away. I didn't eat it. My husband fed him like 30 times yesterday. This food is so goddamn expensive. Hold on, let me just feed it the pain. I gotta get your food. I'm gonna get this out of here. Come on, Stoopy. Eat your num-nums. Eat your num-nums. There you go. This dog's so picky with food. Good boy. Oh, okay. Maybe not. All right. So let me open this. Go to my history. So I'm not going to play this whole thing. I'm playing it off of another girl's live, and I'm not going to play the whole thing because actually, you know what? I'll just play it off of this fridge because I know where the timestamps are just about. I got to show you guys something creepy I found too while I was doing this. All right. So now you guys might say this doesn't matter, but to me, it very much does, and I'll show you why. All right. Let's go to this. Here's the footage from. So this is a new, I don't know how it got leaked. Go ahead, Ovi. No? Okay. This is from Linda Lane. Okay. And it's going to be really, chick, I don't listen to anything Trump says. So the guy is insane, honestly. He really is. He needs to just give it up and move on with his life. All right. I'm not playing this whole thing. I'm only going to rewind to this one part because this is a part that I personally feel is relevant. And this is like, this starts at 1 o'clock in the morning. Okay. So we don't need to watch all of this. So now let me just show you guys on the map first. Hold on a second, actually. I'm going to show you guys on the map so you understand where this is actually coming from. So let's get on the map here. I'm going to zoom in and I'm going to show you guys exactly what's going on here on the map because it'll make a lot more sense if I do it that way. So I marked everything on here on this map. I made like little labels last night for my own reference because I'm like gray hues and shit. And let me turn it on to the terrain because it's kind of hard to see when it's on this view. How come it's not doing it? Hello? Are you kidding me? Come on. Where's this stupid thing? All right. I'm not like gray hues because gray hues would be prepared. We go on. Why is this not going on the actual satellite view? That's what I want. Okay. All right. Because it's a lot easier to understand on the satellite view because it shows all the parking lots and stuff better. Okay. So where this camera is from, which I didn't mark on here, but I'll show you guys right now. This camera is from this building right here. You guys see where my mark is? So this building is like this. It's like a 2-story apartment building. It's kind of weird. The parking is underneath the building in the front here. So if I had to guess, I'm going to say that the camera is probably like right here, right around here where it says Linda Lane. Okay. And it's pointing this way into this building. So into the, well, it's in their parking lot, which it looks like there's no cars parked there right now because the cars are parked under the building. It's really weird. There's like all these poles you'll see in the footage. And it's pointing this way. So it's pointing up towards this building, which is called the Queens Road Apartments. Okay. Here's the house. Here's the King Road house. Now, I don't know why they call it King Road because it's on Queen Road. If you guys look, King Road's over here. King Road is like a cross street, and then Queen Road wraps around. So I'm not really sure why they call it the King Road house. That was like some weird, I guess, just thing. But anyway, all right. So with that said, let's go to the arrest affidavit real quick. And we're going to go down to the part where they discuss his car because this is the important part here. Okay. There's a couple of things going on here that just, now that I've seen this, it doesn't make 100% sense. You guys will understand once I show you. All right, let me just get down to the part where they're discussing the car being seen on the cameras, okay? And I'm going to bring you guys through the whole thing here. All right. So here's where they start discussing the cameras. It says at approximately 4:17 a.m., a security camera located at King Road, a residence immediately to the northwest of the 1122 King Road, picked up distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper followed by a loud thud. So just to show you guys real quick, they're talking about this. Hold on. They're talking about this house right here. See where I marked it? It says camera that picked up audio. So this is the house that had the audio. Okay. That was heard. That was sounds at 4:17. So they're saying they heard the dog barking and they heard a whimper and a thud coming from this house right here. Which if you look at the area on here, it looks like very flat, but this is all very close together. You know, I'm sure you guys have seen. All right, so let's go back to the arrest affidavit. I'm just gonna read it to you guys. I'm not gonna switch it over. So for just right now. Hold on. During the process of the crime scene, hold on. So that was the first mention of a camera. Suspect video described below. Hold on, I'm just trying to find the part where, okay, he starts talking about the video canvas. So it says, as part of the investigation, an extensive search, commonly referred to law enforcement as a video canvas, was conducted in the area of the King Road residence. This video canvas was to obtain any footage from the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022 in the area of the King Road residence and surrounding neighborhoods in an effort to locate suspects or suspect vehicles traveling to or leaving from the King Road residence. This video canvas resulted in the collection of numerous surveillance videos in the area from both residential and business addresses. I have reviewed numerous videos that were collected and have had a conversation with the officers, whatever. I'm just going to skip this part. This is not the important part. A review of camera footage indicated a white sedan, hereafter suspect vehicle 1, was observed traveling westbound in the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive at Moscow. So let me show you guys where that is, because this is weird to me. Well, no, I guess it's not that weird. Hold on a second. This is all the way over here. I got to find my tags, so give me a second. Okay. Hold on. We still got to go out a little bit. Let me zoom out a little bit. Okay. So right here, you guys see where I have this little tag right here? I'm assuming this is where he was first entered into the area, which is kind of weird. Okay. Because we're looking at this. The top is north, the bottom south, east, west, right? So Pullman, Washington, where he was coming from allegedly, is west. So it's kind of weird that he drove in from this direction. I mean, was he somewhere over here first? I don't know. It's just kind of weird. So they see him here. That's where he's first spotted entering the area. I'm assuming he drives down here, and then I'm going to assume he goes up here because this gas station, I looked up gas stations last night, and I'm going to assume that gas station is where he was spotted because when they first put the bolo out for the white Hyundai, right? Or as some people say Hyundai, which is fucking weird. I never heard people pronounce it like that, but that's what they said in this news report. They said it came from a gas station. So I Googled gas stations in Moscow, Idaho, and I'm going to assume it's this one. This is the one that's closest to the house. There's not many gas stations, but this one's the one closest to the house, and it makes sense. So I'm not 100% sure if this is where that picture came from when they put the picture out of the white Hyundai, or Hyundai, as some people say, the Hyundai Elantra. I'm not sure if it came from this, but I think it's kind of safe to say because it makes sense. He would go down here. Unfortunately, there's a map on the document, but it's really hard to see, so I have to kind of, wonder. So anyway, all right. So he continues on. I'm going to assume he goes down this road, Taylor Avenue. Okay. And then he turns on I'll have to say King Drive, because after that, I'm going to go back to the thing. All right. So a review of the camera footage indicated that a white sedan, hereafter suspect 1, was observed traveling westbound in the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive at Moscow at approximately 3:26 a.m. So that was that first little area that I showed you guys all the way over here. He was seen. I think, I'm sorry. It was probably down here somewhere. I couldn't find the exact area, but this was the next time he was seen on camera at 3:36 a.m. Okay. So hold on a second. All right. And then he was seen on Steiner Avenue at Idaho State Highway 95 in Moscow at approximately 3:28 a.m. So that's a little bit further down. That's kind of, hold on a second. That's kind of over here. Okay. So again, I'm going to assume it's that gas station because you guys could see here's Steiner Avenue that's mentioned. And then this is the other road that's mentioned. It's got a number. I don't know why I end up lost every time on Google Maps, really. So, all right. So let me go back to this thing. All right. All right. And it wasn't displaying a license plate. All right. Here's where it's important. A review of footage from multiple videos obtained from the King Road neighborhood showed multiple sightings of suspect vehicle 1 starting at 3:29 a.m. and ending at 4:20 a.m. So remember, the last time he's seen exiting is at 4:20. So just keep this in mind. These sightings show suspect vehicle 1 makes an initial 3 passes by the 1122 King Road residence and then leave via Walenta Drive. Based off my experience as a patrol officer, this is a residential neighborhood with very limited number of vehicles that travel in the area during the early morning hours. Upon review of the video, there are only a few cars that enter and exit this area during this time frame, which this video kind of disproves, but that's besides the point. Suspect vehicle 1 can be seen entering the area a fourth time at approximately 4:04 a.m. So now his vehicle is seen, and according to this, at 4:04 a.m. So let's just think about this, right? 4:04 a.m. His vehicle is last seen on a camera. And it says, okay, it could be seen driving eastbound on King Road, stopping and turning around in front of 500 Queen Road. I'm going to show you guys this. Number 52, and then driving back westbound on King Road. When suspect vehicle 1 is in front of the King Road residence, it appeared to unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn around in the road. The vehicle then continued to the intersection of Queen Road and King Road, where it could be seen completing a 3-point turn and then driving eastbound again down Queen Road. Okay. Suspect vehicle 1 is next seen departing the area of the King Road residence at approximately 4:20 a.m. at a high rate of speed. Suspect vehicle 1 is next observed traveling southbound on Willenta Drive. Based on my knowledge and the area and review of the camera footage in the neighborhood, that does not show suspect vehicle 1 during that time frame. I believe that suspect vehicle 1 likely exited the neighborhood through Palos River Drive and Conestoga Drive. Palos, I don't know if I'm saying that right, is at the southern edge of Moscow and proceeds into Whitman County, Washington. Eventually, the road leads to Pullman, Washington. All right, so this is where shit gets weird for me. And I'll show you guys what they're talking about there too, just so you have a better visual of understanding. So what they're saying in this right here, I have to zoom in a little bit more to the map. So what they're basically saying is that he's seen on a camera. I'm going to assume maybe one of these cameras, or I don't know. So he drives this way. He passes the house, okay, over here. Now, I'm assuming everybody's assuming he drove this way past the house. I don't think he did. I think he drove this way past the house. And you'll see that in the video. And that's what they're basically saying. So they're saying he went here, stopped, turned around, came back out, made a 3-point turn over here, okay, and then came back and then wasn't seen again until, 4:20 a.m., leaving the area. And they don't specify which camera that was. And then they said he left via Willenta Drive. So that would mean he either had to go down here, right? So this is Queen Road. So we either had to take Queen Road down to Willenta Drive, which will then bring you down to that Conestoga Drive, right? Somehow. I mean, you would have to go on one of these. I guess this, maybe Willenta Drive down to here. He doesn't really specify. And then Conestoga Drive. And then here's the other road, Palos River Drive. And if you keep taking this way, okay, eventually, look at all the space in between these two towns. It's gonna bring you over to Pullman, Washington, right? So we just crossed the border, and where's Pullman? Up here, okay? And then he's next seen on another camera somewhere in this area. I had it marked, but I can't find it. Was it? No, that's not it. All right, but it doesn't matter right now. We're just gonna, for now, for the sake of this, we're gonna focus on this. And this is why this doesn't make any sense now that I'm looking at it. All right. So here's the little neighborhood. I'm going to zoom in again. Whoops. All right. All right. So there we go. Zoomed in to this little area. So remember, we're going to watch this camera footage, and it's going to come from here. So we're watching this little corner. So this is Queen Road. It goes into this apartment complex called the Queen Road Apartments. And we're going to see his car right here. It's going to turn around right here. So that's what we're watching. But what's important about this is to watch the time, okay? So I'm just going to fast forward because this doesn't happen until much later than what they're saying. So let me share this one. All right. And then I just got to find out. Did you check out with Laura Capone's in here? Who's touched some grass? Rather hear MM than some Adderall. Burnout. What is going on in the chat? See, dude, it's like, oh, I'm talking about, you sound like an idiot. You're all of a sudden covering this case. Go pour cement because you're spitting all over the mic. It's embarrassing. Okay, dude. Whatever you say. I'm not covering the case, dude. Like, I'm showing people what I was watching last night. So if I was covering the case, I'd have it hashtagged like everybody else does. But we've been discussing this case on my channel. Yes, we have been. Hold on a second. Fuck, this is the wrong footage. I just realized this is only goes till 2 a.m. So let's find the actual footage that shows the hours. I couldn't sit there watching all this. This is the important part, is the 1 a.m. to 2 a.m. All right, here, this one. No, you'd rather listen to Laura being like, yeah, cars are disappearing. It's so funny because it's like whenever you're talking about, not talking about Laura or one of them, it's like their little trolls come in here and try to get you to talk about them, which we will do. Don't worry. We will do. Now that you came in here begging for it, I'll make sure we do it. We'll review some of Laura's newest creations just because you came in here. Because I wasn't going to, but now because you came in here begging for me to pay attention to her, we're gonna. All right, so let me get back here to the footage. All right, so remember, it says at 4:04, they're seen. It doesn't really get into too many specifics, right? Let me go back to the rest of it, David, while my internet tries to catch up. Suspect vehicle, this is the part we're focusing on right here, can be seen entering the area a fourth time at approximately 4:04 a.m. It can be seen driving eastbound on King Road, stopping and turning around in front of 500 Queen Road, and then driving back westbound on King Road. When suspect one is in front of the King Road residence, it appeared to unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn around in the road. The vehicle then continued to the intersection of Queen Road and King Road, where it can be seen completing a 3-point turn and then driving eastbound again down Queen Road. And then remember, after that, it's not seen again until 4:20. It says approximately 4:20, so obviously it could be like a couple of minutes before or a minute after. But check this out, because this narrows the window, and that's why it's so weird to me. All right, so 4:05. Hold on, let me go back. You guys are gonna. It's gonna be so hard for you guys to see it. Let me see if I can make this full screen, and I don't know if that's gonna help for you guys, but hold on. All right, so keep your eye up here in this little section. See this car right here that just came in? You guys see the headlights? I hope. I'm trying to point it out in my mouse. Upper left-hand corner, there's headlights, okay? Look at the time on the camera. It's 4:05, okay? And watch. This is supposedly his car. You can see it right there. It's very hard. It's going to be very hard for you guys to see it, but you could actually see right here the tail end of the car, which looks very much like his car, okay? Dark windows. It looks like his car. It's 4:05 and 41 seconds right now. Okay, so he's sitting there right now. The car is completely stopped. And now he throws the reverse lights on. And now it's 4:05 and 53 seconds. Okay. He's backing up. And so he basically did a reverse 3-point turn right here. He pulled in, right? And then he backed up and then he turned out. So it's kind of like a reverse 3-point turn, I guess. So he stopped for like 3 or 4 seconds, right? And then he pulled out of there. So he's pulling out right now and he's leaving. So he's driving around the front of that building. I'll show you guys on the map just so you understand what happens here. Hold on a second. All right. Let me share this instead. I'm going to show you guys exactly what happened. So he like pulled in, I guess, this way, okay? And then stopped right here, right around where these two cars are. Sat there for like a couple of seconds, backs up, and I guess there wasn't a car parked right here. So he backs his car up and kind of turns it this way, and then he leaves going this way. Okay, now this is exactly what it says in the arrest affidavit. If we go to that, it says that at approximately 4:04 a.m., he's seen driving, okay, and turning around in front of Queen Road, number 52, which I'm going to assume is one of, this apartment over here is maybe number 52, and that's where he turned around. Okay, this is where it says on the arrest affidavit. Then, all right, that was at 4:06 though, 4:06. Okay, so the window of time is getting smaller and smaller. Then he had to drive all the way back here. Oh, sorry. I'm pointing on the wrong thing where you guys can't actually see me pointing. This is why I don't do true crime. So then he had to drive all the way back here. This is now, we just saw the timestamp, unless it's wrong, but I highly doubt it's wrong, right? Of 4:06. So then he had to go drive all the way back this way. After he does this turn, he comes all the way down here, okay? And then he comes to this intersection and he does another 3-point turn. And then he turns around again. So he hasn't even, so it's 4:06 and he hasn't even parked the car yet, right? 4:06 and he has not even parked the car yet. That's crazy, okay? So he's last seen turning around here and then he disappears. So they don't know where he parked. He could have parked over here. He could have parked back here on Queen Road. The next thing we know is that he left via, and it's not even 100% sure that he left on this road. So I'm going to assume he kind of pulled in maybe over here, maybe back here. Maybe he thought he could get around over here into the front of this thing and realized that he had to go this way. I don't know. And this is like a dead end. So I don't even know if he could have escaped this way, because where's the road? Does the road come out? It looks like there's a house in the way. So this is a dead end right here, Queen Road. I don't think that you could exit to Walenta Drive this way. So I don't know. I'm assuming he parked here and then maybe drove out this way. I don't know. It's very strange. But at 4:06, he's seen over here, turning around. He still has to go over here. Think about this. Turn around. So he has to do another 3-point turn. So let's just make that take a minute. And it's now 4:07, 4:08, right? Then he has to find somewhere to park. Okay. Grab his stuff, grab his knife. Okay. Walk to the house. And I'm sorry, but yeah, you have to suss the house out and see, is there anybody in there? Is anybody awake? Is anybody in the kitchen? Whether he was standing on this back patio, right? Because that's how he entered. So he has to walk a little bit, right? Then he has to stand there, make sure the coast is clear, basically. Get in the house. So my whole point is, like, he probably didn't actually park the car until 4:08, maybe. I'm giving him, it probably could have been 4:09. But now he's supposed to go in this house, okay? Check everything out, park his car, walk from the car, get in the house, murder 4 people, okay? Which we know that these weren't 4 sleeping people. They were 4 awake people, okay? And we know this because at 4:12 a.m., and it says it in the arrest affidavit, Xana is posting on TikTok, or there's activity on TikTok. I'm not sure if she posted. But there's her last activity is at 4:12 on TikTok, which means she was alive at that time at 4:12 a.m. on TikTok, right? So between 4:08, let's just say, when he parks his car, gets in the house, goes upstairs, kills the 2 girls upstairs who were awake, as far as we know, right? Then he goes downstairs, takes on a guy, all right, a man who's a pretty big man. Ethan, he's not like a small guy, he's a pretty big guy, right? Takes him on, stabs him, stabs Xana, and then stops and sees what's her name on the way out, Dylan. I mean, he didn't stop, he was walking, but he sees her, okay, gets out the back door, somehow gets back to his car, and is seen at 4:20. And when I think that they said he's seen leaving the neighborhood, it's not on one of these cameras that's right here. He's further away from the house when he's seen at 4:20. So you're telling me that this guy committed 4 murders, brutal stabbing murders, in like 6 minutes, basically. Because if you look at this video footage, that's all he could have had, was 6 or 7 minutes. I'm sorry, that just sounds impossible to me. It just sounds impossible to me that he could have done this in in 5-6 minutes, and then to be seen again leaving by himself too. He did this supposedly, allegedly, which is weird because I've always thought this was weird. When I originally read you guys the arrest affidavit, when it came out, I was live, remember? And I read it, and I always thought it was weird that they referred to his car as suspect vehicle 1. So let me go back to this video footage, because I think his car is seen again turning around in this thing at 4:07. So hold on a second. All right, so it's 4:06. Let me share this tab. All right. I hate that the stupid lettering is up here, but I can't do anything about that. All right, so his car is still in the process of turning around right here. But you guys are going to see in like another minute, another car comes in, and it's hard to see because the car kind of stops right here. So it's hard to see if it's his car because you could really just only see the lights. But just keep your eyes focused on that upper left-hand corner. You guys will see. Oh, God, I hate this stupid thing. How do I get this off? Get off. All right, I'm not going to put my mouse on there because it's going to make the words come back. So we'll just chit-chat until we get to that point. 4:06. So, like, dude, the window, what I'm saying is because there was, on the original video I was watching, I forget the girl's channel name. It was Jewels of All Trade. And I don't know this girl. I don't know if people like her, don't like her. That's just where the footage popped up on my feed. Like, her video came up for some reason, and that's the first one that I watched. And somebody in her comment section was saying that you could hear at 4:14 a.m. that there's like a car leaving at a high rate of speed. I don't know, dude. There's a lot of activity going on. Like, you'll hear, if you watch this whole thing, at some point there's a truck that pulls up with like a heavy bass like system playing. So, you know, there's people, you could hear noises. There you go. 4:07. There's the other car. So it's almost 4:08 right now. And if this is him, this means he hasn't parked his car yet. So he hasn't even entered the house yet. This is crazy to me. So it's turning around again. Or does it park? No, it looks like it goes in front of the building, actually. Now that I can see it bigger. So hold on. Let me share this tab. So this time around, what looks like happens is the car turns right here, and then there must be like a cut through right here. I don't know. Because wait, no, that don't make sense because there's a fence. I don't know. Or maybe you can't drive between these buildings. I know that because it's like a walkway. But unless there's some type of cut through to get, you know, around the building right here, it looks like it might have drove in front. I don't know. Or it might have turned around again. It's really, like I said, it's just really hard to see where it went, that car. But if that's him, right, again, then that means at 4:07, he's still not in the house, which is closing the time frame for this guy to do these murders. Like from 4:07 now to 4:20, he's seen in his car at 4:20, like driving away from the neighborhood at a high rate of speed. They don't specify where, which I find weird, or which camera picked him up. But it's like, dude, how did he do all this that quickly? Like, I don't know. That just seems like a lot to do in a very short amount of time. Am I wrong here? Like Sandy Hook guy under 5 minutes. Yeah, but he had a gun. So I find that a little more believable because it's very easy to kill a lot of people in a really short amount of time with a gun. Like, you just have to stand there. And if it's like an automatic or semi-automatic, you just sit there and spray bullets until people die. A knife is harder. That's up close and personal. You have to get up on top of the victim and get up close and personal and have a struggle with them, because I don't give a fuck who it is. They're going to fight back in some way. You know, it's not like he ran in there and stabbed one person, then ran. If they were sleeping, then I would be like, okay, because then you just go in there while the person's sleeping, stab him, and run out of the room. But you had 4 fucking awake individuals in this house. They were awake, as far as we know. At least 2 of them were. We know that 2 of them were awake, right? Xana got a DoorDash and then was on TikTok at 4:12. So she was awake. So you're telling me that he, at 4:12, after 4:12, that means he had a killer after 4:12. So you're talking what? Almost 8 minutes. He killed her and Ethan and then got back into his car. Like wherever his car was parked, we don't know exactly where his car was parked, but it's quite a distance. He has to get out of the house. I don't know. It's just, it seems kind of impossible to me, guys. I'm not, unless something's off here. You know what I'm saying? With the time that they wrote on this arrest affidavit, which is possible too. He does approximate the time, but I don't know. To me, when I say approximately, it's always before the time. So if I'm like saying approximately 4 o'clock, that means that it happened sometime before 4 o'clock. It was almost 4 o'clock. Like that's how I take approximately. If it was after, then you would probably say, oh, approximately 4:05. And then maybe it happened at 4:03. You know what I'm saying? But that's just how I interpret it. It's very weird. Yeah, then you got the DoorDash. That's true. But the DoorDash had already come according to the arrest affidavit. I'm pretty sure. So I don't know. There's just like there's such a short period of time for this to occur. Like, I don't know. I don't know. So, all right. I'm not going to sit here. Like, I know there's people that are going to sit here and be like, oh, I hear a dog barking and I hear this and I hear that. I'm going to just fast forward it now to where this person was saying in the comment section that there was a car heard leaving at 4:14. I mean, if that's what I was trying to say to this person in the comments is like, dude, that's impossible. His car is last seen down here at 4:06, maybe 4:07. Okay, if that second car was him. So he didn't even park the car. So now you're making the window of time even smaller. That he went in this house. He didn't even park his house because remember, after he's seen here, he has to go turn around on the other side, come back. And if he's leaving the area at a high rate of speed at 4:14, then you're talking he did this murder in 6 minutes. I'm sorry. That's impossible to me. That just doesn't make sense. But even if he leaves at 4:20, that only gives him, even if he's seen in his car at 4:20, which we don't know where, it's still such a small time frame for him to go in and murder 4 people. 4 people. Not one, not two, 4 awake people. I'm not into the conspiracies and shit, but something ain't right here, dude. All right, so let me go a little ahead. He had it. If it's him, if he's involved, I don't know. Then he had to have somebody else with him or something. I just can't see that this guy was that prepared to go in there and you know do this in fucking 8-9 minutes. Like that just seems very very impossible to me. All right, let me go ahead a little bit more. All right, we'll start watching. Oh, excuse me. I don't even know if you guys are gonna hear it or not hear it, but does this one have the audio? So you heard a car. You could hear a car leaving right there. You hear cars passing. But this could be cars passing. All right. So where I live, there's like a very, very busy road behind me, but it's like there's like another block of houses, and then there's a really busy road behind that. And if I go outside at night, I could hear those cars on that road. Well, I could hear them all day, but I'm saying like at night when it's really quiet and there's no other noise in the neighborhood, I could hear cars going down this road. And it's like it's pretty far away distance wise. I mean, it's close, but it's far. But I hear the cars whooshing by. I don't think that my camera would pick them up. My Ring camera, like I don't think you would be. You could when I watch my Ring camera, I could really only hear cars passing on my block, and then I'm on a corner, so there's a cross street, so I could hear the cars on the cross street. So like what I'm saying here is that I don't even know if the car noises we're hearing have to be very close to this building. I don't think it's going to pick them up on, you know what I'm saying, the next road over or on the other side of that big apartment building. I just don't think you're going to hear them. I feel like these cars have to be like very close by for the camera to be picking them up. The sounds. Was that it? Hold on. So that's definitely a car moving right there. I don't know if you guys can hear it. It's very hard to hear. Right there. You kind of hear the tires screeching a little bit. Not screeching. You just hear them moving fast. That's what this person's like saying under this video. It has to be him. It's 4:14, dude. Like, there's no way that this guy did all this quickly and left by 4:15. If you go to 4:20, I think it's around 4:21, you hear another car pass by. Hold on. I mean, it's so hard to tell. But he's seen at 4:20 somewhere on some camera. I don't know which camera, because if you go back to the arrest affidavit, it kind of indicates that he's not seen on these cameras at all again, and he's not seen until 4:20, and it seems like it's somewhere else outside of the neighborhood. So I'm wondering if it's that gas station or another gas station or building, on the way out of the neighborhood, because the cops don't know. If you read the arrest affidavit, the cop is kind of guessing how he left the neighborhood. They don't exactly know where he left the neighborhood from, which tells me he didn't go out the same way he came in, past that gas station. So where is he seen at 4:20 leaving? It doesn't specify. And I'm like, wow, that's even without this video, it's a really short window of time that he went there, just according to their own arrest affidavit, from 4:04, let's just say, to 4:20. You're talking 15 minutes, a little over 15 minutes that this guy went in and murdered 4 people, which seemed odd to me. But now seeing this video, and if that is his car turning around at 4:07, like, to me, every minute in this situation is crucial, because it's already a small time frame that they're saying he committed these murders in. Now it's getting even smaller, and it's becoming less believable because of, the violence that they say was there, and the amount of people that he had to kill. And then you also have to take into account the DoorDash guy drove by, and was at the house, and he's got to check the area out first. He's got to sneak through the woods. It's not like he parked his car, ran into the house and did this. I'm sure he had to kind of walk slowly and sneak up to the house and look through the windows and make sure, you know what I'm saying? Like, that takes time. So I don't know, man. Something's off with the time. Something's off with the time here. Something's just very off with the time in this whole story. It's just odd. Do we think he was naked? No, I definitely don't think he was naked, because he would have froze his balls off. Well, that's the other thing. People are like, oh my God. And I don't see, if you notice, I'm very careful not to say things like that, because, he came out with no footprints, and, there was no blood. We don't know if there was or wasn't. So I don't know. Do I think he ran out naked? Probably not. Laura thinks that, but I don't. All right, so around 4:20, I think it's around 4:21, you'll hear another car. I'm just going to be quiet as possible here. The element of surprise, especially when you've been drinking. I believe the 2 upstairs were sleeping. Bazana, I also believe she was walking out of the kitchen when BK was coming downstairs. But don't you think, what's her name, would have seen that then, Dylan? Because she was looking out the door when he came down the stairs, right? So around 4:20, I think 4:21. I don't know. This just doesn't make much sense. Their timeline's not adding up for me, dude. It's just not. But then again, like, I've never committed a murder, so, like, I don't know what it's like to go into a house wielding a knife and fucking stabbing people. I just don't know what that's like. So, Yeah, the two girls upstairs, Maddie and Kaylee, right? They could have been sleeping, but Zano is definitely awake. If anybody in that house was awake, it was her. She was awake. But the dad said, Kaylee's dad said that she had defensive wounds on her. So that means to me that she was awake. She fought back. She had bad defensive wounds on her. Like, this is supposedly a very brutal crime scene. This wasn't like a, one stabbing here. This was like a slashing, stabbing, brutal, blood dripping out the walls of the house crime scene. It was messy. So I just don't see how you could do this in that quick of time, dude. Maybe you can. I don't know. Like I said, I never did anything like this. I've never attacked people. So I don't know how it would go down, but I'm just imagining in my head, just knowing, motion and time and how long it takes people to walk from place to place. Like, every second in this counts if that's really his car turning around at 4:07 p.m. a.m. in the morning, because that means he didn't even park it yet. That means he didn't even get in the house yet. So now we're pushing the time back to like maybe 4:09 that he gets in the house, or 4:10 that he's getting in the house, actually. So somehow within 10 minutes, right, he went in there, murdered 4 people, got back out, got into his car, and was seen somewhere outside of this little area on a camera. It just, like, in 10 minutes he did all this? I don't know, dude. Even in 15 minutes, it seems hard to believe when you really sit and think about it, that he went into this house and killed all these people in 15 minutes and then, got out. That's even hard to believe. And then we've seen where I'm assuming was kind of far away, on a camera. It just seems so hard to, like, I mean, look, obviously this guy had something to do with this, right? This Koberger guy, he had something to do with it. His car is seen, his phone is pinging off the towers, his DNA is found in the house. So he has something to do with it. But did he actually commit the murders? When he's driving around, is he dropping somebody off? And is that person going in? Like, I've never even thought of this, but, because I never really looked that deeply into it until last night. Because I'm not, typically one of those people that's going to scrutinize something until I have all the information. Because to me, it's almost like there's no point until we have all the information. You know what I'm saying? There's no point. Like, these people that are doing all these lives about every little thing, to me, it's a waste of time, because we only have like half the information that we're going to have when we go to the trial, right? Then you're going to have all the information. Like, when I got into the Jodi Arias trial, I looked into it when I had all the information, every little bit of information that was out there, because I started following it during the trial. So, like, I knew all the evidence that they had at that point in time. Typically I wait because I hate not having all the evidence. I want to see every bit of evidence, whether it's, exculpatory evidence that's going to get him off, or, evidence that's going to convict him. Like, I want to be a juror, and I want to see everything. So I typically don't scrutinize things to this point, this early in the game. But since this video is out and I watched it last night, I'm like, shit, if that's his car, which it very much looks like it's his car, then this just is seeming very impossible to me. It's seeming very hard for me to believe that this guy did this in 10 minutes. And maybe he did, it's very possible, but it just seems like a lot to do in, less than 10-minute time period. According to this, if this is all real and this is his car turning around, and then especially the second time, then yeah, wow, which it kind of leads me to believe that it is his car turning around the second time. Because if you hear, hold on a second, if you read again this little part of the hold on, 52 driving back, hold on, I'm just trying to find the part that I'm looking for. In front of the King Road, it appeared to unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn around in the road. So see, that's where I think we see him come in for the second time. That's what that is, where it says this. It appeared to unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn around on the road. That's what I'm understanding as that second time he turned around. because they already discussed the other two turnarounds, right? The turnaround the first time he came in, then he drives down the block, turns around again, and then he loops back, and it looked like he was going to park possibly next to that building, but then he disappears, and then, you know, we can't see him. So that has to be him again at 4:07, according to this. So I'm assuming that they're basing this whole paragraph that I just read to you guys off of this footage that we're watching, you know, and then footage further down the road near King Road. So I don't know. It's just, dude, that's a small time frame, guys. So that's all. But I want to show you guys something so creepy that I found. And again, this is gonna like be on the fucking, what's that guy's name? What was that guy that used to show all the videos with Gabby Petito and Brian Lungy when Brian Lungy was missing? Fuck, what was that guy's name? Joe something, bald guy. Like totally just showing fake shit. It's gonna be on that. But I just had to show you guys because it was so weird that I saw this last night. Hold on. I mean, you guys tell me what this looks like. And again, it's probably not him, but it's fucking creepy. Hold on. All right. So that was it. That was what I wanted to show you guys. Joseph Morris, that's his name. Joseph Morris. All right. So this is going to be a little Joseph Morris-ish. Okay. But that's why I'm not a true crime channel, guys. But you guys, this shit was fucking creepy. So I go last night while I'm trying to like get a visual understanding of the like area. Okay. I'm trying to get a visual understanding of this area around this house and like how the roads are, because it's, you know, I just showed you guys a map. It's kind of hard to tell if you could drive through certain areas. Well, unfortunately on Google Maps, even on the what do you call it? Streets view, the house is blurred out, and like it's crazy because not only is it blurred out on Queen Road, which you can't even go on Queen Road anymore. You used to be able to, but now it won't even let you go on Queen Road. But it's also blurred out on the road in front of Queen Road because there's like, I don't know, I guess it's somebody's property. There's kind of like woods that, like, I guess if you were on Google Maps and you were driving down that road, you could probably see the house, you know, through the woods. So like they even blurred that out so that you can't see the house through the woods. It's weird. I'm like, I don't understand why they blurred it out on Google Maps. Like, I just don't understand that. It's so fucking weird to me. That's not the first time they've done that though, because I'm pretty sure when I followed the Chris Watts case, they also blurred out the Watts house on Google Maps. I don't know. I find that odd when they do that. Like what I would like to know what the reason is for blurring the house out. You know, everybody knows where it is. We know the address. We know what it looks like. There's plenty of pictures of it online. So like, why do they do that? So anyway, okay. So I'm driving around on the road on Google Maps, you know, not really. And I get to the intersection of Walenta Drive and the road that leads to Queen Road. Queen Road. And I'm trying to get on, like, I don't know if you guys have ever done Google Maps, but like, you follow this kind of blue line, and then when it intersects with another street, you kind of have to like get onto the other blue line. So where this little intersection was that I was coming down on Walenta Drive, trying to get into the neighborhood over there and get in like around these apartment buildings, right? It was like a fork in the road. So it was like this weird jagged blue line, and it was like really hard for me to get onto the other street, right? On my phone. Like it was like I had to go like left and then turn around and then go straight back, but kind of make another little left. It was just really weird. Like it wasn't letting me go. So when I turn around at this little fork in the road, this is what I see. And I was like, oh my God. Hold on. Tell me that does not fucking look like him. Now, I don't know when these pictures are from, like the Google Maps. It could be from like 2015. But I turn around and I see this guy, and it almost looks like he's carrying like a gun or something, but I think it's just a shadow. But I was like, holy shit, dude, like that could be him. Like that fucking looks like him. Like it looks like his height, but it's probably just some random college guy. But I'm like, the build looks like him. And And like, if you see the little corner of the face, I don't know if you guys are gonna be able to see it that good. I was like, oh my God, that's him. Like, and it looks like, look right here, it looks like he's holding something in his hand, but I think it's just a shadow. I don't think he's actually holding anything, but it kind of looks like he's. But tell me that doesn't look like him. I know the face is blurred out, but like try to imagine his face there. That shit was so scary because like on Google Maps, and it's like late at night, and I turn around and I couldn't. The weird thing was that I could only see him at this one point. So like if I went a little bit down the street, the whole entire map changed. So it's like it's like, I don't know if you guys ever did Google Maps, right? The street view. Like sometimes you'll be driving down a street and all of a sudden like the whole street will change and it'll be like spring, whereas like you were in winter. That's kind of what happens here. So it's like if you turn around on the road and you go back up the road, it turns into like a totally different time of day and season. So, because they stitch the maps together from like different times, So so it was like I couldn't see him except for in that one spot where I turned around. And if I went further down up the street towards him, he disappeared. And if I went further back, it like turned into like a different time where it was like you could tell that the pictures weren't, taken on the same day, basically. It's the sheath. No, I don't. If you see the picture, actually on Google Maps, you could kind of tell it's a shadow, but it does look like when I first turned around, it looked like he was holding a gun. And I was like, what the fuck? I'm like, holy shit, that looks like him. Like the build of his body looks like him. If you look at Brian Koberger in the, you know what I'm saying? Like in his prison garb, whatever the fuck you call it, that looks like his build. He's got very broad shoulders that kind of hunch over a little bit. And then like a very smaller lower body. And I was like, this just looks like him. Like it just looks like him. The ear sticking out, the hair. But again, I mean, this is again a little Joseph Morris-ish conspiracy here. But yeah, no bloodbath. I'm not saying this is the day of the murders, but you know what I'm saying? That could have been shit. Maybe Google Maps was going around there and they caught him just walking down the street one day. I don't know. But I just thought it was weird when I turned around because I'm trying to get an idea for the neighborhood and how the roads flow over there. Because it's kind of hard to tell from the above head map, where everything flows or whether parking lots connect to like other parking lots because sometimes they'll have a fence blocking, you know what I'm saying? But you can't even drive onto the roads anymore. It's weird. You watch this on TikTok? Why? Somebody else found him on TikTok, this guy? I just thought it was funny. Obviously, I don't think it's him. I highly doubt it is him because I'm sure that these photos were taken, at a different time. But I just thought it was pretty interesting. How do you get on Google Street View here? Can I? Hold on. Because you can't even get on. Yeah, look. Hold on. I'll show you guys. Little guy. Oh, that's where I was. I think I was on Ridge Road. It was on Walenta Drive and something when I found that guy. Here, let me show you guys. Because I remember when this first happened. Or, yeah, was it when it first happened? Or it might have been like right before they caught Koberger. Oh shit, hold on, I gotta redo my screen share. I was able to actually see the house. It was blurred out, but you were actually able to drive onto the King Road, street from Google Maps, but you can't anymore. Here, I'll show you guys. If you take the little guy from down here, hold on a second, let me get rid of this so I can make my map a little bigger. There we go. And you try to take this guy, it'll highlight, you see, it'll only let you go on King Road. Oop, fuck, my mouse isn't reaching. Let's see if we could even get on here for Street View. All right, so it's dropping me at King Road right here. And it won't even let you get on Queen Road anymore, which is weird because it used to let you. You were able to like basically see the house, but it won't let you do it anymore. You see how it just changed into a totally different day? That's what happened. Like, this picture was not taken. See, the house is obviously back here and they have it blurred out for some reason. Oh, no, wait, I'm sorry. This is the house right here, but it won't let you go. Can you go down there? Nope. You see how it turns into a totally different day in this area? So weird. Yeah, so they have it completely blurred out, and then even this area is blurred out, which is weird. That's the house right there, because you can see the little balcony back there from the other apartment that we've seen so many times. So even if you go on this street down here, I think this is where I saw the guy, Taylor Avenue. I don't know. I don't remember exactly where I saw him. And you go over here, you should technically be able to see the house through here, I think. But they have it. Oh no, maybe it was the other side. I don't know. They have it blurred out where like you can't even see the house through the woods or whatever, like the trees. It's like they really blurred it out. I just don't understand why. Can you see it this way? Oh, you could kind of see it this way. Is that it right there? Yeah, that's it. So it's the only way you're seeing the house on Google Maps is if you go here, and it just won't let you see it. I think it was maybe on the other side down here where they had it blurred out. I think that's where it came from, because it like wouldn't let me go on my phone. It wouldn't even let me get on King Road. Like it wouldn't let me drop on King Road for some reason. Hold on. Does this intersect with? I'm trying to fucking find that guy again. Where I saw him. Like I was just trying to get a feel for like where this guy drove from. Was it over here where they blurred it? I don't know. Maybe it was different on my phone. It's just crazy how they have it blurred out. Like I can't understand why they blurred the whole thing. Didn't they knock the house down? I don't think they did yet, and I don't think they should. I mean, a lot of people were like complaining about it. They were talking about it. But I don't think they should. I think they should leave it until the trial, in case the jury does a walkthrough. Just like, look, dude, in this case with this small of a time frame, they did it in the what's it called? Oh my god, can't remember the guy's name. Murdoch case, right? They went to the farm and they walked around, the dog kennels and everything. In a case like this where there's such a small time period, right? I think it's necessary for a jury to maybe go to the house and get a feel for how did this guy commit this crime in 10 minutes. Like where could he have parked his car? Where did he run into the house? Like, this is a weird area, like the way the houses are all situated and the roads, because on the map, on the map, it all looks flat. But then when you come here, you can see that some of the houses are a little higher. So I don't know. It's, I don't know. I would think a visual of like the actual area, the neighborhood, the house would help a jury, just in my opinion. But they don't always do that, they do it in some cases. I think a lot of people are just really hung up on it because of the Murdoch case just happened and they did a jury walkthrough. So people are like, you need to walk through every crime scene. But that doesn't happen in every trial. They don't walk through the crime scene like that. That's actually kind of rare that they do that, to be honest with you. Like, where they actually go to the crime scene, they bring the jury on like a trip to the crime scene. Like that doesn't happen. Does it? It happens sometimes, but it doesn't happen in every case, But I think in this case, it probably would be helpful if they walk through, just given the time frame and the circumstances, and just to get a better understanding of how, the traffic flows and all that. But I'm sure that's all going to be, shown and explained in the courtroom when it happens. So they did it with a wiffle bat. And so anyway, I just wanted to show you guys that, just because, the time frame just to me is like crazy. How did he do this all in such a small amount of time? So now you have this. Remember I showed you guys that crime circus guy a couple of weeks ago? I can't with that guy anymore. Now he's trying to drag this other guy into this murder, this guy Brent Kopaka. And once again, he's showing no fucking evidence. It's just crazy. But good morning is a treat to look for something to listen to while I clean. Ah, thank you. It's going to be a great day. Thank you. That's very nice of you. I wonder if BK had a grudge against sorority houses in Greek Row, possibly. The weird thing is, though, is like this wasn't really a sorority house. Like if you go a block over on there, that's where the fraternity houses are. Like the real fraternity houses. They're up on that. I think it's Taylor Drive, which is like behind this whole area. So it's like I don't, that's the whole other thing is like there's no connection still that we know of, but we'll find it all out when it goes to trial. Maybe we'll find out. The fact that look, when you do a death penalty case, that ups the burden of proof like exponentially. Like it's a whole different case, right? When you charge somebody with capital murder, the burden of proof is so much higher in a capital murder case than just like a regular murder one, So to me, and I might be wrong, but to me that kind of tells me that, they have some good evidence on this guy that we don't know about yet. Because everybody's basing all their assumptions off of this arrest affidavit and then like what little things have been, released to the public, like whatever they collected from his house. But like, dude, we don't know what they found on his computers, right? We don't know what they found on his phone. Like, we don't know any of that. The phone records that they subpoenaed for the arrest affidavit that they're talking about in the arrest affidavit, that's from the phone company, That's the records from the phone company. That's not his actual phone records. So like, we haven't even touched on that shit yet, So we don't know if he was stalking these girls, cyber stalking them online or whatever. Like there's so many, more possibilities. We don't know what kind of searches he was doing on his computers, what kind of books he was reading, what kind of articles he was reading online. I mean, I was watching all the Letitia, however she says her name, Stout, like all the new shit that's been released as of late, because I couldn't sit through that trial because the audio was horrible. But I've been watching like a lot of that, and like look at all the crazy searches that woman did on her computer. I mean, those alone could have convicted her of the crime. I hate my stepson. I want to leave. Like she's doing all these weird searches on her computer that just totally make her look guilty, So again, like we don't know what other kind of evidence is going to come out. Which is why, because they're like, there's people out there that they're like, well, the defense's case is weak. There's holes in it. Well, you're reading the arrest affidavit. So of course there's holes in it, because all they need in an arrest affidavit is just enough to show that there's enough to arrest the guy, not to convict him. They don't need everything that there is to convict him. They just need enough to arrest him. Enough suspicion to arrest him. But, they're going to have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this guy committed this crime during the trial. And that's where all the evidence is going to come out. And that's where, and now that it's a death penalty case, it ups the bar even more when it comes to reasonable doubt. It ups the bar 10 times more. So we'll see what happens. They never tell everything. No, I mean, it would be really stupid for them to tell, everything to the public. And like people are getting so angry. You got like the Bullhorn Bettys and all these people that are getting so angry about the gag order. But it's like, dude, they'll blow their case if they let out everything. Like, do you want this guy convicted or whoever it is, if it's not him? Do you want an innocent person convicted? I mean, you should want justice in this case. Like you say, you do. Because they're all claiming, oh, we care about the victims, and blah, blah, blah. But you really don't. Because if you did, you would understand that there's a gag order on the case and that, they're trying to protect the integrity of the case. You should understand that if you're really about justice, like I am. Like I understand it. So I'm just patiently waiting. October's right around the corner when this thing's supposed to start. And I could wait. Do I want to find out what happened to these people or whether this guy's a killer or not? Absolutely. But patience, patience is a virtue. I'm fine with waiting a little bit and, making sure that they have all their ducks in a row and they have all their evidence, so that they could put this guy behind jail if he did it. I mean, behind bars if he did it, or, you know, he could get away with it if he didn't. Not get away with it, but you know what I mean. So I get it's called, but I don't want to open house strangers come in come and go freely, not for killing, but SA stealing and so on. Yeah, I get that. Hey Jackson. Angry gag blow? What the fuck are you talking about, dude? I have the feeling that they have a lot on him, of him or on him. Everyone has him guilty. Let's just say it's not that means an animal's running free. Well, he's still in prison while he awaits trial. That's right. They're not releasing any information that could affect the integrity of the case. Putting someone behind bars isn't justice for the victims if the person isn't really guilty. Exactly. I mean, you know, we'll see. There's just been so much criticism of like the cops, the prosecution, that, you know, everything. And it's like, dude, you just have to wait and see. Like, they're so nosy. Everybody wants to know, why didn't Dylan, you know, call 911 right away? Don't you? I want to know too. But you know what? There has to be a plausible explanation for whatever was going through that girl's head that night, you know? And it's just like, chill the fuck out. Like, go cover another case or something. Do something in the meantime. And then, you know, soon enough, trust me, October is going to come real quick and we'll be in the thick of this case. Hope he gets away. I'm tired of minorities getting prosecuted. Dude, you're not a good troll. I mean, you're just saying really stupid shit. It doesn't even make sense. But thanks for coming in here and sharing your opinion. Your name suits you very well. Anyway, so since we had some of Laura's people in here, let's take a look at her new creations, shall we? Because clearly they want me to talk about her. Otherwise, they wouldn't come in here and disturb me while I'm not talking about her, right? So let's take a look. Laura, see, I think Laura wants me to do this because she seems to be under the impression, which really doesn't make much sense, but she seems to be under the impression that somehow me talking about her candles helps her sell candles. I'm like, okay, Laura. Like, she wants me to think that. It's kind of like Molly Golightly used to pull the same thing where she used to be like, you know, oh, well, the haters talking about me. This helps me. It just helps make me more money. And like, she thinks that that's going to deter us from talking about her because we're going to be like, oh my God, I don't want to help her because I don't like her. So I don't want to help her make money. Like, at the end of the day, I don't fucking care. I don't care if you order Laura's candles. I don't care if you fucking give Molly Golightly money. I don't fucking care, dude. I don't care. But your fucking weird reverse psychology bullshit is definitely not going to work on me. So, muffin mask. Oh, yes. Let's take a look. But, you know, since I know it's her people coming in here, we're going to look. So you can thank your people, Laura, for trolling me, whoever it is, whether it's you yourself. I mean, she really wants us to believe that we're helping her, but let's just be real. Nobody in this live right now that's typing in this chat is buying her shit. Oh God, it's her hacking up a hairball. Nobody in this chat is buying her shit. Okay, so I don't know how it's helping her, but okay. All right, so she put up some new creations, and this is where I get lost. She says, last but not least, wax cupcakes. My piping skills still need work, but for wax melts, they won't be perfect. What? So you're admitting that you're not up to par still, okay, after like year and a half of doing this. But they don't need to be perfect for wax melts, is what you're saying. So you know that these aren't perfect. You know. Because I got to be honest with you, I ain't never seen no cupcakes that look like this with the whipped cream piled that high. Especially this little one back here. But dude, there's just too much going on in this picture. There's just so much going on in this picture. There's just it's with the balloons and like there's just way too much going on in this picture. But anyway, I don't know what the fuck she thinks. But this cupcake right here, this one's my favorite because it has a random fucking date. What is that? A walnut? I don't know. Some kind of nut that just doesn't go on cupcakes. I would never put a fucking nut of any kind on a cupcake because it just doesn't really go, right? Or is it just me? And then a strawberry, a random ass strawberry is just sitting on the cupcake. In the frosting. A pecan. There you go. I couldn't think of the name. I'm like a date. What the fuck? Like that goes even less. A pecan on a cupcake. I've never seen that. But it's just like sticking out the side. It's just hanging out there. Hey, how you doing? I just fell here and I'm magically being held up by the light, airy white texture of the frosting. Mm-hmm. Look, there's just too much going on in this picture. Like just way too much. Way too much. And she's right. Her piping skills they're getting better, but they still need work because I've never seen frosting on a cupcake piped that high in my life. Like I've just never seen it. How would you fit that in your mouth? Like it's a lot of frosting, dude. It's a lot of frosting. But let's move on, shall we? She's got the donuts here, which they're okay. I mean, fine. The donuts look okay. Fine. This is where I'm a little lost. Not going to lie. Okay. Never seen a gummy bear in a pie before. That's new to me. If you look at the top left, there's a gummy bear just floating in what I think is supposed to be a pie. And I'm having a little trouble understanding why that is. Okay? Because I don't know why. I've never seen a gummy bear pie, but maybe it's a such thing that I've just never seen. Then there's an entire slice of watermelon in the pie. If that's what this is supposed to be, a pie, I've never personally seen an entire slice of watermelon with the seeds in it. Okay. A gummy bear and a strawberry with the leaves on it floating in a pie, jelly crust or blood. I don't know what that is, but okay. Then we have the yellow pie down here that has a ping pong ball, a lime maybe, and I don't know what this thing is floating in there. I don't know. I don't know what kind of pie. Typically, and I'm just saying, I'm not a pie fan at all. I hate pie, actually. I like apple pie. It's all right. But pretty much any other type of pie, I am not a fan of. Like pumpkin pie, custard pie. I just don't like pie. I'm not a fan of any type of pies. But so I'm no expert on pies is what I'm saying here. But I've never seen, usually I'm pretty sure like if you do like a cherry pie, right? It has only one ingredient, which is cherries and that gross juice that they put in there, that jelly looking shit. So like I've never seen a mixed pie with several different fruits and gummy bears, especially. Like I think gummy bears should just be gummy bears by themselves and they shouldn't mix with anything. Like my son, he gets ice cream and gets fucking gummy bears on the ice cream. And I'm like, that doesn't even make any type of logical, rational sense to put gummy bears on ice cream, but okay. Like, I just don't see how gummy bears go on ice cream, but all right. I mean, I think that's the weirdest topping. But okay. Okay. But I'll tell you right now, I definitely do not like pie and would not eat a pie that had leaves in it. That I would not eat. So, and then this one, I don't know what's going on here, but that one, I don't know. I've just never seen a chocolate pie, a yellow pie, or a gummy bear in a pie. But like, if you look at it close, real quick, you're like, oh, okay, it's a pie. But then when you start studying each of the elements of it, you're like, oh, that doesn't really make sense. you know? It doesn't make much sense. She's got to learn how to control her drips too. I don't know how she pours these, like whether she's pouring them out of like a container or a cup or a bag. But when you're done pouring something, what you should do is put something under it so you don't drip all over, or just patiently wait for it to stop dripping before you pull your pouring apparatus away so that it doesn't drip all over the place. She hasn't figured that out yet. You see all the drips everywhere, here, up here, over here, and whatever this is. I don't know what that is. That's a crumb of some sorts that got there. And we got the pink waffles with like strawberry syrup on them. I don't know. I'm like plain when it comes to food. So like I only eat the food how it's intended to eat. So if it's a waffle, then to me, the only two things that should be on said waffle is maple syrup, okay, pancake syrup, and butter, okay? Like, I'm not into the ice cream thing. I know people do that, but it's not for me, okay? Because that's ice cream is not breakfast, okay? Waffles are for breakfast. You eat them with the way they're supposed to be eaten, which is with syrup and butter, and that's it. I don't put sprinkles on them. I think that's fucking weird. When I went to Florida, they have this really cool waffle making machine. I've seen some cool fucking machinery for food in fucking hotels. They have a pancake printer, dude. A pancake printer. This thing's crazy. It shoots the pancakes out onto this little conveyor belt, and they literally come out of the machine like a printer. It's pretty cool. And then they have these really cool waffle machines that you could make waffles. And so there was people this weekend, and I was watching everybody make the waffles, and they were putting like chocolate syrup on them, and I was like, bleh. Like I love chocolate syrup, but no, not on a waffle. Sorry. But again, I'm very conventional and plain when it comes to food. So moving on. What is going on here, dude? A waffle making machine in Florida is a huge, no, it's the size of a regular waffle maker, but it's very cool because it has a little timer on it. So you turn it and it, it cooks your waffle. There's two different kinds. You could get like a big Belgium type waffle or four mini waffles. But anyway, all right, look. This doesn't look like anything I've ever personally seen served at a party. Okay. But, maybe I don't go to enough parties where they serve. But like, dude, the drip on this one is just a mess. It's too much. And like, are these Oreo cookie shots? What is going on? Like, what exactly are these? What are these supposed to be replicating? Shots? I've never seen a shot like this. I've just never seen it. And the Oreo cookies are defying gravity because if that's whipped cream, I've never seen pink whipped cream, but if it is whipped cream, like that's some strong whipped cream to hold up a whole entire Oreo cookie in there. Like straight up. And then whatever's drizzled over, it didn't work out, dude, on this one on the left. It just didn't work out good. It didn't drip good. It looks like it was smeared. It stained. I don't know. I don't know what's going on here, but all right. But was this the one with the caption? Okay, she says, after a few months of practicing, I'm ready to put these up. No, this isn't the one. It's the next one. So yeah. No, wait, where was the one with the caption? Oh, here we go. Here's the one with the caption, Laura. What is this? My latest masterpieces. I would like to thank all my haters for making me always push myself to succeed. Keep it up. The more shit you idiots talk about my business, the more orders I get, and the more it pushes me to do even better. To be honest, these look 10 times better in person than in a picture. Really? All right. Like, again, what is this replicating, bro? I've never seen a purple drink with whipped cream on it? Is it like is it ice cream? Is it a drink? Is it a I don't know what this is. I've never seen anything like this. And I'll say she's sort of improving with the I don't know. I don't know what the fuck's going on here, dude. But like this one looks okay-ish. It's better. At least whatever's in the glass there looks like something, like maybe like a milkshake color. Like fine. Fine. It looks like a milkshake color-ish, right? I just don't know who would serve. Like, I'd be pissed if I went to a restaurant and they gave me like an inch of milkshake and then just filled the rest of the glass up with whipped cream. I'd be like, what the fuck? Like, what is this? What is this? But that one looks like a little more realistic. Like you could be fooled. These, I'm not fooled. I'm like, no, that's definitely not a food because there's no fucking purple. Is that like purple Kool-Aid with fucking whipped cream on top and an Oreo? Because that sounds disgusting. But she's claiming that, because I guess I criticize it's making people buy them more. I don't know what's going on here, but I sure as fuck hope that whatever this smells like, it doesn't smell like Swiss cheese, bro. Because Swiss cheese is disgusting. Ugh. And I love cheese, but I do not like Swiss cheese. It smells like feet and it is fucking gross. And it has holes in it. I don't know why. A blueberry smoothie. Maybe that's what it is, like for when it's. I'm not quite sure. I don't even know what to say. I don't know what to say. There's a lot going on here. This thing looks like it should be like a tangerine slice maybe, but it's purple for some reason, which is confusing because I've never seen a purple tangerine or orange or whatever that's supposed to be. I've never personally seen it that color. And then they got what are these things again? Pecans. Oh, and then there's an orange that's white. I don't know why. Why would we make a white orange? And then Swiss cheese, dude. I just don't want my house to smell like Swiss cheese. Like, and I don't know what the little blocks are, but they're very dirty. And the strawberries, fine. I don't know. I just don't get the combination of things that are going on here. Like cheese, strawberries, pecans, and then cubes and then oranges that aren't orange. I don't get it. I just don't get it. And then you got this. You got the pies with the blueberries floating in like black tar. I don't know exactly what that is. I'm not sure what's going on in the white pie behind it. The cupcake looks okay, but again, I would never put a strawberry on a cupcake. I've never done that. That's not conventional. The Oreo cookies in the shot glasses, I don't understand that either, but do I have to understand it? I don't. Yeah. Is that black? I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. I'm not going to lie. I'm not quite sure. Like this cupcake's frosting looks a lot more realistic, but the strawberry kills it. The strawberry does not look realistic, Laura. It just doesn't. I'm sorry. So yeah. But it's all like I guess these are shots because there's straws in them. So what do you have to take the straw out? Are these wax melts? Are they candles? Where do you put the straw? You have to wrestle a straw out of your wax melt. That's why I'm very confused on these things. I just don't. The functionality is maybe where I'm having trouble because this thing right here with this big Oreo cookie is not fitting in a wax melter. So how do you have to disassemble it before you put it in the wax melter? Does it come apart? Is this that's my questions. That's my questions. As a potential consumer, of course. I don't quite get it. I just don't quite get it. Has she sold any of these yet? Like, look, you're not going to get anywhere with this if you don't practice. Okay? You have to practice. No, big heck, these are wax. These are all wax. They're all made out of wax. So like that's my whole question is like how does this function? Like I would need a video to see how this functions. Take it apart and put it in a wax melter so we could see the size comparison. So I know that, like I imagine you dropped the whole thing in your wax melter and it just like overflowed. Because when I go buy wax melts, like a tart, right? Even though it scare me, if you buy like the tarts, they used to sell them for Yankee Candle. I'm not quite sure they sell them anymore, but like those things used to scare me because I'm like, is this thing gonna overflow my wax melter? I had a small wax melter at the time. It was a candle one. I used to put the tarts in, and it was burnt by a candle. But it was a small dish, and I was like, ooh, this is kind of scary, like, ugh. So like, I don't know. I just don't understand how these work. Are those cupcakes on a cheesecake? I don't know what they're on. It looks like they're on a tart because on this one right here and this one, you could kind of see like a little tart shape. So I guess that's what she's using as the base of the cupcakes. I don't know. I don't know. I just don't know. Just don't know. I've just never seen cupcakes frosted like this with like such high frosting, but I don't know. I guess they're cupcakes, I'm assuming. She said they were, so I used to love the Yankee Candle tarts. Yeah. It looks like they're aimed at kids, and I don't want to trick kids with food-looking wax. Just a hunch, but that seems like a really bad idea. I think they're aimed at adults. I just like, I don't know. I don't know if it works. Like people make candles that are like decorative candles that like you don't really melt. You know what I'm saying? Because you buy them for the art. Like you buy them because they're fucking cool looking. Because you're like, holy shit. Like I've seen them in the store. There's a store in my mall that sells actual like pie looking candles, and they're really good. They really look like little pies. It looks like a cherry pie, and it even has like the woven, because most pies are covered with like more dough or whatever the fuck it is, the pie filler, whatever you call it. Like if you make like a cherry pie with a gelatin, they'll like weave on, like a little topping thing. And that's what they look like pies. And I'm like, if I bought that, I would never burn it because it's so cool looking. It actually looks like a fucking pie, like a real pie. But then I'd be like, where am I putting this? Or my mom had these little apple candles that they looked legit. I mean, they looked like fucking apples. And it's like, it's so cool. I wonder if I still have one. I know I had one at some point in time. Oh no, Snoop chewed it up. Yep, he did. It was really cool. They really looked like apples, like real apples. And like, we never burnt them obviously because they were so cool looking. They looked like actual apples. So I don't know. Like, I don't know, but those are candles. So like they're meant to put on display. Like with this, I'm not sure what's going on here. I'm not quite sure what's going on. You're going to melt it. Then it seems like a lot of work and effort to go through for a wax melt. You know what I'm saying? To me. Because the wax melt melts in one shot. You put it in the wax melter and it just melts the whole thing. Like a candle, at least if you burned it, it would burn slowly. So it would take time. But like I have a Doberman candle downstairs. Like I'll never burn that thing because it's cool. It's like, holy shit, somebody made a fucking Doberman candle. Stupid, but there's Troll Academy on the next roll over. Yeah, really. I'd rather put my time into the scent. I just fucking lost this. Sorry. Hold on, let me go back here. I'd rather put my time into the scent and quality, honestly. I think putting all that time into those is a waste unless someone asks specifically for a party or something. Yeah. I have so many ideas listed in Discord because brand management is where I worked for many years as a graphic artist. Main focus should be packaging. That's what I'm willing to share with her. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I'm not saying that this is like a bad idea because I've seen it done. I've seen other people do it. You know, I've seen it done. It's a very kitschy idea. It's a very novelty idea, for like novelty people that are into novelties. But like, look at your demographic of people that you're selling to. Who, is that something in that demographic? Are they going to want that? I don't know. I just don't know. And it's a lot of work to put into a wax melt is what I'm saying, because like how much at the end of the day can you charge for a wax melt? Something that's literally going to melt in one shot. So that's why most of the time wax melts are kind of plain. I've seen people make like cool, heart-shaped wax melts and shit like that. But like for the most part, people make them plain, kind of keep them plain, because you throw them in your wax melter and they're gone in 2 seconds. So, I don't know of many people holding on to wax melts for lengths of time, and keeping them like that. Like I've never done it, but I want a mini Dashin candle. Drawing the consumer to the shelf and display is everything in such a competitive industry. That's so true. Can you imagine the dust it would accumulate if you didn't use it? The white and shape would make it impossible to clean. And I think the type of wax that she's using, I could kind of just tell from her photos, is a very greasy wax. Like, you know what I'm saying? And like, typically when you make these types of candles that are not meant to really be burned, you want to make them out of a very like stiff wax, like a paraffin or something that could be like cleaned, because they will collect dust, especially if they have that kind of slimy, texture. But I could just kind of tell, because I see a lot of crumbling in her wax melts, and I think that they're not being made out of the right type of wax. Like maybe like a soy wax of some type that's like softer and more crumbly. So I'm going to buy a food inspired candle wax melt. I just want it to look like realistic, not like it was just thrown together. Well, that's the whole thing. This to me looks rushed. Like I just want to make it done and get it done, but I'm not focused so much. Like I gave her props for the corn, right? I think it's on here. Hold on a second. She did a corn one and I gave her props for it because I was like, it looks like corn. Like it looks like corn. Hold on. Oh, here's another one. Oreo cookie, toast, and eggs. I mean, these don't look terrible. Wax breakfast, anyone? I don't know anybody who eats Oreo cookies with eggs and toast, but hey, where was the corn? The burgers. Be like, what are these? Are these cupcakes? Are they? Here's the other thing, right? You're making all of these, but do you know if these are even going to sell yet? Ugh, that's scary. I would be scared to make all these and then not know if they're going to sell, unless you're going to like a fair or something. I got unfinished pies, ramen noodles in a patty, a cheeseburger, chicken wing, and now I'm doing cupcakes and pies. Just don't like, I've never seen pies like this with a red crust. But maybe I'm not a pie connoisseur. So, but like this pie looks like she aged it with some bronzing powder or something. I don't know. And then this I don't know what the fuck's going on here. This thing looks like puke. Ramen noodles in a patty form. I've never seen, and a chicken wing, a random chicken wing. Like, why are you putting mica on? Like, I don't know what this is. A sponge. This is the sponge burger. It looks like a kitchen sponge with a fucking egg McMuffin on it. I don't know. I don't. And it has like some type of shimmery mica powder, which makes it look so unrealistic because nobody puts glitter or mica powder on their food, you know? But maybe that's the look you're going for. Is she trying to like, maybe she doesn't want people to eat it. I don't know. But there's definitely glitter on this burger, and I don't really get why. Hey, look, the corn came out good. Like I gave her props for the corn and the butter, even. Like it looks like corn, you know? Like it's not over the top. It's just corn with a slice of butter on it. That looks realistic. But again, I just don't know where you're gonna put these. I don't know. I don't get it. She's making so many of these. Like, would you want to make sure that you're gonna be able to sell these first? Someone needs to ban Laura from the glitter aisle. Yeah, they do. I mean, it's artistic expression. It doesn't have to look realistic. See, that's the thing, though. If you're making hyper-realistic food candles, right, then it should look like food. Like, that's the whole purpose to me. And it's not. It's the attempt to make it look like real food is there. It's just the extra details that go into it that actually don't make it look like anything real is to me, that's just laziness, not artistic expression, right? Like it's not like she's, I don't know, maybe they went to art school and I understand what actual art is, right? If you're doing like realism or pointillism or some other, I shouldn't say realism, pointillism or some type of expressionistic art, right? It's made to look like something in a different way. I can't explain it. But this to me it's made to look like the real thing. And that's why it's not artistic to me, because if it was artistic, it would be made in a different way to look like something. If that makes sense. I can't explain it. It's very hard to explain art things to people. Like Monet painted pictures, little dots, dude, little dots. And then when you go close up, it looks like a bunch of little dots. When you stand far away, it looks like a picture. That's art to me. He sat there with little dots shading in each little thing. That's artistic expression to me. He saw the world in these little fucking dabs of paint and somehow made a picture out of it. And I'm not even a big Monet fan. I'm just saying. Picasso, all those, different types of artists that make things look like things in a different, unconventional way. I guess is what I'm trying to say. And I'm not a big fan of like abstract or that time period of art, but I'm trying to explain it to people how it works, how art works. Okay. Like, this is made to look like real food, but it's just kind of failing somewhere along the lines. I don't think it's artistic expression necessarily. I think it's just it's being overdone, because that's just what Laura does. She just overdoes everything. Here, perfect example. This photo up here. Hold on. This is overdone, bro. Like, we don't need the balloons. We understand that cupcakes are usually, brought in a time of celebration. So, you don't need to add the balloons to the background, which takes away from the foreground of the picture. Obviously, she's using like some type of app that's just AI type of shit, which is fine. Not everybody could take pictures. My whole point being is that you took away from the focus of the picture, which should be your product, right? And you added such a busy background that it's now getting lost in the background. It's very confusing. There's too much going on. It's giving me a headache, quite frankly. You know, like the cupcakes are fine on their own with the sprinkles on them. There's no need for the extra Oreo cookies and the, the fucking pecans and the strawberries, because that doesn't even make sense logically on a cupcake. You would never put that on a real cupcake. Maybe she would. Maybe she'd put her boiled peanuts on them. I don't fucking know. But I'm just saying, for, if you're looking to make them look like cupcakes, you've added the balloons to let us know it's a party. But we don't need all the extra shit to know that it's a cupcake. You have the liner, you have the frosting, I guess, that looks like whipped cream, but that's fine. It's fine. There's too much going on here. Oh, thank you, Susan. I'm sorry. Thank you, Susan. Please check your email. I will. Thank you. Thank you for the super chat. And thank you, Nana, for letting me know. I'm sorry. I was, entranced by the fucking balloons over here. Okay. I was in the party. I joined the party, guys. And I wasn't paying attention to my chat because I was in the party. I was in the party with the cupcakes and the shot glasses. I was taking a little sip of a shot because I've never seen anybody like drink out of a straw with like a shot glass. Like that's the whole point of a shot glass, is that like it's one sip, it's one shot. Like you don't need a straw because it's small enough to fit the whole thing in your mouth in one shot. You see what I'm saying? There's no need for a straw in a shot glass. It's already a sip. It's one fucking sip. Why would you drink a straw in it? I don't understand. I don't get it, guys. I don't get it. Bro, what do you was upstairs in the small bedroom. What are you talking about, bro? Now you're talking about my house. You're kind of creeping me out. So you're going to go. Bye-bye. I don't like that person. They've been saying some weird shit. They're out of here. We're talking about my fucking house, bro. She's going for the Bloody Mary with the whole chicken in it. Look. Yeah, right. This is what you see, a mess. Yeah. I try to understand. Like, I want to get in her brain sometimes and just be like, what made you do that? What made you put a pecan on a cupcake and a fucking strawberry? Like, why? Like that, does that, like when you go and you look at food, does that look like something you would fucking buy at a supermarket or a bakery? You know what I'm saying? I would never put that on a cupcake because I'd be like, ew, a strawberry on a cupcake? Like, it's fucking weird. It's fucking weird. And I love strawberries, but I just don't like them on my cupcakes, I don't like pecans. So I'm not going to fucking pretend with that one. But I definitely wouldn't like pecans on my cupcakes. On my cupcakes. Like, they just have no business being on cupcakes. Just none. They need to not be on there ever. Are they melts for a burner? So Laura should be happy that I'm doing this, okay? According to her own logic, because she said it right here. I'm helping her. She said it right here. Thank you. I would like to thank all my haters for making me always push myself to succeed. Keep it up. So she's encouraging this. So, I don't want to hear her crying about, oh, they're attacking my business. Because she's literally fucking thanking me in here. She is grateful. Okay. She is showing me gratitude. And not only showing me gratitude, but fucking asking me to keep doing this. She is fucking asking me to keep doing it. No, I'm sorry. She's not asking me. She's ordering me to keep doing this up. She didn't even say please. She's just like, keep this shit up, bitch. Keep it up. And I'm like, all right, sure. And then her little trolls come in here while I'm not even thinking we're talking about her. And they're fucking trolling me. And so they're also asking me to do this for her. She's actually sending trolls in here. Okay? So I don't want to fucking hear it when she cries, yeah, you're obsessed with my business. I don't want to hear it. But she told me this is pushing her to do better. So, which is great because Laura, that's what criticism should do. It should push you to do better. So bravo. You finally understand what criticism's for. Okay. So I don't want to hear it because we all see this right here where she is telling me that my criticism is pushing her to do fucking better, which is this, and she wants me to keep doing it because I'm helping her. I am helping her. Oh, thank you, Susan. You put on mine or Laura's? Did you order from Laura? Because apparently I am doing free advertising for her. What food would look like the blue or purple shake candle? I don't know. We were trying to figure that out. I think it might be some purple Kool-Aid. It could very well be purple Kool-Aid. What is this thing here? Because I see there's like little raspberries or something, blueberries, right, on the mat. And then like there's this blue, I don't know what that is in the background, but there's another raspberry and blueberry on it. So I'm assuming that it's, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't see, like that one looks a little bit more realistic, except for that the whipped cream should probably, not be this low down in the cup because it looks like whatever it melted or somebody drank half of it, and maybe that's the look she's going for. Maybe that's the look she's going for. But like, is there a wick in this? Do you burn this? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. This one's my favorite. The cheese. I just want to know what it smells like. The cheese. The cheese, the cheese, the cheese. The cheese. Ooh, smells like Virginia. That's fine. Really, I just hope that is not Swiss cheese scented because that fucking sucks if it is. The cheese. I want to know what happened in this little neck of the woods over here. What happened? Why is this, whatever this is, all schmutzy? Lots of schmutzes. Schmutzies here, schmutzies there. There. This arrangement is just really interesting with the orange on the one cheese, whatever this is. The roses in the background. I don't get it. I don't get it. What'd she say? I tried. Oh my God, these are so much fun to make. Yeah, all wax. These, as if somebody was questioning. These pies are my first time, so those will definitely get better. But wait, where's the pies? Oh, these? Okay. But tried something that I wasn't sure would work, but did. Love them. Hey, as long as you're happy is what's important. What kills me though is the people in her comments. Hold on. Was it this one? And I get it. They're trying to encourage her. There was one that was really funny. Oh, yeah, this one. I think you did a beautiful job. Keep that shit up. You need to open your own business doing this. You would be great. Like, what do you mean she needs to open her own business? But we got fresh fuck down here. I'm sorry, start. Great idea. Everyone loves food. This person tries so fucking hard to like disguise their writing. It's hilarious. Everyone loves food. Everyone has parties with food. Party favors laughing my ass off for the haters who can't come up with their THERE own ideas already. You're knocking it out of the park with original ideas. Like, dude, this isn't an original idea, buddy. Okay. She definitely stole this from somebody. Laura didn't just all of a sudden become a wax fucking chef, master chef overnight. She's seen somebody else do this, and that's where she got the idea from. Do you really think that Laura... Here, hold on a second. You really think Laura made up cupcake candles, dude? Do you think she's the first person to do this? Hold on. I mean, because they've been done and much better. Here, hold on. You see? Look at these. She didn't. This is not original at all. This is about as original as making candles. Like, those look like cupcakes. They actually fucking look like cupcakes. A lot better. Much more, realistic looking. But she certainly didn't fucking make this up, dude. I mean, look at this. Related searches. Cupcake candles. Candle cupcake. Certainly didn't make this idea up. Oh, wow. Look at all these. Like, look at this cereal candle. Remember she was doing the Fruit Loop candles? Like, that actually looks like a bowl of fucking cereal right there. But you see, like these, I don't like these. I wouldn't buy these. I don't like the fucking orange slice. I don't know. Those don't look good to me. These are perfect. Simple, perfect. Look like cupcakes. So do these, I guess, but they have Fruit Loops on them, which I don't know. I don't know why. Look, not everybody's a fucking artist, okay? Look at the little bears. They're so cute. But yeah, a lot of these actually look like, food. Like, this is an artistic expression right here, and it looks well done. It looks very well done. Like these are little artistic expressions. They're done so good, so perfect. But yeah, she's not the first. Oh shit! How come you guys can't even see what I'm showing? I guess it didn't switch the tab. Sorry. Let me go back up here. You see, this is like a little artistic expression, but like, look at the perfection of this thing right here. Like, it looks like it's store bought. Look at the little teddy bears. They're so cute. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not a big fan of some of these. Like these. I said I'm not a big fan of these. They don't look good to me. Like, I would never put a fucking orange slice, but clearly Laura might have looked at this. At least their orange slice is orange, Oh, here's the fruit. Look, that fucking looks good, dude. That looks like, oh shit, is that a bowl of cereal or is it a fucking candle? Because I can't tell. I can't fucking tell. They did it excellently. Very well executed. These cupcake candles, very well executed. The ones next to the cereal bowl. These, very, very good. They're good. They're good. See, they actually made the candles in like a cupcake paper tin thing. These, they're all right. I wouldn't put Fruit Loops on cupcakes, but hey, to each their own, To each their fucking own. But like, the piping is well done. They're good. They look like cupcakes. They look like cupcakes. This is an artistic expression right here. Blueberry waffles. They made a candle that looks artistic looking. That's an artistic expression, in my opinion. Okay. Oh yeah. These cupcakes, very well done. Very, very realistic looking. These cupcakes, I don't know about that. Who would put a donut on top of a cupcake? I wouldn't. So yeah, she's really original. I mean, just the queen of originality here. Totally the first person to ever do this. Clearly. Totally the first person to do this. She's very original. You're so right. Anyway, back to that comment. Let me let this dog in. All right, so you're knocking it out of the park with ideas. Keep focused on your business. Let them focus on your business too. Oh my God, the spelling is just awful. Not a good look or sales pitch on their side. Facts. That other one's whole busy best plan was her subs were going to place orders to spite you. It didn't work. And she's advertising for you, laughing my fucking ass off. Like, they're going to place orders to spite Laura. How about they were going to place orders to help me make money? That's a poor business plan, is for me to go into business so that somebody makes orders from me just to spite Laura. Like, okay, dude, this person's so stupid. I don't know who's more stupid, her or the fucking people that are encouraging this bullshit. I'm not really quite sure. She might as well make a blue taco. The way she repeatedly said blue waffle was hilarious. Yeah. I gotta be honest, like, I would never fucking even done this today if she doesn't have her fucking people coming in my chat while I'm not even fucking talking about her or anything having to do with her, trolling my ass so that I talk about her. So you could thank your son, Laura, for this. But you already said that I'm helping you. And so, you know, and you actually ordered me to keep doing it. So me and others. I mean, she wasn't specifically talking to me, but since I do criticize, I'm going to assume she was talking to me. So she actually encouraged me to keep doing this because she claims I'm helping her in some way. So I want to see if the theory is true. Am I helping her? Where was that? Hold on. Where she's actually saying that I am encouraging her. Oh, here it is. Keep it up. Right here. Would like to thank all my haters for making me always push myself to succeed. Keep it up. The more shit you idiots talk about my business, the more orders I get, and the more it pushes me to do even better. So she is basically crediting us with helping her business out. So right here is proof that anytime from here on out that she tells us that we're defaming her business, okay, or disparaging her business or whatever fucking word she learns that day, I don't want to hear it, because you just said right here that we're actually fucking helping you and you're getting more orders because of us. Somehow your analytics somehow showed you that we're helping you somehow, which is amazing. I don't have those type of analytics on my Shopify, but hmm. Have you looked at Mid Journey? Oh, sorry. So yeah. Look, dude, she seems to be under the impression that like I'm trying to ruin her business, and I'm not, dude. You know, I'm not, because first of all, the people in here are not buying her shit. And to be honest with you, if I didn't think that criticism in some way fucking helped, I wouldn't even do it. You know, I clearly see that she has listened to some of it, some of my criticism of her, you know, and has made improvements in certain areas. So, you know, it's helping, clearly. It's clearly, and she proves it in this statement that my criticism is helping her. The way she cusses her haters, she'll lose more money. I think, but in reality, nobody, you know, nobody that listens to me or that's sitting in my chat right now, you know, speaking in here is buying her candles anyway. They're just not going to do that. So I made my point by posting it on my community post about her food candle. Yeah, I saw that blank screen. It was, you know, look, do you, Laura, do you? But next time you fucking send trolls in here, or your fucking little troll friends come in here asking for me to fucking basically do this, then right, it's constructive criticism. Exactly what it is. You know, I see things to me that could use improvement in some areas. I think Laura's taken some of your advice. I absolutely think she has taken my advice, you know. Namingly, one of the biggest pieces of advice that I think she took was to, you know, improve her pictures, because she was using stock photography on her website. And I'm like, Laura, that's crazy. If you're selling a product That's like fucking taking, like, I'm a car manufacturer, right? And I make Nissans and putting pictures of Toyotas up on my site. Like, it doesn't make fucking sense, So she was putting stock pictures up for her candles. So whatever she did, she's using some type of app, and it's not for me. I like to take pictures of my actual products, but like she did something where she's, swapping out the backgrounds, which is fine. A lot of people do that because they don't have the photography skills. That's fine. But it's definitely an improvement from where she was, not even putting pictures of her candles on there, you know? Like, just me personally as a consumer, I want to see what I'm buying, or at least something that represents the item that I'm buying. So, like when you go on my website, you're not going to receive the exact item I took a picture of because it's handmade and there's just no way I could ever get them. But what I'm showing you is a representation of what you're going to get, and it's going to look as close as possible as I can get it to that item. I mean, here's more advice. Kiss, keep it simple, stupid. Yeah. She said clean white candles are boring. She goes to the extreme making gaudiest candles. Well, that's the whole thing, Coco Chanel said, before you leave the house, take off one accessory. Laura needs to do that times a few embellishments on the candles. That's the whole thing. She just over embellishes things. And then it just, it crosses that line from looking realistic to looking, like it's overdone. The beer candles. Oh my God, I remember those. She's going to need a job in a couple years, so she needs to quit being. Look, people are buying them, I guess, because, I mean, if you go in her comment section, people are like, wow, these are great, So there's people out there that aren't seeing what I'm seeing, and that's fine. Everybody's taste is different. When I just look at something, I'm looking at it like, is this achieving the goal? And I don't know, partially it is. She's got this skill, right? She's got this skill, and she's right there to having it look good. But then, somewhere she takes like a turn where just something doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. Right. Less is more. Less is more. Always. Always. Coco Chanel giving people permission to take off their pants. Well, your pants aren't really considered an accessory. They're more of a necessity, I would think. I loved making packaging and sitting in brainstorm meeting. Example, Jeffree Star, awesome packaging. Yeah, his packaging is pretty much unmatched. I did like window displays, right? So it's like you keep it simple, but get your point across. At least make some pretzels to go with the beer candle. There you go. I think that she's got the, she's honing in the skill and she's getting it. And she's almost there. She just has to now figure out a way to make it look like exactly what she's trying to make it look like, And just because you see somebody else do something, that doesn't mean it's a good idea. Like, I just looked on Etsy. I just showed you guys, like, some of the cupcake candles. Like, to me, putting an orange slice on a cupcake is fucking weird. Like, when I think cupcake, I think of a conventional, just boring cupcake. I'm not thinking, I think she thinks that she adds these little, touches on them, it's going to make it look more realistic, but it ends up making it look less realistic. Like a pecan in a frosting, just that doesn't make sense. It just doesn't go. It doesn't work. Make a candy line, chocolate brown with a corn topper. Pants are prison. They really are. Here's the thing. I am not creative or artistic in anything in any way, which is why I don't attempt to make stuff and sell it. It's simple. I mean, like, I give her the credit for like 2 years later. I give her the credit for like attempting, because what she's doing is hard. I don't even know where you would begin to like make things like that, you know? So I'm not trying to claim that I would even be able to fucking produce anything that looks good like that. You know, I just personally I don't see the time that is spent even with some of the things that I make here, right? Like there's certain items that I make that I like the result, but I have to question, are they worth the time that they take to get to that result? Like, am I gonna or sometimes I have to question, like, am I gonna be able to reproduce this easily? You know, there's some things that I'm like, oh, I don't know, you know, how long this is gonna take me to reproduce this in this way, or if I'm gonna be able to get the materials that I need on a regular basis, or if it's cost effective to even get those materials, you know? Like there's so many ideas that I have sitting around my house right now that I had to scrap for various reasons, you know? Because I'm like, I don't know how cost effective this is, or, you know, maybe it's a little too time consuming to do. And am I going to be able to achieve this result every single time? You know? So I have to question. That's why I experiment with things. I mean, you should if you're creating a product, but like those are questions you really need to ask yourself when you're making things. But she's got this, you know, she's learning the skill fine. It's the execution of it isn't always the best, you know? And I don't know where to begin making food candles, so, you know, I'm just looking at the finished product and I'm saying to myself, "Okay, this doesn't look how I would do it or like how I would think it should look," you know? She's got the skills of, you know, figuring out how to I don't even know how the fuck you would begin to pipe wax out of a fucking thing. I would assume that's a pain in the ass. And that's again, like, you know, is the end result and the price you're charging worth the time that you're taking, the mess that you're making, the materials that you're using to get that? Desi, your cakes are fucking amazing, girl. Your fucking cakes are just on another level. But I understand what you're saying. It takes time to feel confident enough in your skills to like get there where but every time I log on to TikTok and I see your cakes, I'm just blown away by your fucking cakes. Like they just keep getting better and better and better and better and better every time I see it. I'm like, holy shit. Cause you're learning as you go, just like with anything, you know, you learn as you go along. Food candles are dust collectors. Yeah, they are. But your cakes are, girl, they are amazing. I mean, really. There's some pretty big branding professionals in our community. People pay big money for their services and they're giving her pointers for free. I mean, I'm not a branding professional, but I definitely worked in the industry long enough to understand like, you know, what looks good and what doesn't. Not the candle industry. I'm saying just art. Like in general. I've been in the art field for a long time and I know, you know, like she's like she has the ability to make the things look the way she wants them to. I just think she gets number one, I think she rushes a lot. You could just kind of tell there's a lot of rush in that to get things done, you know, the excitement maybe she gets overwhelmed with the excitement of doing, you know what I'm saying? Because that happens sometimes. You get excited and you kind of jump the gun, you know, and there's a lot of carelessness happening there, but there's also um I mean, that's the hardest thing is having patience with some stuff, like, which is something I even had to teach myself. You know, it's hard to like have that patience. I won't anyway, but there's definitely people branding people around here. Oh, there definitely is. I'm not one of them, but people always do this to my fat ass, talking about cakes and cupcakes before I've had breakfast. I know, right, girl? I am hungry. It is making me hungry. It is. I was whining about a certain thing I've never been able to achieve. And an art collector told me, stick with what you're good at and don't try to what other people are doing. Simple is often best. It's so true. Like, I just don't think Laura cares about selling nice candles and wax melts. I think she's just so rushed to get things done sometimes that she's like not paying attention to like details the way that she might maybe should, you know? Which is like you do have to figure things out to get them to be made in a way where you're able to do things fast and efficiently. And she just hasn't reached that quite yet. Let's say her BB wax. She did make the packaging a reusable white container or sippy cup baby bottle. Wait, she has baby wax? What is that? She knows people will pay her anyway. That's what I feel. I feel like she just wants the money. And she's always thinking about the money so much that she's not concentrating on the quality of the product and like getting out a good looking quality product, you know? Like it's like good enough. That's what she maybe should have named them. Good enough candles. You know, it's good enough to get out and make money. And that's it. And not like great. But like you don't realize it's like when you do something and you take your time and you do it, you're going to increase your sales because the product is going to be so quality that people are going to want to come back and buy it again and again. But according to her, she's doing great on with this, which is fine. I've realized that most of the people that I follow that make candles on YouTube, their products are as simple as can be and they're successful. They don't have any added extra weird shit. It's literally like this guy. I think I showed you guys this guy's website. I mean, this guy just moved into a huge warehouse and you know, he's marketing, he's very well good at marketing, but and I think that's, you know, a big part of what sells his candles. But look at there's nothing crazy going on here. There's nothing over the top. There's no extras. He's literally just making fucking candles. Like and he's killing it cuz he just opened up a huge fucking warehouse. Right? So like tell me what's going on here? Nothing. There's nothing great going on here, you know, with his candles. He's just promoting them the right way. There's no extras. There's nothing crazy on his candles. He doesn't have any shit sprinkled in there. You know, his vessels are pretty boring and plain, but his pricing is, you know, good. I'm actually, I have to buy one of his candles. I love this. This guy's awesome. Let me just tell you, I personally emailed back and forth with this guy. His name's Wade, and he has a channel on YouTube, and he has been so unbelievably helpful with questions that I've had that he doesn't have to answer. I mean, you know, he's a busy guy. He's got a lot of shit going on. He has like a day job. He owns a candle company, and he's been absolutely so helpful. I ordered a couple of things from him, and he like, I mean, just went above and beyond answering my questions that I had for him. Like he literally highlighted. I was like shocked that he wrote me back this email. I asked him a question about these wicks that I ordered from him, and my email was kind of long because it was kind of hard to explain, you know, what I was trying to ask him. And he literally took my email and broke it down like sentence by sentence and like highlighted my question and then answered below my question. Like I was just like, wow, you took a lot of time to do this. And like he doesn't know me. And it's not like I placed a huge order with him and spent a ton of money. You know, he just genuinely wants to help people learn this craft. Like, and I was like, wow, that was super nice of him to do that. You know, like he didn't have to take out this time to answer all these questions that I had about this, you know, in such great detail too. He's very, very talented, this guy. But like what he's doing here is not over, you know, the top. He's literally here, let's see. You know, he's got a very simple, very clean, very nice look to his candles, and it just works. And he's doing great, you know.
I mean, there's nothing that he's doing here that's like so over the top or anything, you know? Just very clean, very simple, very look. I mean, very, very good. His wax melts, just plain and simple, you know? That's it. Doing his shit. And it works. You know, and this guy's I mean, he if you go on his channel, I forget what the hell's the name of his channel. I don't know if it's Black Tie Barn. I forget now. But if you go on his channel, he gives a tour of his like candle making facility that he just opened up, and it's huge. You know? So he went from a guy, you know, just making candles in his basement to as a hobby. It's actually pretty cool, his story about how he started. His I think he and a girlfriend of his was at a store, and she was like, "Oh, you know, I think she kind of like challenged him to make a candle." And he was like, "Okay." So he kind of fell into it by accident, you know? And then here he is. You're not a food or baker channel. And then, you know, he does a lot of videos helping other people who are getting into the candle making hobby. And I've personally found his videos extremely helpful, you know? So he must be a fellow autistic if he broke down your meal. I mean, I don't know. I don't think he's autistic, but I don't know. But he's just very um he was very helpful for me with the candles and explaining exactly. He's very what's the word? I don't know. He's like very detail oriented and meticulous and like scientific brained. I think he was like I want to say he was he like an engineer or something? I don't know. He had whatever his day job was. It would make sense if you knew what his day job. I forget exactly what it was, but I don't know if it was like programming or something like that. But whatever it was, it makes sense why he, you know, his mind works the way it does with breaking down everything into like a science. Somehow sending 2 kids off to college, or so she says. A clue candle that comes with the label to solve the crime. Yeah, like there's like gimmicky candles out there that work. Like somebody used to do the candles with the rings in them. I think they still have that. You know, you could find like a gold ring or some shit in it. Those kind of things could work. Don't say with the knife though, wife or Wendy. Remember she did that, the candle with the plastic knife in it? The murder candles. I give her credit for like doing this stuff. Like I do, you know. I'm not taking that away from her. She's trying at least. She's trying. Mm. A white wax that turns red when it gets hot like blood. Ooh. Stop giving her ideas, guys. She's gonna come out with them. Drama candle with a gossip label. Yeah. That was like a horror show in and of itself. The fucking candles with the Wendy and Diane. Ay, ay, ay. The labels. A knife snuffer. I mean, you know, I give her credit for trying. I will give her the credit for trying. She does, you know, she does try, and I give her credit for that. My branding should be free. Life Rewinded, you should make candles. Get on it. Get on it, girl. Oh, bird almost just flew in my house over here. So yeah, you know, I wasn't even gonna talk about him, but you gotta come in here and fucking troll my ass while I'm not even fucking bothering nobody. They always fucking do this. Always. They always fucking do it. When you're not talking about these people, they like want you to talk about them. Just like when I wasn't here for fucking over a week and a half, they're trolling me because they like miss it. Like they love the drama. They thrive on the drama. And you really have to ask, what kind of friends are those to you, Laura? You know, those people that are following you, that they want you engulfed in the drama. They want to see you in it. Yeah, she did have a product with knives in it. A fake knife, but nevertheless. And it was like glow in the dark or some bullshit. Unless the grill is a pissed off pig with golden tusks. What? What? Guess I'm not babysitting today. Wish I would have known that earlier. Oh shit. Laura selling bougie parfum candles is an oxymoron. Bougie parfum. She stole that from Oni. That was on his candles. He used to write that. Oh, she definitely does lay for, beef eggs. Definitely. There's no question in my mind that she does. It's just obvious. If it's not her herself, you know, because what is she doing on YouTube right now? What does she have going on? That's what I want to know. What does she actually have going on? Oh, my whole feed is filled with cruise ship things. Oh my god. Because I was watching all those videos about that Titanic, whatever, the Titan thing. You know what's really crazy? They're predicting that the Titanic is going to be completely gone by 2030 because there's actually bacteria called rusticles that are down there feeding on the metal of the ship, which is fucking crazy. That is crazy. She's busy leaving herself Yelp reviews. When Sarah Dryan was missing, BHB wanted them focused on her feels and JLR's feels. It's exactly what they do, and it's not appreciated. Dude, they're sick people. I mean, fucking what's his name? JLR is posting nonstop things about Don Wells. You know, oh, he's being arrested. He's the number one suspect. And I'm like, dude, where are you getting this from? Who fucking said he's the number one suspect? What the fuck are you even talking about? It's just unbelievable. Yeah, dude, my whole thing is filled with Titanic videos and fucking, I don't know, shipwrecks. It's crazy. And then like spotted by interrogations and DIYs. YouTube's algorithm is weird lately, man. It's like you watch one video about something and like the whole rest of your feed is going to be about that one thing. It's kind of annoying, to be honest with you. I like a little more variety in my feed here. But yeah. 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 They tried saying it wasn't there first. It was placed there after it was searched. I never thought that maybe look down when searching. What's that? Did y'all see Heel's video from this morning? No, let's see. Who is it about? Yeah, Life Rewinded. I don't see any drama community. You know what's so weird though? Randy's so weird. Randy's video is like, I don't even know if Randy goes live on her channel anymore because I never see her videos, right? But then her community posts pop up on my feed. It's so weird. And then I'll see like, you know, Starlight went live or something, but I don't know who she's talking about half the time, so I don't watch. I have no idea who she's talking about. She went off into another dimension of YouTube. So I don't know the people that she's even discussing anymore. But I feel like there really is no more, you know, people keep referring to the drama community and I feel like the drama community that they're referring to doesn't even exist anymore. What was I just doing? Heels. See, like Heels' videos haven't been coming up. Has she even been making videos? I don't know. Heels in the air. What was that? That was a weird noise. My feed is filled with photography and Photoshop editing videos. Interesting. Let's see. Heels in the air. Oh God, this is creepy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Why is JLR and panties. That's a scary thought together. Hold on a second. Remember her crooked label company? Yeah. Dude, she's had so many fucking different names. It's hard to keep up. Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm gonna fast forward through her intro once this thing starts playing. So I keep getting strikes on my channel. It's so funny because it's like not even me playing music. It's like other people's music in their videos. Ugh, this guy just creeps me the fuck out. Trigger warning. It's kind of grody. Oh, great. Oh, great. All right. Well, if my internet ever decides to, work, we'll see it. This guy he gives me the fucking creeps so bad. Come on, you fucking stupid internet. All right. Come on, dude. What's going on here? I'm happy to be here. I don't know about many of these people they talk about. What is going on? Enough with it now. Here we go.
It's at 12:39.
Ah!
It is July 20th, 2006 at 12:39 a.m. Creeping around in the middle of the night, Don Wells. Due to Wells's demeanor and the fact that he kept sticking his hands into his pockets, Officer Lindaberry obtained consent to search Wells's pockets.
What is this?
During the consent search, Lindaberry located a pair of red panties. I went into my dresser to clean it out, and you will not believe what I found. In Will's right front pants pocket. Wells initially advised that the panties were from his wife, who resides at the West End, but then corrected himself, stating that they were his girlfriend's. See what I found.
What the fuck is going on? Why does he have gloves on?
Inside my dresser. But if you look closely, these are a pair of panties. Don Wells, caught red-handed in his pocket with a pair of red panties. I am appalled. It's sick. What is that?
Bro, what the fuck?
That looks like shit stains. Enough is enough.
Can I ask why he wears those sleeves?
I must be very, very dirty.
What the fuck, dude? All right, I don't even know what to say about that. No, I never saw that. That's disgusting. All you need to do is look at this guy's fucking community. Ugh, he's so weird, this guy. How do you sit there and act like you weren't like a weirdo on the fucking internet? You know what I'm saying? Like it's almost like there's two different people. So yeah, look at this. What the fuck? Ugh, I turned this off. Why did I do that? I just popped in and see. Yes, you just saw that. You saw that. You did see that. Don't ask me, girl. Don't ask me. Oh, it's so fucking gross. I feel like I'm gonna throw up. All right, so If you go on his community, well, first of all, we don't even need to go on his community page. Let's go right here. Don Wells under investigation. Don and Candace Wells suspicious hotel activity. I mean, it's just clickbait.
All right, so I'm outside at night.
He's creeping around the house. So look, Don Wells arrested. This has been provided to me by a concerned citizen who claims suspected drug dealing going on inside Don and Candace hotel room in Arkansas. Men going in and out of the room. Is this one of the reasons Don's probation officer ordered him back to Tennessee? Where is Summer Wells? Like, dude, is there any question that these people use drugs? I mean, come on. Don Wells arrested for breaking into a home and stealing a woman's panties. Arrest discussion. Where is Summer Wells? Ew, look at his hat. It's so dirty. Ew. Dude, it looks like it was sitting in a pile of like cat hair. What the fuck is going on? Ugh. All right. I have a treasure trove of arrest records, incidents reports, and affidavits on Don and Candace Wells out of Fayetteville, Arkansas. Don Wells arrested for stealing panties in 2006. Don Wells arrested for loitering in 2006. Don Wells arrested for smoking crack outside a trailer in a mobile home park in 2007. Don Wells gets into a fight. Sounds like Betty's arrest fucking record here. Don Wells gets into a fight with his son. Don Wells inside his first wife Pamela's apartment in 2007. Candace Wells accused of burglary. Candace and her boyfriend at the time, John Rigsby, took items out of an apartment that belong. Like, there's no question that these people are shady. Come on. New bombshell records on Don Wells coming out from Fayetteville, Arkansas. I mean, this is weird, bro. It wasn't Fred Hill. It wasn't Jody Stewart Andy. It wasn't Jackie Dobbs. It wasn't Donald. I don't know what the fuck this is. Candace Blythe supporters should be doing everything in their power to break Candace free from Don Wells once and for all. Another great. Oh my God, I hate this channel. Evil Exists. Who has been following Summer Wells' case since day one. Check out my latest video, Don Wells. It was planned. Going live later to talk about Don Wells' violent past. Where is Summer Wells? Oh my God, dude. It's so weird. Don Wells is worse than Chris Watts. He's been playing some of you fools. Don Wells never ending contact with police while his daughter remains missing. Where is Summer Wells? And like, dude, just keep putting her name and clickbaiting everybody. I'm not saying this guy isn't a fucking criminal. JLR and his Zoolander face. All right, I don't know why my internet just stopped fucking working, but I mean, you guys see what I'm saying here. Still has nothing to do with Summer's disappearance. I know. I remember JLR from being a 4chan troll. It was bizarre to see him pop up in true crime. I remember JLR from the Chris Watts case. That was where I first encountered him. And he was trolling hardcore. Like, this guy is a fucking known troll. You know, I don't want to get sued by him. So allegedly, he's a known troll. And I don't know what the fuck's going on my internet. Just like, he posted so much that the internet's like, I give up. Summer never had a chance. Okay. See, what bothers me about this, and I'm not, look, I didn't follow the Summer Wells case all that closely. Okay. But what bothers me about this is that this fucking criminal, him and Bullhorn Betty, both with pretty extensive criminal pasts, right, are judging this guy on his criminal past, but yet don't want people judging them on their criminal past. That's what fucking bothers me about this. I don't fucking know whether Don Wells had a role in his daughter's disappearance or not, but his criminal past has nothing to do with the disappearance. You know, I mean, this is not evidence of him doing something wrong because a lot of his charges are drug related. Was he the one that had named Chris Watts on Facebook? Whoever it was dressed like the Mad Hatter. Oh, I don't know, Nana. When I found him, he was JLR. He was under the name, same name. And he was really trolling this group. Yeah, exactly. How many mugshots does Betty have? Quite a few. Now granted, they don't have missing children. Thank God. They don't have any children, him or Betty. But my whole point being is that, you're judging this guy based on his criminal past, yet you don't want other people bringing up your criminal past here. You want us all to believe that you've changed, but you're not affording somebody else the same respect that you want. So it just, it's just no good. I love the photo collage. Yeah, right. Using his mugshots and then putting Summer in the middle of it. You fucking weirdo. Clearly, these are old mugshots too. Don Wells claims he talked to this guy, whatever, Jamie Killian, on June 15th, the day Summers went missing. Where's Summer Wells? Oh my God. What's going on here? Look at those sleeves. He's such a weirdo. Don Wells is the prime suspect in the disappearance of his little girl, Summer Wells. Authorities are building a case against him. Where is Summer Wells? Who said that he's the prime suspect? Don Wells lied to his PO about working. Don got fired from his job in Arkansas for not showing up. Hung out in a hotel all day in Arkansas without working. Look, let's just say, okay, and this is where these people are missing this. Let's just say that we know that this family is bizarre, right? And there's years of history there, obviously, with drug abuse and all sorts of shit going on. What do you think addicts are going to do if their daughter goes missing? Do you think they're all of a sudden going to sober up? And I mean, could that happen? Yeah. People could go one of two ways. They're either going to sober up, like in the Harmony Montgomery case, right? The girl goes missing. The mother lost custody of the girl. And let me just tell you, that is really sick. And that the system completely failed that girl in that case. Failed the mother, failed the girl. By putting her in custody with the dad to begin with, who had such a lengthy, criminal record and clear pattern of drug abuse. The mom cleaned herself up, or so she says. She seems like she's clean, but the little girl was missing for 2 years. Nobody would listen to her, and it seems like she cleaned her life up, so we could go one or two ways. In this case, they could have nothing to do with it. Have a period of time where they were abusing drugs, and now their daughter's missing, which is, they're going to maybe fall back into old patterns to deal with the, stress of that. So you could look at it one or two ways. Again, I don't follow the story too closely. I don't know too much about it. I definitely think that these parents look suspicious. Especially the mom. That's why I don't understand why he's so focused on the dad, because I thought his alibi was like pretty tight from what I understood, but maybe I'm wrong. But it's just sick. Authorities have released to me arrest records of Candace Wells, who was arrested in the past for drug charges. Okay, look how young she is in this picture. You know what I'm saying? This is clearly an old picture of her. Don Wells and Candace Wells are prime suspects in the disappearance of their daughter, Summer Wells. Where? Says who? I'm cleaning filth from the streets while they name streets after me. Oh my God, dude. Bro, clean your hat. How about that? How about you clean your fucking hat? Because there's so much cat hair on there. It's disgusting. It is filled with cat hair. Go get yourself a lint brush, dude. That is gross. I would never put that hat on with all that lint. That's disgusting. Authorities in Tennessee have serious concerns about Don Wells hanging around children while in Arkansas. Don Wells, prime suspect in the disappearance of his little girl, missing 7-year-old Summer Wells, confirmed. Authorities are building a case against him. Really? Where was this confirmed, though? And again, I'm not following the case. So Don and Candace Wells are prime suspects in the disappearance of their little girl, missing 7-year-old Summer Wells. Don and Candace Wells are not cooperating with investigators. Don and Candace Wells are prime suspects in the disappearance of their little girl, Summer Wells. The Hawkins County Sheriff said they are not cooperating with the investigation. Where is he seeing this? Oh, okay. Family not cooperating in search for Summer Wells continues. Is there actual proof of this, though? Because, like, I don't even believe if this is true, if it's just a screenshot that he took, because he is known for fake news. Fake news. Don Wells' first wife, Pamela Wells, has an active warrant out for her arrest. What does this have to do with anything? Jeez, she looks old. If you know about her whereabouts, please let authorities know. Okay, why don't you worry about your own probation officer there, buddy? Oh my God, dude. This guy is, he's sick. Breaking, unconfirmed reports that Don Wells violated his probation, confirmed his probation officer ordered him back to Tennessee. What's going on? Be like, is this clickbait? Because how would you get a recording from the Department of Children's Services? They don't do that. They don't release recordings. It looks like his granny is right, Lisa. Like, what the hell's going on here? Breaking Don Wells trashes Tennessee DCS recording. See, look, the way he makes it look like, and look, dude, you think Don Wells is the first person to trash DCS? Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, she definitely looks like she hit the pipe. She hit the pipe and fucking every pipe on the way down. I don't know, dude. This guy is just...
Jonathan Lee Riches investigates. Got some breaking news, everyone.
I love his intro. Jonathan Lee Riches investigates. Got some breaking news. Let's hear it. God, my internet sucks balls today. Donkey balls. How old is Pam Wells? Fuck, looks older than...
With the Summer Wells case.
Hello.
Don Wells, the father of missing 7-year-old Summer Wells, he recently spoke, and there's a recording of Don Wells, and he's blaming Tennessee Department of Children's and Families for kidnapping his 4 boys and suggested that that agency kidnapped Summer Wells. This is bombshell.
This is bombshell. Like, dude, really? Really? This is bombshell, guy? Come on. This is bullshit is what it is. Okay? People, anybody who's dealt with this, you know, Department of Children's and Services, right? Anybody who's dealt with them, especially people with a muddy background who's had their children taken away, have fucking done this. I just watched a video the other day, and this was some really fucked up shit. I don't know if you guys saw this, but this story was beyond fucked up, okay? So God, it's so sick. This girl drops her baby off. I think the baby was, it was still in an infant carrier, so it was maybe, the baby was maybe like 8 months old, 6 months old, something like that, right? Drops the baby off to the babysitter. The babysitter then has the baby at the house, okay? Goes to McDonald's, right? They have surveillance video of the baby in the carrier at McDonald's. It's all bundled up. It's got the blankets on and all that, right? Goes back home, and the parent comes to pick it up. She takes the baby all dressed and everything outside to the car, puts the baby in the car, and the mom, okay, is now with her sister, and they go to a laundromat right from the babysitter's house to go, you know, do laundry. And when they get to the laundromat, the sister goes to like check on the baby, right? And realizes that the baby is cold, like cold, done, gone, passed away, okay? They tried doing CPR on the baby. They can't revive it. And they call the cops. The sister calls the cops, freaking out. The baby's not moving, okay? Cops get there, and they determine that the baby was already gone. by the time they even got it in the car. So like the mom, when she picked the baby up from the babysitter, thought that the baby was just sleeping, and puts it in the car, not knowing that the baby was already passed away by the time she got it and put it in the car. Okay. The girl, the babysitter, killed the baby. I guess she got frustrated with it. So I'm watching this whole, they did the interrogation and the police cam video, and they go to the babysitter's house, and it ends up like, I don't want to blame the victim in this situation, but this mother had a very shady past with her own children, and the kids were taken away by DCF. And of course, they're at the house, the cops are at the house, the boyfriend is blaming, DCF or whatever they call it, DCS, blaming them. And it's like, that's just a normal thing that parents who have been in these situations do, because it's like, they don't want to take responsibility for their own behavior and actions. The children were taken away clearly for a reason, she was already being investigated at the time when she killed this baby, this woman, for another kid that was in her care. So like, I don't know why, maybe the mom didn't know about this and she left the lady, but like they were friends. So you would think she would know because the kids were gone. The kids were taken away. So why would you leave your baby in a care of somebody who got their kids taken away by somebody like that? I don't know. Very, very sad story. And what was even more sickening was that the babysitter, like, dude, this girl just had no fucking remorse about what she did to this baby. I mean, she was even laughing during the interview with the police, like it was a big joke. She never told the actual truth, but when they did the autopsy on the baby, it had like several like fatal fractures in his skull. So obviously she did something to it, but she claimed that she threw it down in the pack and play. But if you saw the pack and play, there's just no way a pack and play, even if you threw a baby down into one, is going to cause a fracture, several fractures. I mean, because they're plastic, like, the worst is going to happen is maybe if the baby fell out of the pack and play, but she clearly did something more to the baby, but oh, it's just sick. But anyway, these people that deal with these types of situations with DCF all the time, of course, they're going to blame DCF all the time. They're not going to take responsibility. So, I mean, this is not an abnormal thing, for Don Wells to be saying shit like this.
This is very bold for Don Wells to say. And I want to share with you what he shared on a YouTube channel. He was talking, and wow, got to listen to this. Check it out.
Sorry, I swallowed my coffee. I love when he does like these like hand gestures.
Not our fault. The state of Tennessee is corrupt and kidnapped our boys, and they will realize it when they get older. What?
All right, just hearing 3 seconds of this, I could already tell Don Wells is loaded right now with something, alcohol, something. This guy's fucked up. There's no questioning that.
The state of Tennessee,
Yeah.
or welfare. I don't know about the state of Tennessee so much, but the welfare is corrupt.
Don, it's not just in Tennessee; it's in every state. It is so bad.
Yes.
And look, dude, there's a lot of information out there that like DCS is corrupt. There's a lot of problems. Even here, there was a case with a young boy. I told you guys about this case where the boy was being put out. Okay, my friend was this little boy's teacher, and had him in her class, and she was one of the teachers that actually reported to the police about this kid. I mean, to the we call it CPS here. That's why I keep fucking up DC, whatever. It's CPS. That's what we call it here. But she kept reporting to CPS and nothing was happening. Why? Because they would go there and the dad was a police officer, and he would flash his badge and, they were like, oh, it's a police officer's house. Meanwhile, I mean, this kid was coming in school, starved, digging in the garbage pail for food, smelling like urine because the parents would make him go to school. They wouldn't let him go to the bathroom. I mean, it was terrible, the conditions that this little boy was living in. And DCF or whatever it is was called to the house over 30 times by these teachers and nothing was done. So like they're not it is not a fail safe agency. You know what I'm saying? Fail proof agency by any stretch of the imagination. So for people to be bad mouthing them, I mean, it happens.
Megan
Yes,
Walsh
ma'am.
on Twitter. Look
Yes,
up Megan
ma'am.
Walsh.
Yes, ma'am. You're right. Yes, in every state. Yes, ma'am. You're absolutely right. It's
My daughter's
modern
dealing with
day
it.
kidnapping.
It is.
Yes, it
And
is.
look, if they see a beautiful blonde haired, blue eyed child like my granddaughter, they try to
Yep.
take her. Just like if they had their
Yep.
hands on Summer, they'd try to take her.
All right. I mean, I don't agree with that, but it's a hard situation, you know, with what they have to do and the calls that they have to make. And I'm not going to take that away from them. If they're, I mean, look, anybody could go into the Wells home and be like, this is not, you know, an ideal situation for these children to be living in. I mean, you know, the house is disgusting. Well, I mean, come on.
If
Yeah, absolutely.
your little
And
boy's
I'm
got-
not. And I'm not so sure that they didn't have to do something with Summer's disappearance. I'm not. I don't put up
That's a little ridiculous.
past them. I don't
I
trust
don't
them.
put it past them
They
either. I don't trust
they
them
they
either.
they took my boys. Why wouldn't they take Summer?
Well, here's the thing: if they took the boys after the Summer went missing, right? So, I mean, and here's the thing: when they come in your house, they're looking for, make sure you have food and shelter. Basically, all the basic needs are being met. Why they took the Wells boys at that point in time, I'm not really sure, because you know they want to make sure that they have a bed to sleep in and food to eat. That's really what they're looking for. So, obviously, I mean, as fucked up as that place was, I guess they had a place to sleep and there was food, but I don't know. Maybe it was more just so because of the whole situation with, you know, Summer missing. And then, you know, I'm sure the parents are being investigated, but clearly the living conditions in that home weren't the best.
Yep.
They're doing it a legal way. Yeah, with the judge, high priced lawyers that we can't
Show up with the
afford.
police. Mm-hmm.
Yep, all that. You damn right. Thank you.
And,
I
and
really
then it's like,
appreciate you.
and then it's like if you say, you know, no, I don't want you to come in my house, then they're automatically going, okay, well then I'm calling the police, getting a warrant, and then
Well,
and not even if you don't have nothing to hide, it's just that's your right.
it's actually my fault. It's actually my fault because I didn't know the law and I didn't study the law like a lawyer. That I let them take my boys. That's
Yeah,
my
well,
fault.
none of us do though. We don't know. And like
Right.
I don't know if you had, if he, I don't know. I don't know much about this, but I don't know if he had much of a choice in this situation when it came to those boys, or what his rights were, to be quite honest with you. That's a good question. Typically, I always thought that when they take people, and this is what I was understanding from the video I was just telling you guys about that I watched the other day, is that they try to leave, you know, they try to either place the children first with a family member, and then if they can't do that, that's when they, you know, go into the foster system, which is, you know, not the best place for children. But
Yeah.
where were the Wells children placed is my question. Where are they placed?
daughter, the
Right.
same thing happened with her. And that's
Right.
my grandchild's in the system right now, and I'm fighting to
Yes,
get her
ma'am.
out.
Yeah. And you'll be fighting until she turns 18, I'm sure,
Yeah,
just like
she's
my boys.
5. She's 5 right
Yep.
now.
Yep. It's corruption at the highest levels.
It is. And you know
It
what? They make
really
money
is.
off of every child they adopt out of
Hey,
CPS custody.
just in Tennessee, it's $3.2 billion a year.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
just for
Yeah, that's what I would like to know. This guy needs to stay off the internet because he's at this point putting himself in this situation.
just for the children. I don't know what they make for the prison system or whatever, but I'm sure it's probably more than that.
Well,
crazy.
also, do you know that Bill Clinton put into effect when he was in office that each child protective agency that adopts out a child out of CPS gets a $6,000 bonus?
I wouldn't doubt that one bit.
Yep.
It's all about the money with these people.
Yeah.
They're modern day kidnappers,
They are.
but they use the law to do it on the yeah, exactly. It's sad. It's horrific. It's wrong. You know, I thought only this kind of stuff happened in the old days when they was barbaric
Oh,
and but here we are, what, 2023, and they're doing this through the court system,
Yep.
legally kidnapping our kids.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
All right, dude. Like, you're playing this up more than what it is, though.
Don Wells is blaming the Tennessee Department of Children's Services for kidnapping Summer. He definitely said the boys. He definitely said his boys are being kidnapped by this agency. This agency, sometimes known as CPS, Department of Children's and Families. Every state has one. Right after Summer Wells went missing, that agency in Tennessee removed the 3 Wells boys from the Wells home. And a lot of people that have been following this case agree with that.
What do you mean they agree with it? That's what happened. Of course they agree with it. We all know that happened.
And agree the boys were not safe. But Don is now in Arkansas making YouTube videos, talking to people online, and blaming this agency for kidnapping his 3 boys. Do you think the agency is kidnapping his 3 boys like Don Wells claims?
I mean, dude, they took his kids, right? So in a sense, yeah, it could be looked at like kidnapping, but is it? No. But I mean, they're doing it legally. I mean, he explained that.
I wonder what this agency would think if they heard Don Wells saying that out of his own mouth, that his boys have been kidnapped by this agency.
You don't think that they've ever fucking heard anything like that before? I'm sure they hear all sorts of fucking crazy shit.
I think they would maybe refute that. Do you think they would be appalled? Do you think they would agree?
I think they would be like another crazy parent talking crazy shit. I don't think they would think it's that big of a deal.
With what Don Wells alleges, that's a very powerful, bold statement from Don Wells while his daughter, Summer Wells, 7-year-old Summer Wells, is still missing. Where is Summer Wells? I am covering this case extensively, shining the light on this tragedy. The TBI is asking for anyone with credible information to contact them at 1-800-TBI-FIND. If you know any information about the whereabouts of Summer Wells, we are Summer's
Bro, that
Army.
was like,
we're bringing awareness.
Come on, dude. This is all just clickbait. Like, give me a break. That wasn't as big of a deal as what he's trying to make it out to be. I mean, this guy's a little over the top. A little over the top. See what's going on here. Let's see what this is about. JLR needs his ass handed to him. Yeah, he is troubled for sure. Very troubled. I mean, dude, people talk all sorts of shit when their kids are taken away by CPS. That's just, you're going to deal with angry parents, clearly. Okay? That is not abnormal to happen at all. For him to be saying what he's saying, I don't find it all that abnormal, because all parents that have their children taken by CPS talk shit about CPS. Come on.
Investigative reporter Jonathan Lee Riches covering the Summer Wells case. A concerned citizen just sent me some video footage that I want to share with everyone regarding Don and Candace Wells. Don and Candace Wells at one point were staying in a hotel room in Arkansas, Springdale, Arkansas, while their daughter, Summer Wells.
Like, dude, it really amazes me that there's, all right, he only got 2,000 views on this. I don't know.
Remains missing. Summer Wells has been missing since June 15th, 2021. She has still not been found. Authorities.
Bro, blink your fucking eyes. It's 36 seconds in the video, and we haven't gotten one blink just yet.
Have spoken out saying that the parents, Don and Candace Wells, are not cooperating with the investigation. But I want to share this footage because a concerned citizen sent me a video, and I want to share this video. I'll share it right now with you guys, and then we will further discuss. Check it out.
So somebody sent him this video of a guy standing outside a seedy motel. Wow. Captivating. Just captivating. There's more than one reason why those kids were taken. Yeah. So this guy that clearly has some type of ID badge on, maybe it's one of JLR's reporter friends. Maybe it's another fake reporter from YouTube. Clearly has an ID badge of some sort on.
So this concerned citizen was saying
What?
that during the course of the day, while Don Wells was working, that these men would go in and out of the hotel room where Don and Candace Wells were staying, and it's possible drug dealing going on in that home. And
wait a second. So this guy that's standing outside with an ID badge on of some sort, okay? You think he's a drug dealer. Okay.
To me, it kind of makes sense considering that Don and Candace Wells were making YouTube videos lately, and Don would look like he's under the influence of something, drugs and alcohol. And he also made a video inside his hotel room and flipped the camera around by accident. It looked like Candace was under the influence. Is drug dealing and drugs involved with?
Are we in any way, shape, or form surprised that these drug addicts are using drugs? Because they are known drug addicts, dude. There's a clear history of drug abuse riddled throughout this fucking case, dude. And their pasts. Wow. There's a video he posted of himself showing up at their motel. Oh, but a concerned citizen sent him this.
With Don and Candace Wells right now in Arkansas. Now, Don Wells has just been ordered back to go to Tennessee to see his probation officer. Apparently, he's on probation. Maybe his probation.
Well, he just got out of jail. So, yeah, most people, when they get out of jail, they're on probation. So that's not all that strange.
Officer got wind of some sort of illegal activity that Don and Candace Wells.
And what was he in jail for again? Oh, yeah, a DWI arrest. So clearly there's a problem there.
We're doing in Arkansas. Well,
but let's make something out of nothing, really.
Concerned citizens who are looking for Summer Wells, she's missing, said that, you know, they would see these guys like standing in front of her hotel, and then, you know, the door would open and somebody would go in and someone would stand outside and stand guard.
Look, I was watching this video the other day. This random guy just, I don't know, it showed up in my feed, and he was making a video because he actually lives in the area where Summer Wells went missing. And, you know, he was just kind of talking about like all the speculation and shit online and these crazy people that are coming up with all these stories. And, you know, his theory was that Summer Wells was taken by somebody who, and I tend to agree with this because somebody was maybe watching this little girl. These people clearly were not living in the best area. There's some shady fucking people around the area. There's shady characters where they were. And there was a lot of people in this town, I feel, looking out for this little girl. And, you know, who knows? Somebody could have taken her. That's still possibility, still isn't off the table for me. I don't see why parents who had 4 children would just choose one child. You know what I'm saying? And the girl of all children to do something to it just doesn't make logical sense to me. But again, I mean, I don't know. These people's story just doesn't make a lot of sense. It's a very strange story, to say the least. But is it possible? I mean, this is what the guy was saying, that, you know, she was abducted. And I mean, police said there was no evidence of an abduction. That doesn't mean that it didn't happen. That just means that they don't have evidence to show that an abduction occurred. But I don't know. It's just very strange.
Very, very, very strange and bizarre. But also, I want to share some new information with you because Don and Candace Wells, while they were in Arkansas, were both arrested in the past in Arkansas for drug charges.
Okay, so what though?
Check it out.
and you were arrested in the past for several things, okay? And now here you are suing somebody again, which you were told not to do at some point in time. I mean, so I don't know. So they have a history with drugs. Great. We already knew that. You're not telling us anything.
So they left Tennessee to go to Arkansas. Suspected drug activity going on in Arkansas with Don and Candace Wells. They have a prior history of drug charges in Arkansas, all while their daughter remains missing. And according to Ronnie Lawson, the sheriff investigating what happened to Summer Wells, the parents are not cooperating.
God.
Investigators say Candace Bly and Donald Wells are no longer cooperating with the investigation into the disappearance of their daughter, Summer Wells.
Are they still cooperating?
No, they're not cooperating right now. They have attorneys.
Okay, so they hired attorneys, which to me, in my opinion, is a smart thing to do, especially if you're in their situation. I mean, they have to at this point.
And is the family still cooperating? I know you said obviously no Donna's there, but like the mother and all those other people, are they still cooperating?
No, they're not cooperating right now.
So he just took the same video and flipped it. I don't understand.
They have attorneys.
The same video. He just flipped it.
What is going on here as Summer Wells remains missing? The 2-year anniversary of Summer Wells' disappearance just occurred. Don apparently was ordered back to Tennessee, like I said. Was his probation officer aware of what's going on with Don, being in a hotel in Arkansas?
Clearly, since he ordered him back to Tennessee, he would have to have known that he wasn't in Tennessee to order him back to Tennessee.
Making videos from YouTube onto YouTube in a hotel.
Do you seriously think that the fucking police aren't watching these videos? I mean, come on, dude.
Yelling and screaming at people and sounding like he's under the influence. If I was Don Wells' probation officer, I'd probably be concerned with that, considering their track record in past.
Your probation officer should be concerned.
Don Wells is a violent criminal offender who's been arrested around the country for the last 40 years of his life. I will share all of Don Wells' mugshots.
I love when he puts his hand up. Is anybody surprised by this? This man is, I mean, we knew this already. Look how young he is in this one. Oh my God. I mean, these are all old. I'm not gonna lie. He's scary looking.
Told that authorities, by authorities, that Don Wells is the prime suspect in the disappearance of his little girl, Summer Wells. Will authorities be making any arrests anytime soon on Don or Candace or both?
On Dawn.
Remains to be seen, but I am covering this case. There are people out there.
Bro, the way he stares into the camera is so fucking creepy, bro. Like, his eyes are just so pinned and fixated on something.
Watching, there are people out there that are very, very concerned about who Don and Candace.
It's just this weird stare that he does.
Wells are with while their daughter remains missing. Subscribe to my channel, hit the notification button.
This is like worth a video. A guy who's literally just standing there with a fucking tag on. Like, how do you know it's not like a bodyguard or somebody that they hired? This guy, I have to be honest, doesn't look all that suspicious to me. He just looks like a dude with he has some type of identification tag on. He could be somebody that they hired. Like, who knows who this guy is? But like, what about this guy? I'm just being honest with you. Looks like he's selling drugs or something. There's nothing about this guy to me that looks like he's involved in drugs in any way. Like, that's a little bit of a stretch. He's literally standing outside of a hotel with his hands folded in front of his arms. Like, most drug dealers aren't going to make themselves seen somewhere. They'll wait in the car or something. They're not going to stand outside a hotel room where like every camera is going to get fucking a picture of them. I mean, this is ridiculous. This is clickbait right here. total clickbait, dude. You're stretching. All of this is a stretch. Let's see this one. There's a note on the door. Yes,
Jonathan Lee Riches investigates. I am.
You know what that's called, B-Fergs? That's called Sampaku eyes. Japanese word for three whites. It means three whites. Typically, your eyes, you're not like, if you're gazing straight ahead, you should only see two whites, which is the right side and the left side of your eyes should only see it. So they say, okay, now obviously this is folklore kind of stuff, but they say that when you could see the three whites of their eyes, it means like they're a psychopath, you know, because typically you shouldn't see three whites, but he kind of has that going on a little bit at the bottom. You could kind of see the white under his eye, which is odd.
Reporting on the Summer Wells case. Now, this video is for education.
It's just, you know what it is? It's the gaze. It's the stare. It's the fixated stare where he doesn't shift his eyes in any other direction, where it's like where it's almost like he's maintaining eye contact too much with you while you're watching the video. Like his eyes don't move. They're fixated on the whatever he's looking at, whether it's himself in the viewfinder and his phone or the screen. I think that's what makes it look so creepy. His eyes never once shift to the side or move or any. It's very weird.
Purposes only.
And it almost looks like it's being done purposely. You know what I'm saying? And it just doesn't look right. Something about his eyes. I am a big believer in the whole eyes are the windows to the soul thing. Like the first thing when I meet somebody is I watch their eyes. And when that'll tell me a lot. Like my brother's wife, when I met her eyes, she does this weird fucking thing with her eyes. It's like hard to explain, dude. She takes her eyes and she flutters her eyes up while she's talking to you and blinks them rapidly. So like they roll into the back of her head and then she blinks them like nonstop, like rapid. It's like so fucking weird. And she does it. Her eyes are always rolling while she's talking to you. It's just very fucking weird. And it gives me this feeling of like deception or something. Something ain't right. You know what I'm saying? The way her eyes flutter. It's just very strange.
We are trying to find out what happened to Summer Wells. Summer Wells went missing June 15th, 2021. Summer Wells is from Hawkins County, Tennessee. Where is Summer Wells? It's been over 2
How many times can I say Summer Wells in this video?
years now, and still.
I've never quite seen this happen here, like overlapping blinds. Where is this guy? Overlapping bamboo blinds. I've never seen that done. That's pretty interesting. Very interesting.
No answers. Summer just vanished. Let's talk about Don and Candace Wells. Don Wells, the father of missing Summer Wells. He is the prime suspect in the disappearance of his own daughter. But I want to share a clip.
See, who said who, though? He's the prime suspect, but said who? I would tell her to get a hold of her damn eyeballs if she was my friend. Girl, I couldn't take it. I'm like, first of all, she's got that lisp. So she's talking like this, and then her eyes are fluttering in the back of her head. And I was like, oh no, girl, we ain't doing this. We ain't gonna do this. My big question, seriously, get 2 DUIs and see if you're driving within 6 months. Yeah.
Of Don Wells, where he had a conversation with Molly Golightly about what he...
Oh boy. Wait, what?
Of his own daughter. But I want to share a clip of Don Wells, where he had a conversation with Molly Golightly about what he used to do with Summer. And it's quite terrifying once you hear this clip. but it needs to be talked about, and we need to
So this is an old ass clip.
discuss this because this could be a possible motive.
Oh my God, his eyes are like gazing through my fucking soul right now.
On what happened to Summer Wells. Check it out.
You know, when your little girl and your boys, they go out and they play all day, and then they get mixed up with candy. You bring them candy all or something.
Yeah.
They got the shit all over their face and in their hair.
Yeah.
They get mixed up with candy? Is that what he's saying?
Well, I have to take a shower every night because I work in drywall.
Right.
So I'm like, fuck, get your little punk asses in here. And we'd all rinse off together real quick. Mom would be waiting there with the towel. I'd throw them.
Oh, Beef Reg, she is a crazy fucking Karen. She's definitely a crazy Karen.
One at a time. And Mom would dry them off and dress them. So, you know, I don't want my little girl with freaking candy all over her next to me. You know, and plus she don't sleep good unless she's clean. I did it out of love.
So it was. Did you all got? Did you? How big is your shower?
Yeah.
I mean, it's like one of them. You know, I don't know. It's not that big. It's kind of hard to fit.
Look, dude, it's very weird to shower with a child like this. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, shit's fucking weird, bro. Like,
I've had every one of my kids in there with me.
Oh.
They're all of them.
all she says is, "Oh." I'd be like, "All right, well, I gotta go. Bye. This is fucking weird."
4 of them plus me. You know, throw them out one at a time for Mom.
Well,
No problem.
does Candace shower with the babies?
Well, Candace don't take a shower that often. 'Cause I don't work.
So Don Wells admitting that he would shower with little Summer, who was 5 years old at the time. Don Wells.
Dude, I mean, look, I'm not gonna lie, that's fucking weird. But I don't think it's all uncommon. I mean, at least with the little boys, the girl's definitely weird, dude. I'm not gonna lie. That's fucking weird. But the way he's telling it here, it sounds like it sounds harmless. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like if he was doing something bad to her in the shower, he wouldn't be telling this story. You know what I'm saying? On a live, on a fucking, to this loudmouth asshole. Why he was talking to her to begin with, I don't know. But you know what I'm saying? Like, if it wasn't being told in a way where it was meant to be innocent, I don't think he would be sharing this, story. I don't think he sees it in the way that everybody else is seeing it. He's just looking at it like, I got 4 kids and I'm trying to get them fucking clean. That's it, And who knows? Is it weird? Yeah, I'm not going to say it's not weird. It's definitely fucking weird. But I just don't think he would be sharing this story. There was something nefarious going on.
Admitting he would sleep with Summer Wells naked.
Right.
What is going on here, people?
Where did he say that?
Summer Wells went missing sometime in the late afternoon of June 15, 2021. And Don Wells, people are questioning his whereabouts that afternoon. And he's also not cooperating with authorities, him or Candace. But let's talk about Candace, because a YouTuber by the name of Ernie Shell brought that to Candace's attention about Don Wells admitting that he would shower with Summer. And Candace was in denial. But when it was brought to her, this was Candace's response. And I'm going to play this clip. Check it out.
Let me ask you a question. One more time, one more thing. And I'm going to get off of it too, because it hurts me too. It makes me spit up blood. I've heard, and I don't know if it's a fact or not, that Don, your husband, used to take showers with Summer. Is that true?
No.
Didn't. Okay. He never took showers with her or nothing like that. And that's true. That's not true, right?
All right. So why she's denying it, I don't know. Probably, I don't know. She's probably protecting him because she knows that it sounds fucking weird. But I mean, let's just be real. It's fucking weird.
Okay. There's a video recording of it. Of him saying he did.
I didn't know that.
Hold on a second. Can someone can anyone get a video recording of that if that did happen and did take place? Like I said, I don't know much about the case. If that did take place, let me ask you a question, Candace. If that did take place and you see a video of him saying that, how are you going to feel?
I'm gonna flip the fuck out, man. I'm gonna flip the fuck out for real.
If you hear a video of him saying, "Yeah, I took showers with Summer,"
I'm gonna fucking go off. I'm gonna. Ooh. Somebody better have bail money.
Well, you can't get to him, obviously. Now, come on. You can't get to him. Now, let me ask you a question with this. If that is true on his little machine there, what would you say to him? What would you say to him?
No, I'm gonna wait until he calls me tomorrow, and then I'm gonna unleash something that has never been unleashed before.
Really?
That is unacceptable.
These people in the chat.
I mean, don't play with me, dude. Do not.
All right, Candace is clearly on something right now, and I don't know, man. These people just don't seem intelligent enough. I'm sorry to like get away with something to this magnitude. I mean, I don't know.
Play with me.
Listen.
Do not.
Listen, look at this. Melanie, read across the screen, Candace. I won't lie to you. Read it. There's a reason I asked that, because I know you didn't know about it. Read across the screen, Candace. Don did say that. I heard it too. He did say it a few times, yes. Don definitely said it. I did. It did. I heard him saying it. He did. How did she miss that? You see, I know you missed that. That's why I asked the question, Candace. You see, I'll let you talk now. But he did say it. They heard the interview. Look at this. All these people here heard it. He said he had to take showers with her because Candace wouldn't or didn't, and that is the biggest line of BS I've ever heard. He did it because he wanted to, is what they're saying. It's okay, Candace. You're not in trouble, Candace. But it's up to you to unleash that, what you know. You see what I'm saying? It's okay.
Bro, if I was a cop in this fucking case, I would just be like, what in the actual fuck? Like, what am I watching? This case is filled with so many fucking weird people. Not only just the people directly involved, but the fucking weirdos on the internet. Like this guy, fucking Crocodile Dundee over here. JLR. I would be like, all right, I quit. Bye. See ya. So fucking weird, dude.
It's okay. Unleash what you know, Candace. Do it for your daughter. These people here, 550 support you, Candace. They support you.
So basically, as she said, she was going to go off on Don. But it doesn't look like that happened, because that clip was from last year.
Really? Do you know that happened, JLR? Are you fucking living in their house, listening into their phone calls? Come on, dude.
When Don Wells was already in jail, serving a jail sentence for DUI and getting arrested, while on probation, serving a year in the Hawkins County Jail. So after Don Wells got out of jail, him and Candace together went to Arkansas.
Bro, stop staring at me like that. I don't appreciate it.
To stay in a hotel. They were making videos out of their hotel room. Where is Summer Wells? Why didn't Candace, maybe she did do something and go off on Don Wells about Don's allegation that he slept and showered with Summer Wells. Apparently, Don and Candace are still together. So it looks like Candace either didn't care.
Sorry.
Was just telling Ernie that, Ernie Shell, the guy on the video there.
Sorry. I just heard a fucking buzzing sound in my fucking ear and something hit my neck. Ugh.
That she was going to do something but never did, or is she afraid that if Don Wells goes down, she will also go down? So she will protect Don Wells at all costs. Again, Don Wells is the prime suspect in the
Dude, stop saying that this man is the prime suspect, because that is just not fucking true.
the disappearance of his own little girl. The Hawkins County Sheriff said last year that both parents are not cooperating with.
No. Here's the thing. The parents said that the parents are no longer cooperating. They were in the beginning. They were doing interviews. They were talking to the police, and apparently they hired an attorney at some point. There's been no other leads in the investigation. This is typical commonplace for the authorities to focus in on the parents in a case like this. I mean, all the family members, any family member,
The investigation. I will remind you of that again.
Investigators say Candace Bly and Donald Wells are no longer cooperating with the investigation into the disappearance of their daughter, Summer Wells.
Are they still cooperating?
No, they're not cooperating right now.
Has there been any updates in his case with Uni? I don't know, girl, because I haven't, honestly, I haven't been following it all. Pecan cupcakes, which are common, 3 whites mean psycho. Wait, what? I don't know if you know. You seem to get a lot of information slightly wrong, i.e. Monet and pointillism, something not being artistic expression when it can literally be anything. Pecan cupcakes, which are common, 3 whites means psycho. Isn't that exactly what I said? When it means ill-fated, either tragedy or violence, dependent on yin or yang. Sampuka, it's sampaku, but that's fine. Then call others out for their lack of whatever. It's a little cringe. Pecan cupcakes, which are common. I've never seen them, but okay. Albino pecans aren't. Pointillism, expressionism, whatever the fuck, dude. You know what I meant. I didn't do so great in art history.
They have attorneys.
Is the family still cooperating? I know you said.
But you're wrong about the Sampaku eyes for sure.
Obviously, no Donna's there, but like the mother and all those other people, are they still cooperating?
No, they're not cooperating right now. They have attorneys.
And Don Wells has a very violent past. He's been arrested. Summer Wells' father, Don Wells, Donald Wesley Wells Jr., has been arrested in multiple states for burglaries.
My apologies. Impressionism. I said pointillism. I'm impressionism. Sorry. Same thing. Same idea. I explained it right at least. But
the other day, I just shared a video about him being arrested for burglary in Arkansas, Fayetteville, Arkansas, back in 2006 for stealing a pair of women's panties. It's scary stuff. His track record is no good. He assaulted his own wife in Tampa, Hillsborough County, drug charges, lots of burglaries in multiple states, and the shenanigans and craziness going on between Don and Candace Wells in Tennessee, multiple arrests. These are all the mugshots of Don Wells that I want to remind everyone of again.
So there's butter pecan cupcakes. I wouldn't fucking eat those. That's fucking gross, dude. It just don't look normal to me. With a strawberry, I don't see any with strawberries on here. Just saying. But you see, here we go again, where we're not talking about Laura, but her people are going to come in here and try to get us back to her as a topic. Unbelievable. They're like, I'm 30 minutes late to the fucking party here, but we'll just keep trying to get you to talk about Laura. And then so Laura could keep saying I'm obsessed with her, right? It's fucking unbelievable. Wait, wasn't JLR just wearing a black hat? He changed his hat? Oh, no, is that cheap-ass white one with the white in the front. He's far worse than Don and Candace combined on federal probation. I know. That's what's so funny about this. He has some balls to be sitting here judging people on having a criminal record. You know, I don't know if JLR has drug charges, but let me tell you something, bro. He was on something back in the day when he used to make those fucking videos where he looked like a fucking terrorist with the little beanie hat on and shit. Like at that time period where we just saw in the Heels video where he had the panties and stuff. Ugh. That's
So what's going on, people?
how I remember him.
If Don Wells did something with Summer Wells,
so he's just like regurgitating the same shit over and over again in these videos just to have content to put out. Because right now there's really no major cases going on in terms of like, there's no updates really to any of the major cases that he's covering right now. There's no updates in the Idaho case as of, right now. There's no updates in this case. So he's basically just regurgitating the same things over and over just to keep himself in the algorithm and keep himself, relevant. I mean, this whole video, the last 3 videos we watched, I've learned absolutely nothing new in any of these videos. He's just regurgitating the same fucking thing over and over. Summer Wells is missing. 7-year-old Summer Wells. Don is the prime suspect. It's the same fucking shit over and over again. This guy knows how the internet works, and that's what he's clearly not capable of working a normal fucking 9-to-5 job, So, or producing any type of content with his, personality, because he has no personality. I mean, this guy is like watching fucking bread fucking go moldy. I don't know. He's just boring as fuck to listen to. So it's like, he's not funny. He's not entertaining. He's not informative. He sounds like a robot.
Which authorities think he did. They're building a case on him. I was told that. What do you think the motive was? Could it be that Tennessee Department of Children's
and I think
Services,
Laura's
aka
lending him credence,
was going to investigate Don Wells for abuse on the 3 boys?
When I went on her channel yesterday,
Summer was evidence.
Oh no, it
wasn't
wasn't
him.
him.
Had to get rid of the evidence.
It wasn't him.
So his, his
I remember. Hold on.
What he did to Summer.
All right, shut up, jailer. I had enough of you. Hold on a second. So yesterday, when I was looking at Laura's wonderful creations, I seen that a comment under one of her videos, under one of the community posts, where this crazy guy is like, "Hey, have you researched Brent Kopaka in the in the Idaho 4 case?" So Laura's like, "No, I don't watch that guy. I can't get past his gig." Okay? Gig. Now, I corrected this guy the other day, and I've talked about this guy on here before, but hold on. Because he made the most ridiculous video, and I didn't watch Laura's video. I went to the beginning, but I had things to do, so I didn't get to do this. So Laura, all of a sudden now, is reviewing this guy that I just reviewed on my channel. Hold on a second. All right. Yeah. You guys remember this guy? And this is really funny because the other day, wasn't she like talking shit about somebody having, oh, hold on. I'm not sharing the screen. Wasn't she talking shit about somebody having like 15-minute intros or something? Because look how long her fucking intro is in this video. Hold on. All right. Let's go back since her fucking people want me to give her attention. What? Something went wrong. Result killed bad message? What the fuck is that? That was weird. Did you guys see that? Oh, it's still not sharing. Hold on a second. That was fucking weird. I got a weird message on that. So she has like a 12 to like 13-minute intro on this video. Hold on. I mean, literally. Look, 9 minutes, 10 minutes, 11 minutes. She's all right. So she goes over this guy. Now, you guys remember I covered this guy on my channel very recently. I did a whole reaction video to one of his videos. Because at first it seemed like he was down with facts, and now his channel has just gotten into completely wild speculation. Yeah, intros in general drive me nuts too. I just sit here and talk to
around here. It's wonderful, but I can see where it would get very boring very fast. I mean, it's great now. It's almost like a vacation that,
Laura, you need some WD.
Nobody's here. But would I want to live like this every day? Oh, hell.
All right, let me fast forward just a tad bit. We don't need to hear this. So I didn't watch this, but
I didn't play the one part that caught my eye.
So this guy comes up with this whole theory that this Brent Kopaka guy. Now, if you guys don't know who Brent Kopaka is in the Idaho 4 case, well, let me explain to you guys. If you saw the body cam footage of Brian Koberger being pulled over with the dad on the way to, Pennsylvania, I think they were pulled over. It was like a state over from Idaho. I'm not sure exactly which state it was, but they get pulled over and the dad is talking about this like shooting. He says there's like some type of mass shooting that happened on the campus, on the Pullman, Washington State, University campus. And what he's referring to is it wasn't really a mass shooting. It was this guy, Brent Kopaka, who was a 36-year-old man who was an Army, veteran, got out of the military. I think he did a couple of tours in Afghanistan and he was dealing with some PTSD and apparently had taken his 2 roommates hostage. So they had swooped in with a SWAT team and they ended up shooting and killing this guy. Okay. I believe he lived in, I'm not sure if he lived in the same apartment complex as Koberger or in a very close by apartment complex by him. Okay. So that's what the dad was referring to, with this situation that was just happened to be happening the same day that he was leaving town. Now, could it be a coincidence? Sure. But there's a lot of people online. And even if you look up Brent Kopaka's name, there's a lot of people online that are trying to tie him into the Idaho 4 murders. Okay. Just because, any crime that happens around town clearly, have to do with it. So nobody's doing this more than this guy, this fucking, whatever his name is, Crime Circus guy. So I want to see if Laura is buying into this guy's bullshit, because it's just funny that I saw a comment on her community post under one of her candle pictures where one of her subscribers was like, hey, have you ever, checked out this guy? And Laura's answer to him is, no, I can't get past his gimmick. That's her answer about this guy. And here she is now reviewing his channel, right? Which is just kind of weird because I just did that, but it's just kind of strange, Laura. Just saying. You couldn't get past his getup, but now you're reviewing his videos. All right. I don't know what this is.
Hey, Rodney, it's Officer Warner with Moscow Police.
All right. I don't know what this is, so we're just going to fast forward until she starts playing the other guy's video. I didn't watch this, but now she's playing Betty. All right. I'm curious.
It is interesting. I'm going to give you guys my thoughts as we go through it.
So now she's intrigued.
It's a 19-minute video. It'll probably take us an hour. But I also have not watched the whole thing because I started researching.
I started researching too, and I left, if you go under this guy's video, I left several comments under there. He might have blocked me by now. He didn't respond to my comments, but I'll explain what my comments were as she plays the video.
Brent Kopaka. Well, Brent Kopaka was a soldier who served in the United States Army. Thank you for serving, Brent Kopaka. We really do appreciate you. Brent spent some time over in Afghanistan in his youth so he could fight for our freedom. It was the USA versus Afghanistan.
In his youth. The guy's 36 years old, dude. In his youth.
And he was over there doing what he was told to do. He came home a hero with a Purple Heart, and he had PTSD. He was mentally traumatized from the things that he did and the things that he saw over there. He was a trained assassin.
Here, this was the guy that left the comment, actually, Mr. Papa Giorgio. He's the one who left the comment about this guy.
Assassin, courtesy of the Army. That's right. He was most likely over there doing some real KILLIN.
Okay, a true assassin is going to use a gun to kill. They're not going to use a knife.
Gee.
Okay, Laura, how do you know that? A true assassin is going to assassinate in the easiest way possible.
And there was a lot of people over there living in little mud huts, and they couldn't exactly defend themselves. So I can understand why he might have had PTSD. because he probably had a conscience and he felt bad about the things that he did and saw.
All right, dude, that's not why people get PTSD. Clearly, this guy doesn't know what PTSD is. And Pete, I don't know what the mud huts have to do with anything, but like my friend had PTSD coming home from the military because he fucking saw his best friend that he had gone through basic training and everything else, you know, boot camp and everything else with, get fucking shot. He stuck his head out of a Humvee just to get a breath of fresh air, and he got picked off, shot in the head. And I mean, that's going to fucking traumatize you when you're in like a near death situation. You see somebody get killed right in front of you. That was definitely cause PTSD. I have no fucking idea what mud huts have to do with PTSD, but okay.
It's got to be really hard to live with those thoughts inside of your mind.
I'm just assuming here, but this guy was probably fucking still in his dad's nutsack when the Afghanistan, you know, we had troops over in Afghanistan. I mean, this guy can't be a day over like 20 something. He's young, clearly.
I know a lot of my views.
Okay. Many people that are in the military, that are even trained assassins, have a conscience and they live with themselves. They don't have.
Oh, Gray Hughes, I'm with you, my friend. I did go over, though, the footage that was released, if you go back, just because the window of time is so small. I'm wondering how he committed this crime. Do I think he's innocent? No, there's a lot of stuff pointing to like this guy is definitely involved in this crime. There's no question, especially in my opinion that they are now charging him with the death penalty. I mean, the burden of proof is just upped, you know, tremendously when it's a death penalty case. So they must have some serious evidence that we don't know about.
PTSD. Not all of them.
Viewers out there struggle with the thoughts.
Wait, what did she just say? This guy's such an idiot. I can't with him now. After this video,
that are even trained assassins have a conscience and they live with themselves. They don't have PTSD. Not all of them.
Okay.
Viewers out there struggle with the thoughts in your mind.
Laura surveyed every trained assassin, right?
And I just want to let you know, mental health is important, and I care about you. And Crime Circus will always be a safe place for you. Moving on. According to a background check that I had run on Brent Kopaka, for a period of time in his life, he lived in Easton, Pennsylvania.
Okay, so here's where this guy is totally going wrong on this. I don't know what he means a background search that he says he had, you know, done on him. I searched his name on several search sites after watching this video. I never would have done this otherwise. And there's a Brent Kopaka that's 36 years old that has addresses in Illinois, Washington, South Carolina, Fort Bragg, I think, right? Is that South Carolina, North Carolina? I don't know. So obviously military addresses, right? So no, there was not one. I looked on a few different search sites and there's not one address listed in Pennsylvania for this guy, which he's going to go into this whole big thing, but he shows no proof of it. He's going to go into this whole big thing saying that there's addresses in Pennsylvania, and he's going to try to make these fucking ridiculous connections from him to Kohberger. It's ridiculous.
Some of you out there might be thinking, so what about it, Drip Drop? Well, Brian Kohberger just happened to go to college at Northampton Community College in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. That college is about a 12-minute.
Oh, yeah. So there was another Brent Kopaka, right, who was like 70-something years old, 73. He had all addresses in Pennsylvania. So, like, first of all, I don't trust any of those address sites because even if I look myself up on some of those sites, my address is wrong or it has my middle initial wrong or whatever. So I don't know what kind of quote unquote background, you know, thing he conducted here, but I don't see a Pennsylvania address listed for this guy.
Drive from where Brent Kopaka was living. But that's not all. Brian Kohberger also went to DeSales University in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. And that college is only about a 10-minute drive from where Brent Kopaka was living. I'm going to put some maps on the screen so you can visualize how close these locations really are. You can see the Northampton.
Like, this is ridiculous.
Community College right here. And then you can see Brent's house over here.
Oh, I didn't
now
even
right here, you can see
where, a second. I didn't even realize that the address was on there. Oh, 3231 Rocky Lane. All right, we're gonna remember that. I want to look that up.
Hampton Community College right here. And then you can see Brent's house over here. Now, right here, you can see where DeSales University is in Bethlehem.
Oh, yeah, it's weird, beats him.
That's a 10-minute drive to Brent's house. And then from the house that Brent was living in up to Brian Koberger's parents' house, you could see you could get there in under an hour.
Under an hour. That's like a pretty fucking far distance, dude.
Okay, now
she's like, wow, guess what? Brent Kopaka and Brian Koberger both lived in the United States. What a coincidence. Like, come on, dude.
one thing I have not researched yet is DeSales the best college for Brian to go for undergrad? Did Brian get a
what? Who gives a shit? How is that even relevant to the case, Laura? If it's the best college for undergrad, what are you talking about?
Scholarship.
Clearly, he got into that college, right? There's records, so who gives a shit? And then he got into WSU. What does it have to do with if it's the best college? Who gives a fuck? I don't even.
Is there a reason why Brian went to that school? Do I think it has anything to do with Brian?
Why does she think that everybody that goes to college like wants to go to the best college? Like, what does that have? Is there a reason? It's probably because he got accepted, or right, he could have got a scholarship, but like, who gives a shit? I don't think that has anything to do with anything.
Copac or whatever? No, I don't. I think this is reaching, like really reaching.
Yeah, it is.
Until the next part.
Oh God. The next part, which there's no proof shown.
Probably 45 to 50 minutes realistically. That's under an hour drive away. It's really not that far. Here is a picture of the house that Brent was living in at the time.
Okay. Again, I don't know where this guy got that he was living in this house. First of all, just because an address is listed, let me explain something, which I left a comment under his page about this. Just because, wait, let me finish playing the next sentence and then I'll explain.
It was 4-bedroom, 4-bath, 3,413 square feet. Pretty nice house, eh? Do you think he had roommates? Do you think Brian Koberger was possibly one of his roommates? Well,
okay, now that.
All right, so he's saying, do you think that Brian Koberger was his roommate?
That I think is totally reaching and totally ridiculous.
Laura has something.
Okay, like just way conspiracy theory. But keep listening.
Brian was going to college in that town. How in the world was Brent Kopaka able to afford that house with his disability payments from the military?
Okay. All right. That's where I stopped his video and I left this comment. First of all, when you're disabled from the military, you're only disabled from the military. You could still work a normal job. You could still have a regular 9-to-5 job and do whatever you want. The disability from the military is not the same as like disability, like, you know, us civilians get, where, you know, you can't work or you could only work a small amount of hours. I lived across the street from a disabled vet for years. First of all, the amount of money that they get varies, okay, based on a lot of different factors. So not every single disabled vet is going to get the same amount of money. Like my neighbor, he used to get paid for his wife, or his wife would get paid for like a caretaker thing. So they would pay her, like, let's just say $2,000 a month, right? Just for taking care of him. Then he got paid for going to college. He got, you know, all different types of payments depending on, first of all, the severity of your disability. But that doesn't mean that you can't own a business or go out and work a regular job somewhere. My neighbor worked a regular job. You know, he could still work a regular job. The disability from the military only means that you're disabled, that you cannot do your military job anymore. You can no longer be in the military. Sorry, how long was I fucking muted for? Jesus. All right, let me go back on that. I was just talking about my neighbor. I don't know how long my stupid ass thing had me muted for, but my neighbor was a disabled vet, right? He got money and income from the military for all different, you know, things. Whether he was going to school, they would pay for your schooling and you would get money from that. His wife used to get a payment too, like a $2,000 a month or whatever it was, just for taking care of him, right? So it depends on your level of disability and, you know, other factors that are playing into your life that are what they're going to pay you. It's not like a set fee, you know, that you get from disability. So that's number one. Number two, you know, and it only means that you're disabled from the military. You could work any other job you want outside of the military. It's not like regular disability limits you in what you could do and money that you can make from the government, but a military disability is only for the military. So it just means that you're disabled from your military position. You're not disabled from working altogether. So you could still have another job. So somebody could easily afford that house, especially in Pennsylvania, because it probably isn't worth, you know, that much money in Pennsylvania, even though it's a beautiful house. The prices there are just so much lower. I mean, and a lot of people I know that join the military, especially young single guys, they get sign-on bonuses. So when they go to like boot camp or when they sign on, they'll get like a $40,000 payout. And most of them just squirrel that money away because while you're deployed, you don't need that money. It just goes into a separate account. Like my friend came out fucking driving a BMW because he just squirreled away all of his money. You know, they're feeding you while you're there. You really just don't need much to live while you're actually in the military. And so, you know, is it possible you could save up a shit ton of money and buy a house when you get out? Sure. But you could also work a regular civilian job and make money. So he's like, wow, that's a big house. So that's the first thing that's ridiculous. Second thing that's ridiculous is that might not even be his fucking house. That could have been a relative's house. He doesn't show where any proof of the guy even being or living in this house. All he does is say that it's his house, that he allegedly got this address from a background check that he supposedly did, right? But just because an address is listed for somebody on one of these sites, that doesn't mean that it's their house. It doesn't mean there's PO boxes listed. Did people live in their PO boxes, you know, on these like search sites? No, it's a mailing address. That's what the addresses are. It's a mailing address. So he potentially could have had a friend or a family member that lived in this house where he could have been receiving mail while he was deployed. Like, where's the proof that this guy even lived in this house? You know what I'm saying? It's ridiculous. And then to, you know, be fucking connecting Koberger to it is just more ridiculous. But anyway. Oh, wow. Laura probably read my comment before she did this. Laura definitely saw my comment. But keep listening. Kohlberger. But she's good. All right. So just putting this out there too. How old is Brian Kohlberger? I think he's in his 20s, right? This Kopaka guy is 36. Well, would have been 36. Okay. The chances of them being roommates while Brian was in college are like slim to none. I don't know exactly how old Brian is, but. Oh, you guys can't hear this? Are you fucking kidding? That's weird. Hold on a second. Motherfuck me. Hold on. No sound on video. That's so weird. Hold on a second. All right. Let me. My fucking laptop sucks ass. I hear it. I guess you guys can't. Hold on. I'm going to redo it. Hold on. All right. Let's see. Let me know if you guys could hear it. Otherwise, I'm going to have to. You guys hear
Was
it?
Brent Kopaka able to afford that house with his disability payments from the military?
Okay. A, that could have been a family house. B, that could have been his.
Are you guys hearing it? Fuck that clown anyway. I still feel young but no longer fashionable. Let me know if you guys could hear it. Okay, good. All right. Thank God, because I really didn't want to restart my computer.
Mom's house. See, he could have been renting or he could have owned. Whose house was the name under? Too many questions that I was just like, this is really, really reaching. But keep listening.
We need to know the answers to these questions. And yes, every soldier deserves to rest in peace, but every soldier has a story to tell. I said it before and I'll say it again. Thank you for serving, Brent Kopaka. We really do appreciate you here in the United States. Not only the United States, but he fought for people's freedoms worldwide, even for Canadians too. And you know that's true. So what do you think the odds are that Brent Kopaka was living so close to Brian Koberger in that small area of Pennsylvania? Were they roommates?
Okay. Now,
that's what I was saying. I highly doubt it just for the age difference.
Now, if you think about it, though, there was a lot of people living 5 minutes from Brian Koberger. Did he live with them too? So this is where I'm like, this guy is so conspiracy and so reaching. But keep listening.
Maybe not. Maybe they ran into each other at a coffee shop downtown, or even maybe a little vegan restaurant. We don't know. Maybe this has something to do with the study that Brian Koberger posted on Reddit approximately 8 months before this crime. Maybe that's when they first came into communication, because Brian Koberger was not living in Idaho 8 months prior.
He was never living in Idaho.
Now that I do believe. I believe that that could be a connection that Brian had, what's his name? Kopak had actually filled out that form since he did kill people. I'm not surprised if that is a connection there.
That's a fucking reach and a half there. It's like go gadget arms.
But that's not the big one.
To November 13th. It's quite possible that Brent Kopaka was a participant in that study. Now, let's see what else I have here. According to my research, Brian Koberger moved to the Pullman, Washington.
Wasn't that study an anonymous online survey?
An area around August of 2022. Brent Kopaka allegedly moved to the Pullman, Washington area about 1 month before this crime.
Now that right there is a coincidence that I can't explain. How did these two people both happen to move to the exact same town, almost like right across from each other? That's throwing me off big time.
All right, dude. I mean, is that weird? Sure. But there's a lot of people that moved from certain states to that state. I mean,
because that I can't explain. I can explain that, Brian grew up in Pennsylvania. Brian.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. There's no fucking proof at all that I could find that this guy lived in Pennsylvania at all. I looked his name up on several search sites and did not see any address listed for him for Pennsylvania. There was a guy with the same name that was 70-something years old that had addresses listed in Pennsylvania, but not this guy. So right there, the whole theory's blown apart that he moved from Pennsylvania to this location.
Was in Pennsylvania. Brian went to college in Pennsylvania. Kopak was in Pennsylvania, but how did they both end up?
Where's the proof that he lived in Pennsylvania?
Moving 1 month apart to the exact same place. That's odd. That's a pretty heavy coincidence that I'm like, that's interesting. Gee. All within a month apart. Brian goes to take off the day after or the day before, and that's when Kopak gets killed. Like it's
Culper. Laura can't even remember the name.
It's a little odd.
Brian lived in coffee house apartments. As you can see on the screen right here, this is what the building looked like. Brian Koberger lived in step-toe apartments, and this is what those apartments look like. As you can see on this map here, those apartment complexes are only about 2 miles away from each other. So somehow, some way, Brent Kopaka and Brian.
Okay, so they weren't even that close.
And Koberger, both
close, but not all that close.
With the exact same initials, ended up living very close to each other all the way across the country, randomly at the same time both times.
Again, where's the proof that he lived in Pennsylvania?
This is crazy, ladies and gentlemen. Do you believe in coincidences or not? Brent Kopaka was passed away by SWAT team at approximately 4 a.m. on December 15th.
Yeah, except Brian moved because his damn program started. What did he just say? Sorry. I mean, sure, it could just... All right, dude.
Coincidences or not? Brent Kopaka was passed away by SWAT team at approximately 4 a.m. on December 15th. That's almost exactly 1 month later from the Moscow slayings on November 13th.
Except it's not 1 month later.
Okay. I don't believe, unless you're getting into paranormal stuff, I don't think the cops knew to execute him at the same time. Like I wouldn't even call that conspiracy. I would say that's definitely paranormal thinking. And
what? How is that paranormal, Laura? Paranormal is fucking ghosts and shit. What?
And I'm not even going to attempt to go there because that part I just think is a regular coincidence. The fact that they moved is one thing I can't get over. That they did.
But there's no proof that he ever actually lived in Pennsylvania.
Move a month apart from each other. That's weird.
And apparently at about the exact same hour.
Yeah, it's not paranormal. It's a conspiracy. The idea this guy is saying cops were in on
a.m. Wow. Is this real life or some sort of scripted movie that we're all watching? Of course it's real. However, this is quite bizarre. Also, interestingly, this was not a regular police department or sheriff's office. The man that fired the fatal shot into Brent Kopaka was a Washington State University police sergeant. Now, what do you think the Washington State University police was doing?
And again, I don't know where he's getting these articles from either. Like, I don't know what news site this is from. So who knows if this is even legitimate? As officer who fired. All right.
On scene. That's the school that Brian Koberger went to. Brent Kopaka was not enrolled at the university. Not only that, this was not on university grounds. This was an apartment complex outside of the university. It wasn't a dorm room. This was just an apartment in Pullman. So what was the Washington State University police doing there?
Okay. My educated guess on that is there was just a quadruple homicide. He may have known that Brian was involved. They may have let them know who they were looking for. Like there's a lot of stuff that at the public, we're not privy to.
Or maybe the guy was a police officer in both places. I don't know.
That could be why he was there. I get where the conspiracy part is coming from. And I absolutely see where he's putting this dot connected to that dot.
Liz, that's funny.
But he's also assuming that the WSU officer knew nothing. And I don't believe that. I think every cop in the area knew something.
We need to know. Do you think any of this information has been a boom? Maybe a couple booms?
No.
I think so. But your opinion matters to me. So let me know down below. Also, I'd like to let you know, according to my deep, deep research, Pullman, Washington is one of the safest places to live in the entire world. Before SWAT team.
Okay, that's not totally true. And I'll show you statistics that I found.
Oh, geez.
Decided to put a bullet in Brent.
Who cares, Laura? That's like so just not even important or relevant.
Kopaka, a United States hero, a purple-hearted soldier. The last passing away in Pullman was 7 years prior to this. And before that, it was another 7 years.
Okay, that's not true either. Pullman, WSU had a lot of different suicides happening.
That's not a murder, though.
There were 68 suicide attempts in 2022.
Oh my God,
3 deaths
matters.
And 54 threats.
What? What does that have to do with anything?
People don't just get passed away there. It's not normal. It's not common. It's not like Jacksonville, Florida.
He's talking about murder, and Laura's like, yeah, there was 68 suicides. Like, what are you talking about?
It's not like Orlando, Florida. It's a really safe place to live. So what do you think the odds are that a Washington State University police sergeant on the SWAT team happens to pass somebody away approximately a month after the Moscow slayings? I guess things really heated up around there, and you could probably cut the tension with a knife. Also, I'd like to remind you that only 7 hours after Brent Kopaka passed away, Brian Koberger was pulled over twice with his daddy in Indiana.
Indiana.
And it's also been shown and proven that, or not shown and proven, but it's also been stated that Brian, the pullover was random. That's what everyone has said, that the pullover was completely random.
Okay, what does that have to do with anything?
Another coincidence? I don't think so. What did they find in Brent Kopaka's possession or in his apartment? Surely they must have allegedly found something that made them want to pull over Brian Koberger immediately. They apparently didn't get what...
This person writes, Laura, I believe you will be the one who cracks this case. Okay, dude.
They wanted the first time, so they pulled him over again a second time, 10 minutes.
That's completely untrue. Brian was tailgating. That's why he got pulled over. Not only was he tailgating, but then he was tailgating again. According to the FBI and according to the police, there is no conspiracy. It was random that he got pulled over in Indiana. Indiana police
Right. Nobody knew it for certain.
Police have said they did not know from the FBI that they should have pulled him over. So there's no conspiracy there. It wasn't even in the same state. Purely coincidence, like straight up coincidence. Brian Kohlberger broke the law while driving. End of story.
Later, why did they do it? All we can do is guess because they won't tell us, which makes me wonder, what do they have to hide? Here's a boom for you. Did you know that?
Okay. Why does everybody think that everyone's hiding something?
Oh, I have to agree with her there. I don't know why that is.
Why does everyone think there's some big conspiracy behind anything? Maybe Brian got pulled over just because he was illegally driving. I know this is like
illegally driving. They say why he got pulled over.
Something that people don't want to grasp, but the reality is Brian broke the law driving and he got pulled over for it, just like millions of other people get pulled over every day. That the police in Indiana can't do anything to Brian Kohlberger. They can't do anything. If they wanted to arrest him, they would have arrested him.
What does she mean they can't do anything to him? What? Sure they can. He got arrested in Pennsylvania, Laura. Who do you think arrested him?
If they wanted to hold him, they would have found a reason to arrest him. It was a standard pullover. The kid didn't even get a ticket. So obviously it wasn't a big conspiracy. There is no long conspiracy going on. It's a typical, in another state, Brian got pulled over. If the FBI was involved, honestly, they would have arrested Brian or found.
Look at this person in her chat. Lack of con lodge self-awareness.
Probable cause to arrest him or something, not just to pull him over in another state. Because I'm sorry, it just doesn't work like that.
Brian Kohlberger has a connection to Coeur d'Alene, just like Jack, Kaylee, Maddie, and Xana was born there too. What are the odds?
All right, so he was just saying, oh my God, it's so strange that, Brian and what's his name live in the same state. But now he's like saying that 3 people were born in the same city. Like, oh my God. But that's not.
How is Brian Kohlberger connected to all these different locations? From Pennsylvania to Pullman to Coeur d'Alene?
I don't know where he got that connection from. He doesn't really explain.
All right, in order to get those answers, I'll have to do more research, but I can promise you, I bet I will find it is not a big conspiracy. If I killed someone tomorrow, I have connections in Vegas. I have connections in New York. I have connections in New Jersey. I have connections in Texas. I have connections in
Texas,
in California. I mean, I've lived a lot of places. So people would be like, how do you have connections to all these places? Because I do. I just do.
I mean, the guy was in the military, and people that are in the military tend to move around a lot. They go from place to place to place while they're in the military. So, I mean, it's not all that odd that this man was in all these different places when he was in the military.
These are all the places that I've lived. So to me, that means nothing. He was in the military. He was stationed in a lot of different places.
Brent Kohlberger was really getting around with his disability payment. On the background check, that's where I found that Brent Kohlberger had a connection to Coeur d'Alene, because
this guy has no fucking understanding, not even a basic one, about how military disability works. Like, just zero understanding about it. Clearly.
He registered a cell phone from that.
He's acting like he got no money from his military disability. He was a single man living in an apartment with 2 other guys. So clearly, I mean, he was able to live, but you could still travel. I mean, my neighbor paid for a house. His military disability sustained their family somewhat, So
that location, which wouldn't be on his background check unless he was there. Also, check this out right here. As you can see, Brian Kohlberger's parents live only a very short drive away from Moscow, Idaho. It's not that far, and that's probably where they do a lot of their shopping.
Okay,
well, that's why he has a connection to Coeur d'Alene. He has a connection because that's where his parents are from. Whistle down, this isn't coincidences. He's putting circumstantial evidence together to create a narrative that's just not. I'm not going to say it's not true because I don't know, but I don't believe he's correct. Again, I believe he's putting stuff together to create a narrative, but telling me that, all right, so I once got a phone registered in Boca Raton, Florida. My mom lives out there. Why wouldn't I? Does that mean that I'm connected to every killer in Boca Raton, Florida? Of course.
That was a horrible example, Laura.
Of course not. But it's on my record.
Also, in their driveway, you can see a light-colored Hyundai Elantra in a big white truck.
Bro, like, seriously, if it was like a fucking lime green Tesla that they were looking for, I shouldn't even use Tesla. Let's say a Porsche, okay? That's like a more rare car. Then I'd be like, oh my God, they had a lime green Porsche too. But like, dude, I could drive down my street and there's probably fucking 5 lightly colored Hyundai Elantras just on my block alone. Like, it's like one of the most common cars. It's like, oh, a Honda Accord. Wow, that's so strange. Like, dude, everybody has. It's like my truck. My truck is a Me Too car. Everybody fucking has this truck. I go pull into the hockey parking lot, and there's about 5 other fucking white Chevy Traverses in the parking lot, just at hockey. It's like the hockey mom fucking special. My truck. So I don't find it all that odd. And is that a Elantra or is it a I don't know.
And as a lot of you know in this case, big white trucks and Hyundai Elantras, they're a big piece of the puzzle. So this investigation is ongoing, and this stuff's important.
That's not a white Hyundai Elantra.
It really does make you wonder. Why
It's not his car. It's his parents' car.
do they want to destroy the house so fast? Brian Koberger hasn't even had his day in court yet. So why do they want to destroy the house? Visiting the crime scene can be a super important part of court. Just like in the Alex Murdaugh case, the jury said that it was super important that they saw the crime scene. Nobody in South Carolina seemed to be in a super fast rush to be destroying Alex Murdaugh's property. But for some reason, the University of Idaho...
Well, it's a different situation, though. Alex Murdaugh's property is probably still sitting in some type of legal settlement, okay?
wants that house destroyed. And then the jury won't even be able to do a walkthrough. They won't be able to walk by Dylan Mortensen's room 3 times. They won't be able to go up to the 3rd floor to see where the horror happened. They won't be able to go into Xana's room and see how the BLOOD was able to seep through the wall so we could all see it from the outside. The jury needs to do a walkthrough inside that house, and that house needs to not be destroyed prior to somebody being convicted for this crime. What do they have to hide? I don't.
Again, what do they have to hide?
I don't like secrets, ladies and gentlemen, and I do not get a good feeling for what they're up to here. Whether Brian Koberger is guilty or not, do not destroy the house. Also, I do think it's worth mentioning Halloween Ends. That came out on October.
Now we're just going off on a total fucking weird fucking limb here.
14th. And that involves Michael Myers and a local dork. The local dork ended up going on a crazy crime spree with a big knife. He felt empowered by Michael Myers. And then approximately 30 days after this movie's released, the Moscow slayings happen. I do see some super similarities here. And no, video games and horror movies do not affect everyone. However, they certainly plant seeds.
All right, I'm sorry. This is the most ridiculous shit that I've ever heard in my entire life. The reason why, Halloween movies have been around from the beginning of time.
They've been around since the beginning of time, Laura. All right, Jesus was watching them? I don't think so.
Halloween movies have been around since I was a kid. And it never affected Brian or whoever killed them before. But now all of a sudden it does. Come on.
What? That doesn't even make sense.
Come on, stop. Stop with this fucking bullshit conspiracies.
Why is she watching?
Some people that are very unstable. They can be really motivational for somebody that's feeling unhinged. Somebody that doesn't feel like they fit into society too well. Somebody that's at their breaking point and they're ready to snap, and then they snap. And I want you to know that I haven't forgotten about Buddy. Buddy's a victim in this case. Buddy passed away in October of 2022. The police immediately said there was no connection. There hadn't even been any arrest made in either case. So how could they possibly confidently make that statement to the public when nobody had been arrested and no suspects had been named in either case? Buddy passed away about...
And that I agree with. And I've said that from the beginning. I absolutely agree with that.
I don't know about the dog, dude.
1 week after Halloween Ends was released. This is some sort of sick shrine that Brent Kopaka's friends set up for him. Check this out. As you can see here, there's some sort of big machete stuck into a stool. There's sheaths and knives and horror movie...
Dude, so, like, I mean, again, you're just stretching for this here with the Halloween, and then he's putting knives in. Like, a lot of people like horror movies, obviously.
Memorabilia. You can see Ghostface in the back. He seemed to really like the movie It. It is a real sick horror movie and book. Some of you have seen it. Some of you have read the book. You know what I'm talking about. It's very disturbing. And anyone that would want Ghostface in their home might just have an infatuation with big knives and slashing. But did you see what I saw?
I have Ghostface in my home, and I am not into big knives and slashing people. Just saying. My son loves horror movies. Does that mean he's going to be a killer? I don't think so.
On that picture. Let me direct your attention to this. Right here. What is with this ripped blue fabric / possibly piece of a collar here? Let me put a picture of Buddy on the
Oh my God. I didn't even realize this.
screen here. Are these the same? Is that
No.
Buddy's collar wrapped around the machete?
Oh my God, dude.
Why is it ripped as if it looks like it's been cut with a knife? There could be any fabric in the world wrapped around the machete. But for some reason, it's a blue piece of fabric that looks just like Buddy's collar. Leave me a comment down below. Is that the same? Yes or no?
No, dude.
Because me personally, I have my own thoughts on it, and it gives me chills. Here's a picture of Buddy's owners shortly after the crime. You can see they're holding up a black collar. However, in all the pictures of Buddy's wearing a blue collar. So why aren't they holding up the blue collar unless it was taken and they don't have it in their possession anymore? This is a true crime circus investigation. We need answers to these questions because Buddy's family still does not have resolution. They don't have any answers, and they certainly don't have closure. Buddy's owners have been in the media, and they've said nobody has come back to ask them any further questions or investigate Buddy's passing ever since the crime happened.
All right. Well, I mean, it's a dog, you know, that's why. There's 4 people were killed in this town. You think they're worried about a dog? I hate to say that, but it's just how it is.
They're lost, they're confused, they're sad, and they're grieving. But maybe one of you out there knows something. If so, leave an anonymous tip down below. Your identity will be safe here at the circus. Also, Branko Paka's friend was in the news, and you could say he was acting a bit odd, allegedly. Do you think that shrine is normal? It didn't seem like a...
I don't find anything fucking weird about the guy was a soldier. I mean, no.
very loving shrine. Shot glasses, horror movie memorabilia, sheets, knives, machetes, or ripped blue collar. These are all things that raise red flags. This needs to be investigated. We need answers. What are the odds they both have the exact same initials? BK and BK. Branko Paka, Brian Koberger.
What does that have to do with anything?
Brian Kopaka gets passed away, and then Brian Koberger gets pulled over 7 hours later. I know a lot of you out there are connecting the dots during this episode, and I've connected them too. I think we're onto something in this investigation. We certainly haven't been told everything. They won't even tell Brian Koberger's own defense attorney about the DNA investigation with the little magical tree that led directly to Brian Koberger.
Oh my God, this guy still is on with this fucking thing, which he got wrong, and I corrected him, okay, in one of his videos. I was like, dude, you're wrong about the DNA, because he said they found his father's DNA at the crime scene. I'm like, no, you're wrong. They use genealogical testing, which they do with many other cases. I don't know where this guy's been, but, you know, to call yourself True Crime Circus, you would think he would understand that they're using genealogical testing in more and more cases nowadays. There's all sorts of companies set up just for this purpose, just so they could help police out. So he's like, I don't know why he thinks this is such a fucking weird conspiracy. Happens all the time, dude.
Also, to backtrack very slightly, because I just remembered a very important date. December 6th is when the police served a warrant on DoorDash. So to put that into the timeline, so you go from December 6th of them serving a warrant on DoorDash. December 7th is when we were first told about a white Hyundai Elantra. 5 days later, Brian Koberger leaves town with his daddy. And then 2 days after that, Brian Kopaka is passed away by SWAT team.
Okay.
Make of it what you will, but there was a lot happening that week, don't you think? I just wanted to throw that in there because that is a piece of this puzzle, and it's...
If you come to New York and you watch the news, there's a lot happening every week here, like news-wise. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Yeah, the magical tree. I know. Isn't that... He doesn't understand how the genealogical testing works. He thinks there's like some conspiracy about the genealogical testing, that it's so weird that they found his DNA and then they connected it to the dad, which they've done in many cases. But how this guy doesn't know this, I don't know. I don't know.
It's an important part of this timeline, the DoorDash warrant on December 6th. I've got a lot more information regarding this case because I've been doing a lot of investigating behind the scenes. And rest assured,
he also thinks that, and I went over this in the last video that I did on him, he also thinks that the DoorDash driver is Brian Koberger, but it's pretty clear in the arrest affidavit that they're 2 separate people, but he doesn't seem to understand that.
There's a lot more videos in the series coming because the investigation is not complete. The state hasn't been forthcoming, so we're going to see what we can find on our own because this is our investigation. Is Brian Koberger guilty? Maybe, maybe not, but we need to see actual evidence to know for sure.
Well, we're going to have to wait for the trial.
22 King Road is an important piece of the puzzle. We cannot let it be destroyed. Was Brent Kopaka involved? Was he a puppet and Brian Koberger was the puppet master? That is a possibility.
Hold on. FGG, they got class sample and put it into CODIS with no hit, then got the sequence and did the genealogy. Oh my God, I can't say the word. That led to Brian. Then they collected trash from his dad and it showed he was Brian's father. I know it's very simple, but this guy seems to think it's a conspiracy.
Because Brian Koberger's study was super sketch. Anyways, I believe that you and me will get to the bottom of this one way or the other. Please consider supporting this channel on Patreon. I'll leave a link down below.
Look, they didn't just pull this guy's name out of a hat. Like, there's a reason that this guy is where he is right now.
If you want to see other videos in the series, links down below. Browse around my channel. Please subscribe to my second channel on YouTube, The Crime Circus Cult. And until next time, remember to stay safe out there because you know it's a dangerous world.
All right, here's one of my biggest thoughts on this. And many of you guys are not going to...
Lori, you need to put some WD in that chair.
Agree with me. Many of you guys are going to tell me I'm wrong and I should shut up and blah, blah, blah.
Blah, blah, blah.
What he's doing is 100% wrong. I don't care how many viewers he has. I don't care how many subscribers he has. I don't care how much money he's making. What he's doing is 150% wrong.
So why did you make this clickbaity fucking title and act like you were agreeing with some of what he said?
Why? Because this is someone's life.
I agree. What he's doing is wrong because he's dragging. I said that in my comment on this guy's video. I was like, you're dragging this guy. How are you going to feel? Okay. Dragging this guy. You're thanking him for his service and all this, right? And then you're dragging him, trying to make him a suspect in this murder case. How are you going to feel when you find out that he's not involved in any way, shape, or form and that you got all this wrong? How are you going to feel dragging this other person into this case that has nothing to do with it?
If he is able to change the mind of one juror with his ridiculous theories.
Oh, wait a second. Wasn't Lori just saying a couple of weeks ago that let's be real. Betty Bullhorn's not changing anybody's mind. She's not affecting these cases. Wasn't she just fucking saying that the other day? I swear she was. Now this guy's going to change the mind of jurors.
Guess what? Now you just let Brian Koberger go free.
All right, Lori, you're being a little fucking dramatic, but he's not in the courtroom. If a juror, first of all, if they're picking a juror that's sitting there watching news, and videos about it, that more likely than not, that person is not going to be selected for jury duty. They try to find, I don't think Laura understands how the juries are picked in these cases. What is it? What do they call it? Voir dire, whatever they call it. When they select the jury, they go through a very intense questioning process before they even get selected, and they try to find people who have very unbiased opinions of the case. Both the defense and the prosecution are involved in the jury selection, especially in a death penalty case, is you have to be death penalty qualified to even be on a case like this. So she's reaching with that one, totally reaching with that one.
And you don't even know 3/4 of the evidence the police have. That's the kind of shit I don't agree with. This is somebody's life here. And you and your theories, some have some legitimacy. But the way he's putting it out there and the people that he has, and the influence that he has, obviously a lot of people agree with his conspiracy theories. And obviously, a lot of people think that what he's saying is a strong possibility. And all you need is one juror.
Dude, oh my God. One juror is not watching this guy, hopefully, because that would pretty much disqualify them from the jury.
Just one juror that watches him with his almost 300,000 subscribers. Just one juror to be like, you know what? Nope. Blame the dead guy. The dead guy did it. No.
What?
They were already in jail, Dangle. Different. Totally different. Yeah, he's got almost 300,000. But his video has a lot of views. He put it out.
All right, dude, but there's nothing. Look. Yeah, I know. All of a sudden she cares. Look, people are speculating. I mean, this guy is not by far not the only fucking, you know, channel speculating ridiculously on this case. I mean, come on. Sort of looked like I was saying some bad shit. Note to self, don't forget the music note. Yeah, especially when you're quoting Little Kim. Shit. I mean,
It's got 35,000 views from 9 hours ago. And the comments, they all agree.
read my comment, Laura, because I don't agree. I'm sure you did.
Brian's Innocence episode. Travel watched. But again, all it takes is one juror. Just one.
Did she scroll past my comment?
Brian's Innocence episode. Travel watched. Now,
oh shit, it went back.
It's got 35,000 views from 9 hours ago. And the comments, they all agree. Brian's Innocence episode. Travel watched. But again, all it takes is one juror. Just one.
I'm trying for my comment.
And that's sad.
She scrolled past it.
So here's something else I found. Don't ask me where I found
her cotton mouth is so bad.
Found it. I found it accidentally on Google. I don't know if you guys have seen this before. I don't know who put this together. I know that everyone has seen the virtual house, but this is a whole new level. This is from a Hux, H-U-U-X.
Oh, is Gray Hughes?
This dude's got everything.
Where's Gray Hughes? I need Gray Hughes now. I was thinking last night when I was watching this security camera footage that I was like, I need Gray Hughes to do and he probably already did. I got to go look at his channel. I haven't looked in a while at his Idaho 4. You know what? Gray's channel is not coming up in my algorithm either. Like, I just don't understand how YouTube's algorithm is working lately. I'm not seeing a lot of people that I'm subscribed to or getting notifications, but I want to see the path of Brian's car travel, like through the map, which he probably already has somewhere on his channel, I'm sure. But I'd just be curious to see like a visual of it, of the whole thing. He did already. Okay, I need to find it. Can someone send her crunch gum, please?
Like, you name it, he's got it. From timelines to photos to a virtual house to everything. Like, every single detail about this case is in this synopsis. Anyone see this? Anyone know who this is? Like, I literally found it totally random. But this takes you through every single step of this case.
That's been there for a while, dude.
Pennsylvania, then they both.
I used to wait. Hold on, I want to see this comment. This super chat comment she got. I used to wrongfully hate you based off of what other channels said about you, so I decided to listen to you, and I was wrong. Misjudged you. You're actually cool.
Lived in Pullman. That is a little strange. I'm not gonna lie. It's a little weird, but
it's not even true.
I don't agree with a lot of his other stuff. It's one of the reasons why I have this thing against why I have this thing against
oh my God,
circumstantial evidence, because you can make anything fit. If you get all the facts together, I can convince people that I killed Bad Wolf. I mean, I could put us in the same.
Laura has a thing against circumstantial evidence. There's circumstantial evidence in every fucking case out there. Like, that, it's unavoidable. Circumstantial evidence is in every case. What is she talking about? Now, I have a thing. Does she understand what circumstantial evidence is? I mean, like, for instance, let's just take Leticia Stauch, whatever the fucking name is, right? The internet searches, that's circumstantial evidence. It doesn't prove that she killed the kid, but some of those searches are a little fucking weird, you know? I mean, that would be considered circumstantial evidence. I mean, it's like, okay, Laura, she doesn't believe in circumstantial
time frame, in the same schools, in the same area. You can do that with anything to fit a narrative.
Sure, but when it's a culmination, just like the Scott Peterson case, right? It's basically that guy was convicted on all circumstantial evidence. There was not one bit of like actual evidence proving that this guy killed his wife. But there was so much circumstantial evidence against this guy, you know, from the fact that, wow, his wife's body was found right in the same place he said he was fishing that day. You know, I mean, there's just so much circumstantial evidence. When you put it all together, it's like, dude, come on. You can't ignore it. You can't deny it. I mean, either he's the most unlucky person on the fucking planet, you know, or he killed his wife. I mean, it's like.
And I'm just not buying the stuff that he puts out. I normally don't watch him for that exact reason.
That's not what you said in the comment that I read, Lori. Your comment said that you don't watch him because you can't get past the get up.
I just think he's way
gimmick or whatever it was.
Too conspiracy filled. And a lot of creators run with it, from Truth and Transparency to
the girl that supported Chris Watts. Okay.
Like Crime Circus is like, if you're looking at a chain and if you go to the chain and you're looking at like where it sections off, you have Crime Circus at the top. Then spreading from him, you have Truth and Transparency on one side. Actually, you know what? Let me draw it. It makes it easier. Hold on.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. What is she doing?
Hang on a second.
I don't know how anyone could kill you there. All right, let's fast forward. We're on a little day here to wait for Laura's drawings.
All right.
Why does she have a rat?
You have Crime Circus at the top. Then next level. Well, let me make it bigger.
This is
You have Crime Circus at the top. Okay. Then you have next level, which is Lana and Jules of All Trades.
That was the lady who I was listening to. I watched the video and I don't know anything about her. I don't know who she's involved with. I just literally her channel popped up and I saw that it had the footage from the, you know, whatever, and I watched it. I don't know nothing about her. Is she involved with that other person? Don't go uni with a whiteboard, Laura. What does this have to do with
They
it?
spawn from everything he says. Then you have from Land. Then from Lana, you have two other smaller creators that will say whatever they say. And then from Jules of All Trades, you have you know, take them and then you have they repeat what they say. And it just goes down from there. So people take his information. Actually from Lana, then you have Drunk Turkeys. Then from Jules of All Trades, you have J is for Justice. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there.
I don't understand what she's getting at here.
But you guys know what I mean. And it just down spirals from there. And everybody just continues to go on. When does Lana think Kohlberg is 100% guilty? I thought she didn't.
Wow. So there goes that whole fucking whatever that was. She keeps saying Kohlberger.
Yeah, I can't stand Lana. But I'm just saying they all copy. There's someone at the top and then they just copy it.
I don't know about that. I think there's just a bunch of fucking crazy people who need content and they all just do, you know, stupid things like this to keep their channels going. It's really what it just comes down to.
So he's like at the top and then you have all these other channels that just keep repeating what he says.
How does she know that they even watch this guy though?
And I refuse to do that. I don't care if I only have 140 people in here. I don't give a shit.
But she just played his video. So you're further spreading the misinformation then, if that's your theory.
I'd rather have 140 people with a fucking brain.
Well,
all right. Back to this.
All right. I had enough of Laura. I can't do her true crime live. I was curious to see since I've covered that guy. Ay. She needed Microsoft Microsoft Word for that. Oy, I know. Longer, she says longer. I don't know what's going on there, dude. That was a very confusing thing. I don't even know why she even played that, but the whole connection she's trying to make it with these other people, I don't even know if they watch each other. Yikes. Yeah, logic just doesn't compute. Logic escapes in every fucking turn there is. Laura says I'm too stupid to be in her chat. I think that's a compliment, then, from her. Calling somebody stupid. Remember, she accidentally showed her notes. Which one? Which notes? Did we do a foodie candle? Oh, yeah, girl. You got to rewind for that one. I wasn't going to touch it. I swear to you, I wasn't going to touch it on here. I was going to let it go. But now, when I'm on here talking about things having nothing to do with her people have to come in here and troll. So, she could thank them. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck she's talking about, but I mean, I agree. The guy's full of conspiracies and it's just a bunch of bullshit. And it's like, come on, just wait for the trial to start, dude, instead of trying to connect to people and all this other crazy bullshit. I mean, if you look up the guy, Brent Kopaka's name, hold on, it will actually pull up, look, an article right here. Hold on a second. I'll show you guys. Present, share. Molly will be her biggest customer. All right. Look, here's a search. I'm just Google the guy's name. All right. And it says, who suffers when online sleuths turn true crime into entertainment? We now live in an age of true crime on demand. This is a ABC News article. And I believe this is where the guy is talking about. I didn't even watch this yesterday, but I'm assuming it has something to do with his name being pulled into this case by people, which is really sad if he had nothing to do with it, Let's see if this actually plays. I hate these ads, dude. Hey, the ice cream man coming. All right. This might be the ad that this guy, not the ad, I'm sorry. Why is this not playing? How web sleuths have impacted the investigation of the Idaho 4 murders. Why is this giant shoe in the...
Following this story from the very beginning. So what was it like covering this case with all these random people claiming that they had uncovered something about it?
Yeah, Diane, that created a real challenge, right? But the issue is that because authorities weren't saying a lot, there was this information vacuum and it had to be filled, and it ended up being filled with these internet online sleuths with these wild accusations, and it became noise for me that I had to ignore. Diane, we deal in facts here at ABC, and we're proud of that. And so you just have to ignore that noise. But I think what Maria pointed out so poignantly there is that these accusations that go into the internet, that go into the world, are not without real consequence. And when there's all these tips pouring in and authorities have to create a separate FBI call line just to sift through these, it takes a lot of time away from that investigation.
So, Kena, what do you make of the impact that social media has had on this case and the actual investigation? And how do you then balance that with the fact that in cases like this one and many others, police do need the public's help and ask for it outright?
Absolutely. I mean, Diane, we've seen cases like Gabby Petito, right, where people actually do help, right? They find a tip, they help solve the case, and sometimes this...
Sure, but see, that's the difference. Those people had actual tips. Like, they actually, caught the van on their camera. That was a real tip. You know, you have idiots calling in from the internet that aren't giving tips, but more just sharing their conspiracies and ideas and thinking that they're tips. It's crazy. I don't know how the police deal with this shit.
Unfolds on social media, there really can be a benefit to that. But again, because there was so little actual information on this case in Idaho, these, online detectives really took off with, again, these wild accusations. And I would say it was really hard, particularly on the families, to hear some of these accusations. And sometimes they were at the forefront of that. And all the time,
Yeah.
Diane, I think about Jack. I think about Kaylee's ex-boyfriend, who is still very close to her and her family. And the amount of accusations thrown at him were extremely detrimental. And this is a young man who was grieving, and he was hardly allowed that process.
Yeah, that's
I'm sure what a difficult, unimaginable process for him and the whole family.
Yeah.
Kana, your podcast, The King Road Killings, takes a deep dive on this story. So what can listeners expect to learn about it?
All right. I don't know what this has
So,
to do.
Diane, as we cover stories, it's kind of rare that we have the time and the space to pull at every
Oh,
single
here.
thread that
I don't know if this video is necessary, but it says Darren Duncan was mourning his best friend Brent Kopaka when he first saw it. A barrage of online posts falsely claiming Kopaka was somehow tied to the November slayings of 4 college students in Moscow, Idaho. I started to defend him immediately because I was shocked and I was mad. Duncan said in an interview with Impact X Nightline. I don't know who that is. I was really mad. And I should have let it go and let all these people just talk and run themselves into the ground. But I figured, well, maybe I could put a stop to it. But then I realized I'm just the one person against all these people on the internet. Like, that is so fucked up. This guy's name got dragged into it. You know what I'm saying? And it's like kind of sad. As if he has nothing to do with it. It's bullshit. That happened in that what was that documentary Cats with the fucking cats, I mean, the guy got dragged into it and accused of shit just because he was in a band or some shit. Or am I getting 2 different ones confused? I don't know, but it happens all the time, unfortunately. Their full names are being put out. I would like to see the interview with this guy's friend, but go inside. So the guy Brent Kopaka, I mean, it's probably just a coincidence in all actuality. A photo of Brent Kopaka displayed at the home of his best friend. Wait a second. So this shrine that was made probably isn't even... Is it in the friend's house? The shrine that this guy was talking about? Hold on a second. That's kind of fucked up. That don't even look like him. Looks like a totally different person. Hold on. Were shown in an interview, Impact X Nightline. I never heard of this. Let's see. I never heard of that website or podcast or whatever the hell it is. Let's find it. Oh, that's weird. Why did it do that? Gross spectacle of murder fandom. Hold on a second. I don't know what happened here. Impact X Online. I gotta get off here in a couple minutes. Oh, is this like a Hulu show? I don't know. Interesting. I guess so. Maybe I can't watch it. I would like to see the interview with the friend, and see what was said. Let's see if we can find a clip. Hold on. I just need to find the guy's name again. Like, imagine, this guy got totally dragged into this shit. Ugh, that sucks. Darren Duncan. That's an interesting name. Let's see. Let's see if we can find his interview. Darren Duncan interview. Is there any videos? This is the same thing. For some reason, the video is not matching. Oh, Impact X is an episode. All right, so it's on Hulu. So I don't have Hulu. A new episode of Impact X. That's interesting, though. It's about time they start covering this shit, though, and bringing light to it. How people are destroying other people's lives, you know? Hold on a second. All right. All right.
He's not here to talk about it or defend himself.
None of it was true, but as a town reeled in its grief, the community also was hit by a storm of misinformation and lies that would make healing seem impossible. For anyone intrigued by the Idaho murders, there's been plenty of content out there over the last 6 months. YouTube, Reddit, TikTok, you name it.
Okay, so let's talk about the Brian Koberger situation.
There has been
my girl Christina Randall. Oh fuck! I just messed that up. Forget it. Wow. I don't know what I just did. All right, I'm gonna close this before it doxes me because it's on Facebook. I hate Facebook on here. All right. Anyway, I don't sell them. Don't give them away. What are you talking about? Beefers, did you check out Animal Kingdom yet? What's that? I don't know. I'm sick of the word misinformation. Yeah, me too. Me too. All right, so I guess this show is on Hulu, but anyway, all right, I gotta get going because I gotta go pick my son up in a little bit, and I should get dressed. But yeah, interesting stuff here. Interesting stuff. I'm gonna definitely I'll be back sometime this week. We'll chat some more. But I gotta go. I gotta get dressed. It was a pleasure hanging out with all you guys today. And that's about it. All right, I'll see you guys in the next one. I'm out.